Right, okay, good morning. The inquiry is resumed, and day 6 today will be carrying on with the cross-examination of Mr. Ubaka. Before we do that, let's just deal with some housekeeping matters. There's a couple of documents that have been sent late yesterday, I think. The first is from the Gurdwara clarifying their financial situation. Has everybody seen that?
Quite embarrassingly, sir, I haven't.
Right. Okay. The letter is from Mr. Robinson.
As I say, can I ask you not to take account of that yet, and we'll come back to it.
Okay. So generally, if new documents are going to be introduced, then please do it in this forum rather than email. But I understand that you're not aware of it.
Sir, thank you.
And the other is a plan from the appellant, which is said to be an updated landscaping plan.
It's not. Sorry, so it's not updated in that sense. It's meant to just be the landscaping plan with the areas shown on it. And I think the intention was to agree it with the, don't know why it's gone straight to you. Has it been agreed?
We'll agree it with the appellant.
It's just meant to be a plan with factual information as to the areas.
Right. So
because there's a dispute about the areas, we thought it'd be helpful.
Yes.
Didn't seem to us that we need to waste time.
Yes.
On that sort of thing. So the idea was just to identify physically what the areas are in size, and we can have a debate about how you classify them.
Okay, so
that was the intention. Sorry.
So is this a new plan that's seeking to clarify matters?
It's a new plan which we're seeking to agree with the other sides.
Right. And have the other parties seen it?
It doesn't sound like. Why is it not sent? He sent it.
And is it Mr. Ubaka that you're planning to put this to?
Not necessarily. Sorry. So let me just. Yeah, it was meant to go to Mr. Ringer, but it seems it's gone to you. Perhaps if you could park that, and we'll see if we can just get the areas agreed.
Right. Okay. Well, yes, it was sent to Mr. Ringer, but also the PIN's case officer was copied in, so it's made its way to me.
That may have been the error then.
And sir, on ours, it seems as well that Mr. Robinson has a draft that was intended to come to me, which has gone to Mr. Salter. So I think everyone's obviously very tired at the end of the week.
Yes, it's been a long week. Yes.
There's been some email, some sort of email goblin that has crept in and copied in Mr. Salter on all correspondence. So yeah, perhaps we can.
Okay, so I'll ignore both of those for now.
We've all done it,
if the parties speak to each other and agree anything that needs to be agreed, and then come back to me.
So there's one more thing. We looking through Mr. Ringer's proof, he actually referred to London Plan Policy G4, and I suddenly realised that G4 wasn't on the core docs for some reason. So we're just going to upload London Plan Policy G4 on the core docs.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Presumably nobody has a concern about that. Yeah. Right. Thank you. Okay. Any other matters that anyone wants to raise then before we continue?
So I was just going to say, we'll need to have a discussion about timetabling, but perhaps we could do that. We've had a brief discussion ourselves, but perhaps we could do that at a convenient moment later on.
Yes. Let's deal with Mr. Ubaka, and then we'll see where we've got to.
Thank you. Are you happy for me to carry on? Please. So, Mr. Barker, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And I'm going to try and just finish off the questions I need to ask you. I'm hoping your electronics are working. Good. So, we were discussing the committee report yesterday, 6.1, CD 6.1. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'd taken you to section 9. I'm not going to go back over that. You'd taken me to task for referring to the quality of the scheme being identified by the officers. There are a number of references where they similarly satisfy themselves as to the quality of the scheme, which you will know about because you read the report. But do you want me to give you some examples? That would help.
The examples that I recall, having read the report, is that they're in regard to overall quality.
Yes.
Yeah. So they're not sort of,
Okay.
they're not focusing at any one point. They're saying acceptable overall quality.
Sorry, my doc. 8.120. In general, the quality of accommodation in terms of outlook, privacy, and aspect is of a high quality.
Again, that's a subjective assessment.
Well, I know that. You
Sorry,
say
what-
subjective. It's their assessment of the quality of the scheme or what it achieved in
But
terms of.
that accommodation, does that refer to both the residential and the housing, or just the housing? Sorry, what was the reference again?
Sorry, the residential and the housing. Those are
So-
the same things, aren't they?
No, sorry, the residential and the school. Because again, most of the comments
That's
were regards
to
to quality and
that's
accommodation.
to do quality of accommodation. Accommodation is residential component. It's the subheadings on the previous page. You must have read this report.
I have read the report.
Right. So they were satisfied.
I'm just asking you for the. I've got the document in front of me. I'm asking for the exact reference, please, if that would
The
be.
exact reference is the same I gave you a moment ago, 8.120. And the heading to that is on page 53 of the report, residential component. It was of a high quality. These officers, you say it's a subjective view, well, however you want to describe it, but these professional officers were satisfied that what was being proposed in terms of all the residential accommodation is actually of high quality in terms of outlook, privacy, and aspect. Correct?
Because again, so that's their subjective view. In my opinion, I would disagree with them.
Right, that's fine. It's just the suggestion.
Yeah.
All I'm dealing with is the suggestion that you were making, or the impression, and if you're not giving that impression, we can clear it up, but that somehow the officers had overlooked or misunderstood
No,
or mistaken.
I wasn't giving that
They
impression
were
at
well
all.
aware of all the issues being raised, and they have a clear view, don't they, that this is of a high quality scheme.
Again, I would reiterate that my
Sorry, just
impression
answer the
from-
question first, Mr.
Yeah.
Barker. Sorry.
Okay, I'm trying to answer the question.
No, you're
My
not.
answer to the
You're not.
question is
You're expressing
overall.
your view. I'm not asking you about your view. I'm asking you to, having read this report,
Mm.
it's clear that the officers didn't fail to understand anything. They were aware of all the issues, but they thought the scheme was of high quality in relation to outlook, privacy, and aspects. That's right, isn't it?
In their subjective view, yes, it's right.
Right. Privacy and outlook in relation to your proof of evidence. Just a number of points, Mr. Barker. First of all, your criticisms of the design and access statement and consideration of site context. The design and access statement, which the inspector has as CD 1.3.2, was provided with the planning application, correct?
Yes. I would assume so, yes.
Yes. And, well, you know so because it's one of the planning application documents. You know so. Don't you say presume so.
No, I said I assume so, yes.
Yeah.
The word
Well-
yes was there.
All right. And there are no criticisms made by the planning officers or indeed the members as to the content of the design and access statement in providing site context, were there?
There doesn't appear to be.
No. And then in terms of go back to your proof of evidence, Mr. Barker, you've done an exercise, you say, of looking at site context in terms of separation distances between buildings. It's figure 2, I think figure 2 of your proof of evidence.
Yes.
And I don't want to take a lot of time over this, but you've obviously seen Mr. Mannering's view that you've just been selective in the distances you've measured. And so what I'm going to suggest you do, and you can look at the design and access statement document, for example, where the street layouts around the surrounding area are shown on various maps. But can we invite you do you want to turn to page 7 of 151 of the design and access statement, CD 1.3.2. Tell me when they're there.
Oh, no.
You got it?
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, good. Thank you. In due course, rather than spend a lot of time doing it now, would you be so good as to agree with Mr. Mannering just the distances between buildings in the area in other streets? So, for example, if you look at the site on page 7 of 151, opposite the site, there's a location called Station Road. Can you see Station Road? It's to the south. It's immediately on the other side of Hanworth Road. You know where Station Road is?
Yes.
And the distances between the buildings on Station Road with direct facing windows are 10 meters, aren't they?
From this map, I can't tell you, sir.
Okay.
There are no
Can you-
dimensions on it.
No. Can you agree with Mr. Mannering in due course distances of, say, Station Road, where there are windows directly facing each other, Albion Road, or Albion Road,
Mm-hmm.
which is to the west of the site?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where Albion Road is?
I can see the map, sir. Thank you.
It's just off Hibernia. It's not marked on this, but it's the first road. If you go up Hibernia Road, it's the first road you come to on the left. Distances, I understand, the whole street's about 9.5 meters wide. Or not the street, the front to front with window distances directly facing each other, about 9.5. You can agree the figures in due course. Yes?
In due course, what? Because again, I can't comment.
No, I
don't have
know. It's
dimensions
just
on them.
whether
So
you've
I'm
been.
just waiting for you.
It's just whether you've been selective or not in
No,
your selection.
I
of
understand. I'm waiting for you to come to the end of your section.
Cross Lances Road. I'm just giving you just points of the compass. So
Yeah,
we've done
absolutely,
south,
that's fine.
we've done west, Albert. Cross Lances Road, which is due east of the site
Yes.
of Hanworth Road.
Yes.
Distance is of about 9 meters. Yeah. No, I'm telling you to. I know he doesn't know the distance. I'm asking him. I'm identifying. Sorry, I'm not asking you to agree the 9 meters. I'm agreeing. Will you please agree the distances with Mr. Mannering of that as well? Yes.
If they're presented to me, yes.
Good.
Well,
And we can go up if you want one further up. You can go to Vine Place or to the north, I think,
Fine.
which we think is about 7 meters. You can check. If I'm right and you can agree the distances, or can you agree anyway, more generally, fairly, having looked at the area, there are plenty of locations where there are face-to-face windows at distances of much lower than 16 meters and indeed lower than 10 meters. Have you seen that on or in and around the area?
have I seen it?
Yes.
Personally? You asked me a question.
Yes.
No, I haven't seen it.
You haven't.
personally.
So you haven't. Have you visited any
I
of those
have.
streets?
I've walked around. I didn't have a tape measure, so I couldn't actually.
No, but
I
you
couldn't
must have
define what that distance was without a tape measure. It would
no,
be
but you
inaccurate
must
and
have a
unprofessional.
sense. Sorry, Mr. Barker. You must have a sense that those distances. You can see it on Google Maps, but you can go around the street. They are considerably lower than 16 meters, aren't they?
When I toured round, I wasn't specifically looking at front window to front window distances. I was looking at context, social context, and everything else. But if I walked around with a tape measure or electronic one, yes, I could if I did it retrospectively now.
They're part of the social context, aren't they?
They're part of the physical context.
Well, and the social context, Mr. Barker.
Well, I don't know who lives in them. Social context
Why
about
do you-
who lives in them is people. There's social context. Social context is people and how that impacts them. Physical context is distance.
Well, how do you know who lives in the distances you put in your plan?
Some of them have been in here in the Perkins Close.
Well, we know Perkins Close, yes, but your
Hence,
distance
that's
is.
what I focused on.
Well, no, that's not right, Mr. Barker. Just look at your proof.
Yes.
You're drawing lots of distances, and you're saying they're. Sorry.
Williams Drive is the same estate.
Who lives in
Perkins
those? Do
Close
you
is
know
the-
them?
I didn't know them, but I talked to them when I was there. They asked me what I was doing with my car was parked, and I told them what.
Why does it matter who lives there? What are their characteristics that you're aware of that matters as opposed to
The
the
only
residents? Sorry, late to
Sorry.
the question.
Okay.
As opposed to the residents of Albion Road, Cross Lances Road, Vine Place, Williams Drive, the general context there. What is it that's different about them that you're aware of?
What's different about them, sir, from my point of view in urban design, is that they have a social and physical context and relationship to the site. With the other roads that you were mentioning earlier, they're existing residents. If they bought them and moved in, they would accept that site. However, this is a situation where existing residents are going to have something new put in them that they have not got sociologically used to.
Well, that only relates to Perkins Close, doesn't it?
That's all it needs to relate to, sir. Well, it doesn't only relate to Perkins Close, sir, because it obviously relates to the amenity and ceremonial area of the Gurdwara. They're also impacted sociologically.
Well, that's a different relationship.
Well,
But if you want to talk about that, we'll come to that in a moment. I'm just dealing with the residential relationships between two sets of residents. The only one then is surely the Perkins Close distances that you're talking about as relevant. I thought, and that's fine if it's not relevant, but I thought when you put your evidence in, you were drawing attention to the various numbers of distances in figure 2, which aren't limited to the. Maybe I've misunderstood your evidence. Do you want to
Perhaps,
turn
yes.
it up again?
If I could clarify, sir.
Well, just turn it up first. You've got urban grain context analysis of the site. You're looking at the urban grain context. It's got nothing to do with who lives in the building. It's an urban grain context analysis of the site. We say it's highly selective because you just measured those ones which are 20 meters or thereabouts, and there are plenty of urban grain context relationships in this area of much closer distances.
I would totally agree with you.
Right.
However, I took my lead from, if you go to page 18 of the same proof, when I was looking to understand the context and the site constraints that you yourselves, as the appellants, had put forward. When you look at that page, sir, all of your dimensions, as I would expect, are to the directly contextual urban grain buildings, none other. You've got dimensions from buildings 1, 4, 4, 4, 2, 5, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2. And therefore, in terms of my interpretation of what you regarded as your urban context, that's how I determined my dimensions.
Can we therefore agree, Mr. Barker, and we'll let the inspector judge what's in the documents, but if one's looking at urban grain context in this area, there are plenty of examples of back-to-back or face-to-face windows at distances
Below 10 meters.
below 10 meters.
Potentially, yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Then where you cover in your proof sunlight and daylight issues, I just need to be clear because
Yes.
you haven't corrected your proof. Go back to your evidence, please.
Excuse me.
Got your proof of evidence? Sunlight and daylight, 3.7.1. You assert that the effects on sunlight and daylight, 3.7.1, are unacceptable. That's not the council's position, is it?
No, my position in that, and it goes from the first word, sir, and it's always helpful to read sentences alike. I recognise at the end the daylight sunlight is mentioned, overshadowing of Block C, overshadowing of Block C. In terms of the daylight sunlight, we agreed yesterday. I'm not into the calculations and the equations. I fully accept that, and we agreed that yesterday. The sentence starts with the most important word, overshadowing of Block C. Was my point there.
There's an overshadowing assessment as well, which also shows that it meets all the BRE guidelines.
The BRE guidelines, as have already been said several times in this, are flexible, and they can be applied on the, as they feel appropriate to the site, and that was gone over yesterday.
No, I know, Mr. Barker. Overshadowing, if you're using it, sorry, if you're using overshadowing in some different way, that's fine. There's a daylight, sunlight, and overshadowing assessment, isn't there?
Yeah, and I'm using overshadowing in a different way, as you just said. As I tried to explain yesterday,
right.
As a design tool, we would ask that fully scaled blocks and the included area, and I know they have this because it's in their design and access statement. They've got an electronic version of that citywide block thing. They could have easily placed blocks of their design onto this and demonstrated in terms of to the officers, or if they'd come to a design review, how the physical shadows were working around that site and their neighbouring context to allow us to understand what was happening.
Right, Mr. Barker, let's just try and assist the inspector. Daylight and sunlight is unacceptable. We can put a line through that, can't we? It's not part of the council's case, nor indeed any part of your.
No, because it's not a reason for refusal.
Yeah,
it's not a reason for refusal, but it's been weighed in the balance.
Well, it's not even weighed in the balance. The conclusion is that the results are good. Correct? Do you want to go back
your results say they're good, yes.
No, and the council's assessment of them in the committee report.
In the committee report, the officers reports they're good, yes.
Yes, and there's been no contradiction of that by the council members.
I don't know that the members are qualified to contradict that, sir. I don't know what the members have said. You just said,
well, I do. We do know what they've said because it's set out in their reasons for refusal.
And we've already said, sir, that in the reason for refusal, it's not mentioned.
Right. So there's no contradiction of the officer's assessment.
Well, if it's not in the reason for refusal.
All right. So can I put a line through that?
If you wish to put a line through daylight and sunlight, yes. Overshadowing.
No, I don't. It's not what I wish. I want you to be clear, Mr. Barker. Currently, the inspector's got evidence from you contrary to what your counsel has said is the council's case, that you're saying the impact on daylight and sunlight of this scheme is unacceptable. That is not what the council has said. It's not what your counsel has said. And you don't produce any evidence to demonstrate unacceptable daylight or sunlight effects on this scheme, do you?
Because that wasn't what my brief to do. No.
Right. So that's
But I was asked to form a professional judgment in terms of the impact on the context.
right. So can
Which
I
is
put
what
a
I've
line
done.
through that? It's be accurate. I can only ask you a certain number of times, Mr. Barker. If you don't want to be helpful, that's fine. If you want to give the inspector clarity as to what you're actually saying, that's also fine. It is fair to say that we should put. Well, what's the answer? Do I put a line through it or not?
Overshadowing.
I'm not
is
asking
only
you about
Yeah,
overshadowing.
but sir, if you'd let me finish, overshadowing can only be caused by a source of light. So if I just put overshadowing and didn't refer to the source of light, overshadowing from what would have been your question. So for it's relevant in terms of good English to define the source from which overshadowing occurs.
I still don't know what you're saying, Mr. Barker. Can I put a line through it or not? Do you want to answer the question?
No.
Right. So are you saying the effects on daylight and sunlight are unacceptable?
On the southern elevation.
No,
alone,
I'm not. Don't qualify the answer.
I'm not qualifying it.
Daylight.
Sorry, sir. I'm stating what's written in 3.71. Overshadowing of Block C on the southern elevation of 13 to 28 is unacceptable.
Where's the evidence for that, Mr. Barker? Where's your evidence for that? You've made a positive assertion that the effects of overshadowing on the southern elevation are unacceptable. Where is your evidence for that?
When you read the Aberson Young report,
yes,
they mention that there's going to be detrimental impact upon a number of windows, which they found acceptable in lighting terms. From an overshadowing point of view, taking what was written in the Aberson Young report, in my professional opinion, given that there's going to be adverse effects on certain windows below recommended levels, I can demise from that evidence that they've produced that the overshadowing caused by that elevation on the southern elevation of 13 to 28 is likely to be unacceptable because it's going to be in shade.
By what's the standard you're using?
My professional
we know.
experience.
Sorry, Mr. Barker. We know that the BRE sets standards, don't we?
Yes.
Which had to be applied flexibly.
No, they don't have to be applied. So it's guidance.
They don't have to be applied flexibly.
Well, they have to be applied flexibly.
That was my question to you,
Okay,
Mr. Barker. You seem
apologies.
just keen to disagree with me, whatever I say.
Let's just try not to talk over each other, please.
Apologies,
Let's
sir.
let one person finish
Yes.
before you try to give
Yes,
your answer. Otherwise, I can't really follow what's going on.
Okay, my apologies.
Right. I just need to know because it's important for the purposes of our case and also understanding whether the council's going outside its reasons for refusal. Just looking for clarity, Mr. Barker. Are you saying that the results which are being portrayed in the evidence show the results that the daylight and sunlight impacts on the properties are unacceptable?
What I'm saying is
Whether
on
you're
the
not
southern elevation of 13 to 28, the overshadowing impacts based on the information that I read from the Aberson Young report is unacceptable.
right. And what is the benchmark that you've used to reach that? What standard are you applying?
My own experience.
Nothing.
That's all I've got.
Nothing more.
That's all I've got. My own experience of having looked at this many, many times.
All right. Well, so I'll pick that up in the submission in due course, whether that's reasonable. Nothing else I need to, just to be clear, in reaching that view, Mr. Barker, I don't want to miss out. Is there anything I can question you about in relation to how you've reached that judgment? Any standard or, and you say it's your professional view. Anything I need to question you about that informs that?
I don't know if there's anything you need to, sorry, is there? I don't want to talk over you, but is there I don't understand your question. What are you asking
Yeah,
me?
I've got all the Addison Young results. I've got the BRE guidelines. We've had Mr. Kidd's evidence. We know what the council said, that it was just something to take into account. They weren't saying it was unacceptable. You're saying it's unacceptable. I just want to know if there's anything there by way of standards or policy or that I need to question you about. Something else there that has led you to reach the view it's unacceptable, whereas the council doesn't. Anything else?
No, unless you want to refer to 3.72, 3.7.2, where again that relates to 3.71, where they talked about.
Well, that's just quoting from the Addison Young
Yeah,
report.
but I feel for the inspector, this is, if you want to fully understand where I came to that initial, that almost a summary thought, whereas your Addison Young considered, because an existing building had been only placed a certain distance from the boundary, it was deemed a bad neighbour in daylight and sunlight terms, making them inordinately sensitive to changes in the massing opposite. Now, given that they're inordinately sensitive to the changes opposite, plus the numerical data and the conclusions that were reached in the Addison Young report with regards to daylight and sunlight, I felt, in my experience, I was more than entitled to reach a conclusion for myself from what I read from your documentation, that the overshadowing effect, therefore, on that bad neighbour.
I know you've reached that judgment, but I want to know any standard or application of the point that's being made there by the use of the word inordinately, Mr. Abaka, is the opposite to the point you're making. They're inordinately sensitive, i.e., it's not reasonable to assume that they're entitled to, because of the proximity, to the same in a reasonable assessment applied flexibly. So it's making the opposite point. But I don't want to get drawn into that, Mr. Barker. Is there anything else beyond the Addison Young document? We've got the Addison Young document. Any standard, the benchmark of applying the BRE guidelines flexibly, which has led to your view that the results are unacceptable, contrary to the council's view that they're good?
So I don't apply BRE standards. I've only taken information from the documentation I was provided.
You're not applying the BRE standard. Okay. Then on the privacy relationships, see if we can get through this. Can you just turn up CD 6.1, paragraphs 8165 to 8167?
6.1, you say?
CD 6.1, it's committee report, paragraphs 8165 to 8167.
8165.
This is dealing with the relationships of Block C and D.
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Much more helpful. Okay. Yes. Straight away.
Right. We've got the assessment of privacy outlook here and in other parts. There's reference in 8167, isn't there, by the council to condition 12, recommending details of obscure glazing with windows non-opening below 1.8 meters from floor level to the northern elevation of Block C and D, where windows are serving either private or communal hallways access, caused to limit the real and perceived levels of overlooking from the existing buildings of Perkin Close. Yes?
Yes.
And condition 12 is referred to in the committee report, isn't it, Mr. Barker?
Yes.
And condition 12 gives the ability to the council to control the details. Do you want to turn it up? It's in the same report, if it helps. So it's on page 78 of 97.
Yes.
Condition 12 gives power to the local authority to control in the details the window treatment, including sections and reveals, third bullet point, section
Yes.
A.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Balcony details and all privacy measures, including obscure glazing details, privacy screens, etc.
Yes.
And that's under clause A, and clause B, to support that, there is a requirement to provide detailed drawings at a scale of 1 to 20 of, amongst other things, window reveals and screening, privacy screens to balconies and obscure glazed windows, window frames, etc.
Yes.
And under this condition, the council is therefore able to control, as they've stated they would want to, the details of all of the windows and indeed details of obscure glazing, depth of reveals, and any screening measures. Correct?
Yes. There's something missing from here. My apologies. I'm looking at B. It talks about window frames and reveals. There's nothing about the council. Well, unless you, I mean, I think there's nothing that specifically says about opening details, but you could, I suppose, any other relevant details required. So it might be covered in that. So yes, by our terms.
Right. And
Yeah.
opening details, you could even specify that if
You could,
wanted.
yes. But
Yeah,
I just
right.
want to make sure they've covered themselves in terms of any other required details.
Right. So all of those matters are covered, and it's therefore open to the council in due course with those 1 to 20 drawings to approve or refuse those details to address any residual concerns there may be about privacy.
Actual.
No, it says actual and perceived.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but yeah. An officer, I'm sorry, cannot, none of these are physical detailing. Perceived overlooking is an emotional response by an existing resident in terms of their reaction to what has been potentially built in front of them. The officers cannot, with all of this control, determine how someone feels who's got an existing garden that has now got a massive 5-story bank of building in front of them. That is not controllable by the officers, so I'm sorry, it's not.
Right, Mr. Barker, let's just stick with what is controlled and not, rather than controlling the emotions of people. What is controlled, therefore, is actual privacy. Agreed?
Does this include the balcony, sir?
It does, yes. We just read it out to you. Balcony details. It's in
Yeah, I'm
condition
looking at
12.
it.
Well, you shouldn't be asking me,
No,
Mr. Barker.
no,
You're the one who's meant to be giving evidence on this on behalf of the council.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Why are you asking me these questions?
But
Do you know, have you read these conditions?
I have read the
Right,
conditions.
you
thank
know it controls balconies.
That's fine. I asked the question because it says balustrading.
No, it doesn't. It says balcony details.
Oh, no.
4.
No. I'm sorry. 12A.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4,
12A.
balcony details.
12A, balcony and balustrading treatment. So I was asking balustrading, not balcony.
Well, it's also balustrading treatment, but look at item 4 of the bullet points and item 5.
I am, in my opinion.
But anyway,
No. Let me answer the question, please. Thank you. Where such details require a significant change of height, if it's a balustrade, because you've asked me a question about whether it solves all the privacy issues. My concern is with the 5th floor balconies that are open to the sky.
Well, can we take it in stages? I was actually asking you about windows, but you're moving on to balconies. Let's just take, you say your concerns now about balconies. Can we just help the inspector?
Yes.
These control
Okay.
any actual privacy concerns
Okay.
in relation to all the windows, don't they?
No.
Right.
No. Because in order for a window, when it's opened, and there are openable windows in the kitchens and other windows we've identified in that northern elevation, even if they open less than 10 centimeters to give sufficient wind flow through to allow passive ventilation, you are going to be seen on the diagrams that you drew in ST16. There are going to be diagonal relationships with the amenity areas. Therefore, as soon as they're opened, as soon as they're opened, given the elevations that are drawn, you open a window slightly at an angle like that, or they're shown to open like that to the side, you're going to have a direct view, not a big distance, to the gardens.
Right, Mr. Barker, Mr. Barker, I'll let the inspector judge that. Can you just turn up the drawing, please? We were looking at the overlooking mitigation plan yesterday. It's the one with blue.
Yes,
it's
ST15.
It's ST16, sorry, of Mr. Tickle's appendices. 15, sorry.
15,
so 15,
yes,
15,
it's 15.
15.
I see it in my dreams. Where is it? Come here. This one.
And just see whether you're being reasonable, Mr. Barker, in your approach to design matters.
Sure.
All of the obscure glazing windows, they're controlled by condition 12. The details of them, they're all the yellow ones, aren't they? Including whether or not they open.
Yes.
So any actual privacy concern is controlled by condition 12.
Any privacy concern? No.
Right. So which is the window that you say can't be, the opening of it can't be controlled and would then cause a, just point it out to the inspector and cause an unreasonable relationship. Point it out, please, Mr. Barker, on the plan.
I'm answering your direct question. You said any.
Yes, I said any, and
Yes,
now you said no, that's
yes,
not
and I
right.
did,
So I'm
because
asking you to point out which.
Because, sorry, so you asked me any, right? We have talked about actual and perceived. If I agree with you on any, then the comment I've just made goes away, because the perceived impact on anybody in Perkins Close is still there, even whether windows are obscured or not. The perception of
Mr. But I'm going to have to stop you. I'm asking you about actual privacy impact.
Okay,
you were very clear about that, and now you're just mucking around.
No, you asked me a question about any.
Focus
you didn't put
on
the word
please.
Actual, sir.
I did. I asked you about actual. We were talking about actual privacy. I said the condition 12 controls all of these windows. You said no, because they could be opened, any opening. And I've asked you to identify which is the window of concern, which isn't controlled by condition 12 in terms of its opening, that actually is going to cause an actual privacy effect.
Sorry, my apologies. I deal with I listen to language and I answer language appropriately to how it's phrased. In terms of the window in the living room, block C, that is a window to have obscured glazing applied. It is
just so we're clear.
Sorry,
just so we're clear which one you're looking at, because I want to be very clear.
I will be as accurate as I can, sir. It's, as we looked at it yesterday, it's the one that has a dimension of 10.6.
Right.
It's in block C to the right of the circulation space.
Got you.
It is the one that has a balcony facing the commercial units.
Right.
Right. Okay. That is a window that, according to the colour scheme, is a living dining room kitchen window. Given as we're using, sorry, my experience of architectural plans, I haven't got their detailed drawings down with me. The kitchen's likely to be in that location somewhere, and maybe a table. Someone burns a bit of food, they're going to open that window as a first instinct. That window is only approximately 3.5 meters away from their boundary. As I said yesterday, there are no secondary privacy spaces in this area because Perkins Close doesn't have balconies of their own. Therefore, this is all their private communal space, and no arrangement in terms of landscape.
So I'm not asking you to go over the evidence, Mr.
Okay, sorry. So I've identified
just to
that
be
window.
clear,
That's
is that the only window we're talking about?
No.
Well, tell me which other ones.
Okay, you've got adjacent the other way to Block C. Again, there are 2 bedroom windows.
Those aren't obscured glazing on this plan. I'm asking about the secure glazing ones for the time being.
The other one, therefore, is the obscured one on, if you look at totally the other side, on Block D, on the other corner, that's with the boudoir. That also is in a bedroom. I take it that is an obscured window. Do we agree?
That's obscured, proposed for obscured glazing.
And therefore, although it has a window the other side, for cross-ventilation purposes, which is really perfect for this room, they could open that window.
Right. Those are the 2 windows, are they?
Those are the 2 windows that still cause me concern because they're openable.
Right. And as we've agreed, the method of opening is controllable by condition 12, isn't it?
Controllable, yes.
Right. So and just to be clear, sir, we don't think this is necessary. You can make your own judgment about that as to whether, but you can obviously control the way at which it opens. So for example, if it opens hinged that way, and the control aperture of its opening, it will not provide any ability to look onto the building, even if that were objectionable. That's right, isn't it, Mr.
No,
Buck?
it's incorrect. Sorry, I am an architect.
Right, so
let me demonstrate this the same way, if you wouldn't mind, sir. This is your window. If you flip it from that side, that is a straight line. Therefore, there's going to be a triangle there of open air that allows it to vent. You can see through, even if it's only openable to a degree of, let's for argument's sake say 10%. If you tend to hinge it from the bottom, as you just suggested, although the submitted drawings do not hinge it from the bottom, they hinge it from the top. Whichever way you hinge a window, in order for it to allow sufficient airspace in, ventilation,
Barker,
there's going to be an air gap.
I don't think we need to state the obvious.
Sorry,
we know how a hinged
I
window works,
yeah.
but are you saying that there's no way that it could be hinged?
No, sir. In my opinion, there is no way that could be hinged without actually seeing the outside.
But seeing the outside is not the question that would cause unacceptable overlooking.
Yes, because in order the views that they would directly have from that, whatever opening that would be to those private amenity spaces.
And what about just hinging it that way?
You would still have.
You see the sky?
No, sir. Windows you don't only look outward at a window. You look right through a full vista.
No,
view.
sorry, Mr. Barker, you're misunderstanding me. It's an obscure glazed window.
Yes.
If you were to,
Mr. Strawn, I think it's quite clear the position of Mr. Barker compared to the appellant. I can see the difference, and I don't think we need to spend too much more time.
Right. The same applies to, just to be clear, the bedroom windows, Mr. Barker, just to see what you're suggesting. As I understand it, the bedroom windows that you're expressing to be of concern are those 2 in the bedroom. The distance is shown as 11.5 meters to the 13 to 28 Perkin Close, correct?
Correct, yes.
The closest one. The inspector can come to a view on the extent to which, even if you stand at that window, you can see into the extent of the living room or kitchen of Perkin Close. But it's going to be necessarily, isn't it, an angled view? It's not a direct relationship.
It's an angled view, yes. There's
And
a
could draw
diagonal line on your drawing.
Well, you could draw a diagonal line, and it would probably intersect with the kitchen wall of the first window and the 10% part of the kitchen corner and the kitchen window. Correct? That's what in terms of loss of privacy, if that's were considered to be a concern, that's the extent of it, isn't it? That's right, Mr. Barker, isn't it? I'm not, as
No,
a matter
that-
of
I mean, yeah,
fact,
I-
as a matter of fact, that's the extent of the loss of privacy. If someone were to stand there,
From those 2-bedroom windows to inside, if they were to stand there, yes, that would be the windows they impacted.
no, that wasn't my question, Mr. Barker. It's an angle view, and their ability to see into that building, if they were to stand there and seek to do so, would be limited to that small portion of either room.
Oh, to that, the internal of the room?
Yes.
No.
Right. Well, so I'm going to leave. I'm not going to try and explore that, but I'll ask you to draw the mental lines on that. And Mr. Barker, insofar as the council or indeed the inspector had any concerns about that, that's covered by the window treatment condition. The details of the window, for example, the depth of the reveal. You could even have a small fin on the right-hand side if you really were concerned about the ability to see, which would further restrict the view.
If you were introducing those sorts of details,
Well, they're all covered by condition 12, aren't they?
specifically a fin to the side of the window?
Yeah. If you thought it were necessary, I mean, we don't. But if the inspector or the council thought it was necessary,
I think we can agree there's all sorts of additional things you can put onto an elevation to make it less intrusive, yes. If you were to add them as
yeah,
additions.
you
to
could
make it less
eliminate
intrusive.
the ability to have any view, even if you thought it was unacceptable by a relatively
So
minor.
until I saw the design, I don't know. But yes, I would agree. If they saw the design and felt it was relevant, then potentially yes. But unless I saw the design personally, I wouldn't know.
Right. And then finally, there are no concerns in relation to 29 to 44 in terms of the window relationships, as
No.
I've understood it. It's solely the ability for someone to look from the bedroom in Block D into the communal area, communal amenity space area.
Yes.
And again, 2 points on that. If there were a genuine concern, we don't think there is, but if there's a genuine concern, there's the ability to, again, have a window treatment which curtails views towards the right.
Sorry,
Correct.
was that a question?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I apologise. I thought you were making a statement.
No, I'm asking you to agree.
No, okay, sorry.
You could,
No.
in the detail of the window, because it's not, you can see where it is. It's actually looking at the end of 29 to 44. The communal area is the whole area in front of Perkin Close. If there were concerns, you could, again, I do emphasise, sir, we don't think this is unacceptable at all. But if the council were concerned, one could limit the ability to look towards the right with the sort of window detailing we're talking about. Correct?
Correct. Yes. I mean, they
And
keep
in
making
terms of whether this is an unacceptable relationship, that is a communal area which is overlooked currently, much more closely overlooked by 24 windows in Perkin Close itself.
Yes, as per guidance. As
Per guidance.
Yeah, the London, all London, if you look at housing design guidance or the National Design Guide, they always encourage overlooking of communal areas. We agreed this yesterday.
Absolutely.
So yes, it is overlooked by the own people that live in that block.
It doesn't say it has to be the own people, does it? That's
Well,
just that's your gloss. It's surveillance. Is a good thing. Correct?
I made my point clear on this yesterday.
Sorry, that's correct. It's your gloss that it should be there.
No, it's not
sorry,
my gloss.
Mr. Ubaka.
That's your interpretation. It's
Wait.
not my gloss.
There's nothing in the relevant planning policy documents you're just referring to dealing with surveillance, which says it should only be from windows of the block of Perkin Close or its equivalent, is there? Is there?
To protect
No,
privacy.
please, Mr. Rocker, mine's a very limited question. I'm not asking you for anything else. Have I misunderstood the policy?
Yes.
If I have, Can you
Yes, you
refer
have.
the inspector to that part of the policy which answers that question?
Let's have a look. Where's the National Design Guide? There we go. Just give me 2 seconds, sir. Sorry. Excuse me. My apologies, sir. Let me just get to the.
Are you coming to the end of this, Mr. Strawn?
Well, I'm happy to push on, but I don't want to be accused of cutting off the witness. So I mean, it's always difficult in these circumstances. So I mean, I'm happy to move on. I'm pretty sure there isn't any such reference, but Mr. Barker
P2,
thinks there is.
National Design Guides. I'd refer you to, sir.
D2.
P2, National
Which
Design Guide.
document are you looking at?
I'm looking at the National Design Guides, January 2021, CD 9.11. If you could please refer to P2. Sorry, it took me a while because I helped to draft this particular element, so I knew it was there.
Right, National Design Guide. What are we looking for?
You're looking at, if you want for the PDF so I can be helpful, it's page 35. As designers, we have a...
Sorry, which bit? Sorry.
Sorry, it's P2. It's P2. You've got P1 and you've got P2.
Yes, but
Provide well-designed spaces. No, sorry, you've asked me for a reference which can be referred to, and this is how I've interpreted it from this reference.
No, I asked you a much more specific question, Mr. Barker. You're going to throw me to some general design guidance. We were talking about surveillance. I said there's nothing in policy that limits surveillance to a building such as Perkin Close. And you said, no, that's not right.
Yes.
And you're referring me to somewhere which says it's not right. Which bit of this does that?
P2.
Yeah, which bit? Which bit? P2.
Well-designed spaces, public and shared amenities, feel safe for people who occupy the buildings around them and also for visitors and passers-by.
Yes, so that's all about buildings around.
Careful planning and design creates the right conditions for people to feel safe and secure without the need for additional security measures.
Yes.
So, and most policies within a local plan will refer to these national guidance documents as relevant for consideration.
Let's not have the surrounding material. Just which bit is it you're saying limits principles of surveillance to the existing building?
Oh, no, we were, sorry, sir, we were talking about 39 to 44. If we've had a misunderstanding, I apologise.
Yes, so
But
I
thought we were
don't,
talking
I
about the
don't think this
amenity
answers
space.
the question, does it? So let's move on, please, Mr.
Yeah,
Straw.
I thought we were talking about the amenity space, not the building.
We are talking about the amenity space.
Yes, and
Mr.
that's
Barker.
what I was
All right,
referring
so
to.
okay.
If we
Is
disagree,
that
we
it?
disagree.
Is that PT? Well, we've got a disagreement about what it means, but is that it, Mr. Barker?
That's one of the ones I was referring to. Yes,
And
that's what I was referring
in terms of the relationship between back-to-back buildings or buildings here, we're talking about a relationship of 16.4 meters.
Are we still in ST15? Sorry. Yes.
Yes.
16.4 meters. Yes.
Yeah, so insofar as bedrooms can look onto an amenity area currently enjoyed by a property, if one were building even in a suburban relationship, the yardstick of 18 meters between windows is used even when there's amenity space in between, isn't there? If I were building in a suburban street, I could put a window on the yardstick 18 meters behind an existing window, even though they're looking onto amenity spaces, back gardens, for example. Correct?
Sorry, I'm a bit. Are you talking about a theoretical?
No, I'm
rather than a
talking about an
specific?
actual. If I'm building a building,
Sorry, I thought. Are you referring to this scheme, or are you referring to a theoretical?
I'm
position
talking
of
about the
design?
yardstick of 18 meters to 21 meters.
But
It'd be
so
perfectly acceptable under
that
that
yardstick is no
yardstick.
longer used. It's contextual. If the context of that allows it, then yes. But it's contextual. That's why that yardstick is no longer applied.
Right. I'm going to move on, sir. And relationship with the Gurdwara, your proof of evidence dealt with Block D. I understand from your evidence that that concern's no longer being put forward, the balconies on Block D. Is that correct?
There was a letter to that effect. Yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
that's fine. What you raised, however, in that, if you turn up your proof, was the potential for a design that would have privacy screening on the edges of the balcony and returning around the edge of the balcony. See the illustrations in your proof of evidence.
Figure 11, are you referring to that?
I believe-
Page 23?
Let me just check. That's what it is.
Figure 11, examples of privacy screening for Block D.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's what you were referring to. You could have privacy screens.
Those are examples of the type you could
Yes,
use.
those types of privacy screens that apply to Block D that you were raising would be controlled by condition 12 if anyone thought them necessary.
Yes.
Yes. And they would apply to Block A if anyone thought them necessary.
Yes.
So that there's the ability under condition 12 for the council to require privacy screenings for the balconies on Block A on the elevation of the balcony that faces the Gurdwara and the ceremonial area. Are you all right, Mr. Barker?
Sorry, yeah, my foot's cramped.
No,
yes.
that's fine. You're okay.
No, yeah, I'm fine to continue. I'll
You sure?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So that all I'm exploring with you, Mr. Barker, is a matter of principle. If contrary to what the council officers think is acceptable and the appellants think are acceptable, the Gurdwara, for example, are concerned about the ability to view the Gurdwara itself or the main ceremonial area in front of it. There's the ability to impose, under condition 12, details of the balcony to have privacy screening of the type you suggested for Block D.
Yes, that's why I suggested it here.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Strawn. Can I just seek some clarification on that point, because it was picked up in evidence in chief. Are you suggesting that these sort of screens should be applied to Block A or not?
Oh, I specifically here, I was just suggested to Block D, not to Block A. Sorry, sir.
If you look at page 24 of your proof, it seems to suggest that you're seeking them on Block A.
Block A, the figure 12 is Winter Gardens.
Well,
that's a slightly different thing, sir.
It says all privacy screens. If you want to read those paragraphs, I just want clarity really as to whether you're suggesting
let me just. Yes. 3.66.
Well, 3.67, as winter gardens with openable sections ought to have full height privacy stroke acoustic screening.
Yeah, in that respect, so I was referring to the screening being glass in terms of the elevation. So, and hence I put an example of what I thought that screening could be.
Yeah.
So are you suggesting it for block A or not?
But in that they could also apply the obscuring to that if they so required. But the screening that I was referring to specifically in that note was referable to the diagrams below that in figure 12, just for clarity.
Right. Are you suggesting that these privacy screens of some sort should be applied to block A or not?
Yes.
Well, whatever it says here, are you suggesting it? You are.
Yes, I am. Yes. Yes.
Right. And
Well, I was going. Thank you, sir. That's how I'd understood that reference at 3.6.7, Mr. Barker. That type of privacy screening is controlled by condition 12, isn't it? That you're seeking.
In figure 12 now.
Condition 12.
Yes.
of
Sorry.
committee
Condition 12.
report.
Apologies. If it comes to winter gardens,
No, I'm not talking about winter
no.
gardens.
Let me finish,
Oh.
because it's depends what's regarded as a major or minor modification to an elevation. The type of screening I'm suggesting for block A are the winter garden types that could be fitted comfortably behind the proposed low-level screens. Hence the pictures that I've specifically located. Now, that could be considered a major modification to. And I'm not a planner, but it could be considered a major modification to elevation. So I'm not sure under that condition whether such a major modification using winter screens to that elevation could be covered by that. I'm not a planner, so I don't know, but they might decide
All right.
that
Well,
such a
if you
modification.
don't know, then don't,
Yeah,
don't speculate.
I don't know. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
subject to what you don't know, Mr. Barker.
Because I'm not.
And leave
planning
aside
officer
winter
here.
gardens for the moment. What you're suggesting in relation to condition block D, also I understand you to be suggesting for block A in answer to the inspector's questions.
In block A, yes, you could use the same type,
Yes,
but I'm suggesting winter
I
gardens
know.
specifically.
I
for
know
block
we
A.
don't think winter gardens are necessary. I'm not talking about winter gardens now. I'm talking about full height privacy screening along the edge of the balcony on the right-hand side of it, looking north towards the Gurdwara. Yes?
If you want to use the same screening, yes.
I say if I want to. The
So
council has the ability to require it.
If the council required the same type of screening to be applied on the corner and for a distance that was relevant to provide absolute privacy, yes.
Well, absolute privacy then becomes, but just looking at it in this way, helpfully, I hope, Mr. Barker, there's the ability to the council to require screening to the edge of the balcony, both looking towards the Gurdwara and for whatever distance they consider necessary or appropriate along the front of the balcony, in the way that you've illustrated for block D.
Yes.
And that would have the effect of course, if someone leans out the balcony, except you can see rounding, but it would have the effect of screening the Gurdwara and the area that's said in Mr. Adan's evidence to be the main area or ceremonial area where they conduct the ceremonies. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Amenity space, please, Mr. Barker. I'm trying, again, I'm going to try and deal with this quickly, but see if we can, maybe we can't. I'd understood your evidence in chief, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, that when you were looking at the relevant context, you were agreeing that amenity space shortfall for a site like this can, in principle, potentially be made up as the council identified in the report, by off-site open space in an appropriate case.
Yes.
And you were also identifying that for a site of this kind, fairly, you're identifying, Mr. Barker, a site of this kind, which is providing a school, it's in a sustainable location, urban area, that may well be an appropriate response, subject to your concerns about safe access.
I didn't make that assertion, but yes, you could have an off-site allocation given what's going on this site.
To make up for the shortfall in this.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And therefore your concern, I think, related to the safety of the routes, which you say, and the illustration of the routes, which you say hadn't been explored.
Yes.
But subject to that, if the routes are safe, and I know you say that they haven't been looked at, I can make submissions about that, but if the routes are safe, your concern dissipates.
If the routes are made safe.
Yes. For this scheme.
If this scheme specifically fully contributes to the need to make those routes safe.
Yes. And the question of safety is a matter outside your expertise, isn't it?
No.
You're an expert in.
I'm a chartered fellow of the Institute of Highways and Transportation.
Oh, okay. Have you identified any unsafe crossings?
No.
No. Okay. And just doing. I don't know who to ask. I'm rather anticipating this is for Mr. Ringer. The calculation of amenity space, the areas in question. I'm going to ask Mr. Ringer about it. I know you've given some evidence about it. I don't want to duplicate the questions. Can we agree, Mr. Barker, that as a matter of principle, the council should be adopting a consistent approach to the way they calculate amenity space for this scheme as for all other schemes?
I can't comment on behalf of the council. I'll leave that to my colleague, Mr. Ringer, to answer.
Sorry.
I can't comment to council policy. Sorry, I can't.
No. I was just asking you to agree they should be applying a consistent approach.
If in my opinion, they should be applying a contextually consistent approach.
Well, contextually consistent.
I.e., as you've pointed out earlier, sir, each scheme on its merits must be judged, not just a consistent approach, because the very language you used requires them to just.
All right, there's a dispute between us, Mr. Ubark. I say us, as in the appellant and the council, as to what spaces you include in the amenity space calculation. Are those best put to Mr. Ringer or to you?
Mr. Ringer.
Right, I just want to be clear, so I'm going to reserve that to Mr. Ringer. So subject to the dispute about how you actually calculate those spaces, and the point about safety of the routes to offsite, which I'll ask Mr. Ringer about also. Can we also agree, as I think you were accepting, that in the context here, it is relevant to take account of what this site would provide in terms of amenity space provision, i.e. the access to a multi-use games area?
Sorry, could you expand that question to whom? To the.
It's relevant in the context of considering the overall acceptability of amenity space provision, not just to consider off-site contributions as we talked about, the actual space on site, but also that this scheme delivers for the residents and the wider community a multi-use games area. It's relevant, isn't it?
It's my understanding, sir, that this multi-use area isn't being delivered for the residents, and it's also my understanding, if I'm wrong, correct me, that that won't be delivered for free. They'd have to book it, and that booking might have a charge.
Right. Mr. Barker, can you just answer my question? It's relevant to an assessment of the acceptability of this scheme to take into account the provision of a multi-use games area.
It is relevant as long as you weigh the reality of them having an ability to actually use that space.
Right. So it's subject to the community use agreement terms. It's relevant. And indeed, Mr. Barker, I think it's clear in policy, isn't it, when one talks about amenity space, particularly for the over 12-year-olds in the London plan, that multi-use games areas are actually positively identified as a beneficial type of amenity space for that age group.
Oh yes, absolutely. When they're in an openable, free area.
Well, when you say openable and free, that's not actually what it says in the policy, is it?
But let's be clear. We're talking about this
Sorry.
design. This design has a Muga that is within the school, that is locked up and secure. And if I read the DAS incorrectly, I apologize. But my understanding was that the local community, not only the residents, but the local community would have access to this Muga that is locked up and secure. The Mugas that are referred to in that policy are generally placed into open playing fields.
Right.
Not
So-
always, but in this instance, that's
Right.
why I always use the word contextual.
So for someone who emphasizes how carefully they listen to the language, Mr. Barker, can you listen to the language? Of my
Yes, of
question?
course I can.
I said subject to the details of the community use agreement. You made your point about that. Subject to that, the principle of a multi-use games area for use by 12-plus-year-olds is something positively encouraged in policy, isn't it?
Yes.
And that would be
No,
beneficial subject to the community use agreement terms, not just for these residents, but the locality.
Yes.
It would be a benefit subject to the terms of the community use
Subject
agreement
to the terms.
for not just the residents of this scheme, but for all residents in the locality.
Subject to the terms.
Yes. So subject to, you don't ever say yes subject to the terms, but can I take it you're saying yes subject to the terms?
Subject to the terms, yes.
I'll satisfy myself with subject to terms yes rather than yes subject to the terms. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Barker.
Thank you. Mr. Furr, any re-examination, please?
Are you okay, Mr. Buck, to go on?
Yeah, it's fine. I can't stop the cramping. I'm fine.
Okay. Okay, well, be quick.
That's fine, don't worry,
stretch.
don't worry.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall that yesterday it was put to you that there was this PPA and the appellant and the council had access to design professionals and planning professionals and
Yes.
then you were taken to the officer's report and it was said, well, the design professionals had no outstanding concerns. They may have raised things in pre-app, but by the time of the application, they were happy. Do you recall?
Yes,
Okay.
I recall that, yes.
Okay, could I ask you please just to turn up core document 7.1, which is the design, hang on, let me get the wording right. The urban design and heritage comments from the council on the actual application. So this is not pre-app, this is on the application as received.
One.
Looks like that one. It's a table.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
that looks like the right
Yes.
one. Right, I'm looking at it on the PDF, but I'm hoping, but yeah, the pages are the same. So can I ask you please to turn to the second page,
Yes.
PDF 2 also, and I think it's the penultimate bullet point.
Which
My
column?
note. Yeah, sorry. Let me explain how it works. The earlier comments, the earlier columns are, look, there's PPA 1 comments and then PPA 2 and then PPA 3 comments. And the final
Yes.
comment you'll see at the top right is planning application. Start on the first page, sorry. Start on the first page, Mr. Becker. I think you're,
Yes.
yeah, can you see on
Yes.
the first page, on the right-hand column, it's planning application.
Yes.
So these are the design officer's comments on the planning application.
Yes.
Okay, so then in the right-hand column, second page,
Yes.
penultimate bullet point, The design officer's comments, concerns remain with massing and form of C and D. North elevation feels quite oppressive due to its length and uniform height. In addition, the lack of articulation or breaks in the brickwork with glazing or opening heights, the sense of it being a continuous wall. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And how does that design officer's comments on the application sit or compare with your own views on the massing of block C and D and their impact?
I would completely agree with them.
Okay. Thank you. Could you turn to page 6, please?
Yes.
I think it's the 6th bullet point it should be. Does it say communal amenities space area? Do you have that one? Sorry, let me
Is that
help you.
page 6 or the 6th?
It should be page 6. Let me do a search for it. Hang on. It's quite difficult to find. I think it should be, if my note is correct, page 6 and the 6th bullet point. Let's just have a look at that. No, my note doesn't seem to be correct. Let me just find it. Bear with me, apologies. Sorry, it's the 5th page.
Okay.
And there are indentations, and it's the 6th indentation. They're not bullet points. Do you see their little dashes?
Yes.
Okay. Communal amenity space areas deficient despite calculations shown. Areas counted as communal amenity in block C and D are mainly circulation routes.
Yes.
Through to entrance and around play areas. These don't constitute meaningful communal amenity space. In addition, communal amenity area counted between blocks A and B consists of the entrance area to the amenity space, which again couldn't be used for any meaningful amenity. We suggest increasing size of private amenity spaces to make up for that. Okay. How does that concern about those circulation routes and their counting towards the communal amenity?
It's a good note, and I'd completely agree with it.
Okay, thank you. Could you turn, hopefully my reference is correct, to PDF page 10 and to the 4th bullet point?
Yes.
Okay, that should say, if my note is correct, both courtyards are largely dominated by play areas. Do you have that? It might be part way down, that bullet.
On page 10.
Should be, yeah.
Bullet?
Should be the 4th, if my...
No, that says
No.
residential courtyard.
Residential courtyards are framed by the blocks, which ensure they have good
All right,
overlooking
sorry.
and passive surveillance.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Is that
Yeah.
bullet point? It's just not the beginning
Yeah.
point. Okay. So both courtyards are largely dominated by play areas and lack sufficient area for other residents' amenity.
Yes.
Northern courtyard dedicates the bottom left corner to natural play features, but design of the rest of the space doesn't seem to allow flexibility of use for general communal amenity, people to sit and gather or have a picnic. And then there's a reference to check DLSL. Central space of the southern resi courtyard solely dominated by play space. It's good this provides doorstep play for residents with children, but for other residents, the offer is poor. And then just on the same point, same page, penultimate bullet point.
Mm-hmm.
Deficiency in general community amenity space, areas counted as amenity when they're really just access. What's the offer for residents who don't have children or for...
Yes.
Okay. How does that compare with your...
I would completely agree.
Okay, thank you. Now, the officer's report is then written by a planning officer.
Indeed.
And you explained yesterday your view as to the exercise carried out by the planning officer. But to what extent do these comments indicate that whether the design officer did have some outstanding concerns with the application? Don't worry about turning that up, Mr. Becker. So the comments we've just looked at are from the design officer.
I don't see them represented in the
Okay.
in the final report. No.
Okay. Thank you. Were you aware of the officer's report, and did you read it prior to accepting your instruction on this
I
case?
read the officer's report, yes.
Okay. Is the fact that you have a different professional opinion to the planning officer something that you regard as unusual or remarkable?
No, it's not unusual or remarkable, no.
Okay, thank you. The ability to control windows through condition 12, please.
Yes,
If permission is granted, no need to turn the condition up.
so
If permission's granted and this scheme is built, officers, when they come to consider the details that they approve, they'll have a number of matters to weigh up. They will have to think about the living conditions of the new residents in Block C and D, and they'll have to think about the living conditions and privacy of the residents of Perkin Close. Okay, what, if any, certainty is there in your view that they will choose to prioritise the privacy of the Perkin Close residents and require windows in C and D to be fixed, closed, or to be only openable to certain degrees?
I have a low confidence.
And why is that?
Because there's so many adjustments to this scheme and requirements that it might slip.
Okay, and what comment, if any, do you have about the necessity for these interventions and what they indicate about the design?
For a design that has been described as high quality, all of these suggested adjustments for me are very clear that this scheme hasn't properly considered its context and responded to it.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I ask you to turn up core document 10.2.3, which is the Shaping Neighbourhoods SPG? 10.2.3.
I knew you were going to ask me for something that I hadn't downloaded.
Would it help if we emailed it to you, if you haven't quite downloaded it yet? Should be coming your way shortly.
Thank you.
Whilst Mr. Ubaka's looking for that, the point that we just touched on about conditions controlling matters, windows and things, if there are specific, I'm expecting the conditions to be updated as a
Yes,
result
so
of what we've
certainly.
heard. So if there are specific matters like screens or direction of windows, then I'm expecting the council to have suggested those as conditions.
Sure. Would it be easy if I just read the relevant part?
If you could, please, that would probably speed this up.
All right. I think I've noted it correctly, but for reference, it's PDF page 73 and it's paragraph 4.42. 4.42, yeah. So forgive me, I've written it down on a separate document, so I hope it's accurate. Mr. Ubaka, it says this. It says, integration of amenity and play space into high density housing and mixed use development will require the following design issues to be resolved. And the first is ensuring that all publicly accessible and communal open spaces benefit from a degree of overlooking and natural surveillance. Okay, just bear that in mind for a moment.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, then I'm going to just refer to another document, which is the Housing SPG. And don't worry about turning it up. I'll read it to you. It's called document 10.2.9. And it is paragraph 2.3.36. Let me get you the reference. Okay, so Mr. Ubaka, there's some text. It's not one of the standards, but there's some text at 2.3.36.
Yes.
of the housing SPG that explains that privacy is an important consideration in the design of private open space. Now, the open space at Perkin Close is communal, but you've made your point about that being their only space.
Yes.
Now, we've seen from the first extract that natural surveillance is a good thing.
Yes.
And we've seen from the second that privacy, it refers to private amenity space, but we've heard what you've said. What does that tell you about the point Mr. Strachan was putting to you, that you're putting a gloss on? Actually, it's good for all private amenity spaces to be subject to any sort of overlooking or
I
surveillance.
wasn't talking about private amenity space, Mr. Fur.
Sorry, amenity
Communal,
space.
communal amenity
Yeah,
space.
communal amenity space, Mr. Ubaka.
Thank you. The point was, I made the point very clearly that because the residents of Perkins Close have no private balconies, that such a space should be regarded as private communal area. So there's a degree of privacy that needs to be designed into it to allow them, because it's the only space they've got, to be private within it. Now, there's a presumption always that the community themselves that live in a building, as has been expressed by certain witnesses that live in the buildings here, get to know each other, and therefore they're comfortable with seeing what everybody does in that communal space. Because
Understood.
But for new people, no.
Okay. Do you have the London Plan Policy D6 there?
Yes.
And that's core document 10.1.11.
Yes.
And it's the table 3.2, which sets out various things that development should achieve.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Let me actually. It's 10.1.2. Let me get you the page.
There's only 7 pages in it. So.
Yeah. Okay, it's the table. Do you have the table? So the table begins on page 6.
Right, because there were 2 tables. That's why.
Oh, sorry. Table 3.2.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
The third entry, Roman numeral 3, the site layout, orientation and design of individual dwellings and, where applicable, common spaces should provide privacy, leave aside daylight, provide privacy to common spaces. How does that accord with the view that you just expressed about the difference between overlooking from particular development and then overlooking other people's?
It's an absolute accord.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ubaka. Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Ubaka.
Thank you, sir.
We'll take a break at this point, but before we do, we'll just pick up on the programme and timings from here on. It's looking very likely that we're not going to get past Mr. Mannering today, and that it's probably better to leave planning witnesses all till November. So have you had any word on your availability, Mr. Strachan?
So yes, in a sense, I haven't been released for the 16th yet. There's a prospect of it happening. We had a discussion as to if it doesn't happen, what then? The current view is subject to you to what you think, but certainly that we felt reasonably confident that we can deal with the planning witnesses, potentially the section 106 and planning obligation in the 2 days that are 14th and 15th. And then insofar as if I'm not available on the 16th, then we could either deal with closing submissions in a number of different ways. One would be exchange in writing, or alternatively, some timetable which allowed me to written the bulk of them and someone else to deliver the appellants, but with an opportunity for me to see what the council and Rule 6 parties were saying before that that's finally delivered. And I don't know how that.
When do you think you're going to find out your availability for the 16th?
I expect not. I expect not finally until September. And the reason it's not in my control, otherwise I'd do something more. It's the parliamentary authorities that set the sitting dates of the select committee, and try as I might, you try and persuade MPs to tell you in advance when they're going to sit. It would be difficult to do that. So I don't know is the exact answer.
Okay.
But I'm relatively hopeful, but I can't. I just can't give you any guarantee. So
Understood. Okay. Well, there's the option that you've set out.
Yeah.
But let me just ask about the 13th, the Monday, which we don't usually sit on, but could advocates be available to sit on the afternoon on that?
that is going to be more challenging than the 16th, because what is almost a given is the select committee sits on Monday afternoons from about 3 o'clock to late, and so I'd be that's a much more unlikely prospect for me. The 16th is more likely. I'm sorry, it sounds as if I'm the fly in the ointment, but it's just I'm afraid that.
And the 17th was you were going to look at that as well as that.
That
all
would be the
part of
same principle. See, I would say that the 16th is a much more likely release, and possibly the 17th as well. But if we could get the 16th, we won't need the 17th. I can try and speed it up, so we maybe even get a bit more definitive answer earlier, but it's not proving definitive. But if
Okay,
I'll see what I can do this afternoon.
yes, I'll give that some thought over the adjournment, and if advocates all are in agreement that we should be able to deal with all the evidence on the 14th and 15th, then at least that only leaves the closing submissions and the conditions section 106.
And we will work on those in interim, sir, and hopefully that will shorten that session when we come to it.
So
Right.
there is obviously the question of the site visit as well. Now, I haven't yet been able to take instructions on this, but I believe that it may be that the week that you're up for our further hearings is the week when the flag raising ceremony is held, in which case it would obviously be useful for you to observe some of that, but I'll try and establish exactly when that is, so that if that is the case, we can try and accommodate that.
Right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, we'll take an adjournment at this point, and then we'll come back to hear from Mr. Mannering. Okay. We'll adjourn till 11:25. Right, okay, let's resume then, please. I don't want to prolong the discussion too long about programming, but I am keen for the inquiry not to drag on past the November dates that we'd set, if at all possible. I've had a look at my diary, and there's a few days that I could be available to do at least a day of evidence. So if I give you those, and then during the adjournment at lunchtime, you could coordinate whether you could be available. So the 30th or 31st of August, and the 1st or the 5th of September.
I can tell you now, sir, that I'm not available for any of those dates, so
Right.
that might be problematic.
Okay. Right. We'll come back to that then. Right. Okay, Mr. Strong, would you like to introduce your witness then, please?
Thank you very much, sir. You'll need his proof of evidence and rebuttal. There are a lot of drawings, obviously, so I think we may be able to manage using the design and access statement and or smaller versions in Mr. Mannering's proof. But if you want at any stage to look at the larger drawings, don't hesitate to say, and we'll get them out. So, Mr. Mannering, I'll just introduce you to the inquiry. You're Lee Mannering, is that correct?
I am, that's correct.
You're a founding partner and design director of Architecture Initiative Limited.
Yes.
You've overseen the design of over 200 projects across all RIBA stages. You've got extensive experience in dealing with education-led mixed-use developments in urban settings. And you refer to the number of awards won by the practice in relation to such projects, including the Fulham Boys School of 2021. You're a member of the Royal Institute of British Architects.
Correct.
You're on the Architects Registration Board.
Correct.
You have a postgraduate diploma in RIBA Part 3 and postgraduate diploma in Part 2 RIBA and a Bachelor of Arts degree in Architecture.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Mannering, in your experience, you explain that you, in relation to Architecture Initiative, have been involved in 3 recent or more recent relevant projects for Located. That's the government-related body for the Department of Education, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned the delivery of the Fulham Boys School, a 900 pupil school with residential provision and police station, if anyone wants to visit.
That's correct.
The Arc Zone Academy, 2,000 place school and 117 residential homes, and Kingston House, a 420 place school and residential homes. Correct?
Correct.
And for these purposes, just to assist, and Ms. Mannering, perhaps you can confirm this, we're going to concentrate on specific design matters that have been raised or are an issue in the inquiry. Of course, there's plenty of other features of the design which we could explore, but I'm not going to do so unnecessarily, including relating to the design of the school. But I don't understand there to be any issue, Mr. Mannering, with the architectural design of the school.
I don't believe there is any issues with that, no.
Thank you. So we're going to, and I'm going to leave aside, Mr. Mannering, questions of noise and acoustics, which we've heard about already, daylight, sunlight, and overshadowing similarly, and definitions in planning policy. Is that a sensible thing to do?
I think so. We've covered a lot this week.
Can I just say, Mr. Mannering, you're very softly spoken, and
Oh,
I'm
am I?
struggling
Sorry.
over here, which means that you may be struggling a little bit at the back.
Is that
Sorry.
better? I like to think it's better.
Well, can we then just begin with a brief summary? You provided much more detail in the design access statement, but can you just give me a brief summary of the pre-application and then application process that was followed in this case?
Yeah, so the project's had a long history, approximately 5 years. Up until 2020, Located engaged with the council to explore a mix of residential and school design options. They had 3 pre-application meetings with the council. The designs were developed without input of a developer or multi-academy trust at that time. The council stressed the importance of it being an education-led scheme, and the design should reflect this. These comments were captured in the pre-app responses 1, 2, and 3. In May 2021, A2 Dominion and Orchard Hill Multi-Academy Trust were brought on board, which obviously included Architecture Initiative and a full team of professional consultants and specialists.
I think they're identified, that full team's identified in the start of the design and access statement, Mr. Mahoney.
It is, yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. The A2 Dominion team, professional team, undertook an extensive consultation process regardless of COVID-19. Oh no, sorry. Having reviewed the work completed by the previous architects, we then re-engaged with a further 3 pre-application meetings with the council. A PPA was agreed, and we finally submitted the planning application on October 2021. The A2 Dominion professional team undertook extensive consultation regardless of the COVID-19 pandemic, including 2 public consultations held in June and July in 2021. 3 newsletters were circulated to circa 2,500 to 3,500 residents and businesses. There was 4 specific meetings online and in person with the Gurdwara and a members briefing meeting. All this is captured in the statement of community involvement.
That is CD 1.3.18, I believe. And there's been, just if I can deal with it shortly, but you can explain more if necessary, Mr. Mannering. There's been expressions of concern that you and the appellant didn't have an understanding of how the Gurdwara functions on a day-to-day basis on its site. Can I just get you to respond to that? Do you consider that to be a valid criticism?
No, we felt we had a fairly good understanding of the day-to-day operations of the Gurdwara.
Thank you. And just then turning to the principles that you've applied in relation to the scheme design and your approach, can you just briefly give an overview of the scheme design and how you've gone about it?
Yeah, so we reviewed the work undertaken by the previous design consultants, as I said, for pre-apps 1, 2, and 3. We agreed with their approach in principle and with the officer's detailed comments, and we continued to evolve that design. The A2 Dominion professional team had a full team of technical consultants feed into the design process at this point, so acoustics, daylight, sunlight, contractors, etc. The DAS has probably got a good starting point for this.
Yeah, we try not to use too many shorthands. Design and access statement, but yes, CD 1.3.2. No, it's fine. I know people simplify it to DAS frequently.
So
just whether members of the public follow what that is, but yes.
Anyway, the design and access statement, CD 1.3.2, I think is you want to refer
yes,
to.
page 38.
Page 38.
Page 38 gives it's a proposed master plan, the strategic layout of the site, which is, in simplistic terms, it's got a large square in the center for the school, and then the 2 bookended residential sites. The brief at this stage, from our perspective, was for a 90-place SEND school to accommodate pupils of social, emotional, and mental health difficulties. The school needs to be Building Bulletin 104 compliant, which is the building bulletins are the government guidelines on design guidance for special education needs schools. It also needed to meet the school-specific brief set out by the Multi-Academy Trust, Orchard Hill. The brief was for the school to be separate from the residential developments, to be able to be built separately. It's more of a construction sequencing requirement. It was to be an education-led approach to the site, bookended with residential development that shields the school from the noise of Hanworth Road and the Thompson Road Light Industrial Park. And then to optimize the areas not required for education purposes to deliver residential homes and affordable homes. which is as a well-connected high PTAL site, brownfield site, I completely agree with.
PTAL being the public transport accessibility level we've discussed already. Yep. Now, we could travel over a lot of the pre-application discussions, Mr. Mannering, if so desired, but I'm not going to do that necessarily now. The pre-application responses in relation to the proposal, I think, begin at CD 13.4 and 13.5 and 13.6, where A2 Dominion and the Academy were putting forward, or you were putting forward scheme designs which were the subject of comment.
Yes, that's correct.
Just to be clear, Mr. Mannering, when the appellant entered into the planning performance agreement it did in June 2021, or is it April? I'm sorry, Mr. Ringer in his evidence refers to it as June. But, and during those pre-application meetings, those responses from June 2021 onwards, was there any suggestion by the council that the application or the designs being proposed should be subject to a design review panel?
No, not at all.
We've seen the references to earlier in 2020 and preceding that. Was that request made in respect of the designs that you produced?
No.
And so far as the comments you're receiving back under the planning performance agreement, so far as you're concerned, did the council provide comments on all of the relevant design issues, be it privacy, outlook, massing, amenity space, or indeed anything else?
Yeah, they provided extensive feedback on all those matters.
And can we just pick up on the these are dealt with in more detail by Mr. Tickle, but in terms of what's delivered, obviously we've got the school itself and the residential development that's designed, but by reference to the master plan, can you just please outline, Mr. Mannering, what you regard as the features of the scheme which you consider to be beneficial?
To the community and to the public?
Yes, beyond the obvious ones we've discussed about the school and housing and affordable housing.
Yeah, so I think page 39 on the design and access statement has got a good overview of a site plan. You can see the pavement upgrades to Hanworth Road, the new pedestrian crossing.
Can you, sorry, just slow down because we haven't spent any time on those.
Sure.
But so the pavement upgrades on Hanworth Road and
so the entire
crossing.
building line has been set back to be in line with the prevailing streetscape, and therefore the extended public realm area is all to be re-landscaped.
So that's running along Hanworth Road itself.
Correct.
Where Block A and Block B are. Yes, thank you. And then you mentioned Clarence Terrace. Can you just explain what's going on there as compared with existing?
So Clarence Terrace is a incredibly narrow street. At the moment, when the inspector goes there, the hoarding is directly on the hard up against the road itself. There's no pavement on the side of the site. So we've sought to step all the buildings back along that prevailing kind of eastern edge to create an extensive public realm, and pedestrian safety have been at the sort of paramount.
Thank you. And that, I think, continues up towards Thompson Road as well.
Yeah, all the way along the entire of the eastern boundary of the site, or northeastern boundary of the site.
Thank you. And
in addition to that, there's obviously 180 square meter sports hall with changing facilities, which is intended to be open to the community. There's a 594 square meter multi-use games area, Muga. There's 1,757 square meters of external play space, which is intended to be opened up to the community as well, along with the car parking spaces and the minibus bays, which are accessible directly on foot from the Gurdwara car park itself, with a dedicated gate entrance in their boundary wall to be used as overflow car parking.
Thank you. And then leave aside the, well, I won't go through the pre-application material in any detail at this stage. The committee report, CD 6.1, to which we made reference, comments on all sorts of things, but includes comments in relation to the design of the overall scheme. And I just want to touch on some of those matters in the context of what you're covering, leave aside noise and sunlight, daylight and matters of that kind. Can you just please give me your view as to the ultimate conclusion of the council on various matters that were the subject of detailed evolution?
Yeah, there's some, it's outlined in my proof of evidence, but there's some 25 or so fairly, well, very strong, compelling statements which are in support of the scheme and the design of it. I don't want to read all of them out, but I think some of them are quite relevant. Blocks A and B create a strong residential frontage along Hanworth Road, helps increase density whilst remaining sensitive to the character and scale of the surrounding context. The overall heights are felt to be comfortable and an appropriate response to the context. The proposals create a new urban block with a good balance of built form and open space. The density is considered comfortable in the context, as building blocks typologies have been used, creating variety and scale and character. The quality of accommodation in terms of outlook, privacy and aspect is all of a high quality. The western elevation of Block A, overlooking the car park area of the Gurdwara, has generous window proportions arranged in a calm fashion. The use of protruding brick detailing beneath the windows, soldier courses and parapets would be of a high quality and an acknowledgement to the Victorian history of the site. The overall quantum and quality of private amenity space for the homes is considered acceptable. The amenity courtyards provide an attractive, usable space that would create good amount of daylight with high levels of passive surveillance and ensure they would be safe and attractive places to use. And then lastly, there's the proposed buildings have been sensitively designed in a response to the surrounding context, in particular the adjacent Gurdwara. So as architects, we were incredibly happy with that kind of feedback from the council, validating all the hard work that not just ourselves, but all the professional consultants put in.
Right. Can I, and just on that note, Mr. Obaka in re-examination was referred to a document CD 7.1. Don't know if you've got that available. And I think he was taken to little bits of it. Can I just ask you to turn it up and see if the way it was put to him was a fair way of characterizing it. So have you got CD 7.1? So this document, as I've understood it, Mr. Mannering, is a document that, if you see from the heading, contains lots of previous comments. So it's, if you see, they start in May 2020 and then work their way up to 18th of May 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
So
it's a design comments tracker.
Design comments tracker. So it's actually quite difficult to, well, I think it's impossible to track when the comments were made, save for some of the most recent comments on subsequent amendments. So you won't be able to tell, I don't think, whether, tell me if I'm wrong, whether the comments originally made on the 15th of May 2020, I think you can do it by reference to PPA 1, PPA 2, PPA 3, and then planning application. So if you look at everything on the right, it's then comment on the planning application. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you try and work out on the right in the black text which comments were made on the 24th of December or the 18th of May, I think you'll struggle. But what you can do is, because of some of the red text explaining what it is, get a view of the urban design officer on amendments that were made after the planning application was submitted, including those that amended block C and D, if I've understood it correctly, Mr. Mannering.
Yes, it's a live tracker document as part of the PPA. So we'll produce a design that the council will comment. Those comments are in this document, but what you can't see is obviously the design information that went alongside them in relation to those documents, those comments.
So Mr. Barker was taken to page 2, I think. And you see under the heading residential, I think he was taken to 1, 2, 3, the 5th bullet in the black text under residential. Concerns remain with massing and form of C and D. The north elevation feels quite oppressive due to its length and uniform height. In addition, the lack of articulation, etc., to the brickwork with glazing or opening heights, the sense of it being a continuous wall. Do you recall he was taken to that?
Yes.
What he wasn't then taken to was the comments of the officer after the block C and D was subject to amendment, which appear below that, comments on amendments to block C and D, 19th of May. It's in red text.
Yeah, the proposals were updated
Right.
to capture those comments.
And can we see if those concerns remained at the time that the urban design officer was commenting on the block C and D in its final form? You just read the red bullet point, which Mr. Barker wasn't taken to.
I don't believe so, no.
There's a discussion of the sunlight and daylight, the reason why the massings were changed. And then there's a comment at the end, the setback is of the same materiality as the block. And then things like the side north elevation of block C and D is articulated with windows that break up the length of the elevation.
Yes, that's correct.
And so far as you're concerned, Mr. Mannering, was the urban design officer content with what you'd achieved on block C and D with those amendments or not?
Yes, in our opinion, they are. This is a working document which tracks the design evolution. The final comments are captured in the committee report.
And then the other part, I think he was sorry, it would take a long time to go through all the other aspects, but for example, block A, there's quite a lot of commentary on block A, and which is reflected then in the committee report about what it achieves. The other part of the document that Ms. Tafur took Mr. Barker to related to the amenity space in the courtyards. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I think it was on page, well, I can't remember, there were 2 references, pages 5 and 6. The broad point being that the urban design officer sorry, I've lost my fault. Page 5, I think it's the penultimate bullet point, communal amenity space areas deficient despite calculations shown, areas counted, etc., don't constitute meaningful community space. And then comment about the AEB consisting of the entrance area, not meaningful amenity, suggesting increasing the size of primary amenity space with longer balconies. And then there's another comment about not providing all of the communal amenity space areas for all types of users, which I've temporarily lost, but he was also taken to. Sorry, my fault. Can't find it now. There was one other reference he was taken to. Is it page 5? Where is it? I thought there was one other one, but apologies. Was there one other one? Page 10. Oh, yeah, thank you. Can't find it. I can't find that, sorry. Whereabouts?
My notes, it's PDF page 10, fourth bullet, partway down, I think the inspector said both potential place was that one.
Deficiency in general community amenity space. Areas counted as amenity when they're really just access space. What is the offer for residents who do not have children? Entrance to communal area could be made brighter. No. All right.
Midway through the fourth.
Oh yeah, sorry, exactly. And then it ends. It's good. This provides doorstep play for residents with children, but for the other residents, the offer is poor. Is that the one? Yeah. Sorry. So sorry. Long story short, Mr. Mannering, the urban design officer is expressing various concerns expressed about the communal extent of the communal communal amenity area spaces and their offer for the full range of residents. Can you see that?
That was on. Just take me to that bullet point again. Sorry.
That's going to be
I lost it.
There are at various points there's concern expressed about the communal area, what's included in the calculation, and then whether it provides for other residents. So you get a tick for the central space providing for doorstep play for residents with children, but concern about residents for others being poor. Do you see that? That was on page 10. The 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth bullet point.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think it was being suggested, well, here are the concerns being expressed. Can we just, if we need, we can turn up the committee report. Is there any dispute, or has there ever been any dispute, that the amount of area provided for communal amenity space is not the specified required amount under the plan, like relevant Hounslow plan?
I don't believe so.
And has there ever been any dispute that it doesn't provide, as Mr. Tickle addresses, for specific age groups in terms of, so it does provide, as we're being told here, good play space for young children, doorstep play, but not necessarily for 12 plus.
Yes.
And in relation to that deficiency in relation to play space, is that addressed in the officer report when they comment on the scheme deficiency in those regards?
No, they say it's acceptable.
Which paragraph are you looking at? We should go to it.
In the
CD 6.1. I think it's dealt with at 8, section 8, 186, or thereabouts. what is the position of the council on the deficiencies of community space on site that were being identified by the urban design officer?
Do you at 8.1?
8.186. CD 6.1,
Yep.
I don't know if you got it. It's on page. I was being, I think, criticised for not giving PDF
Notwithstanding
numbers. It's page 48 of 97.
8.186, notwithstanding the well-designed communal amenity spaces, the overall provision of community amenity space results in a significant under-provision. Therefore, to mitigate the shortfall and ensure enhanced facilities are available within the vicinity, a financial contribution of £34,450 pounds is made towards improvements of nearby Inwood Park and secured through the Section 106 agreement.
And Mr. Mannering, Mr. Tickle will talk about the contributions and access to the other parts. Do you have any difficulty with that approach?
No, not at all.
Okay. Right. Turning back then, just to deal briefly with the points made by Mr. Barker in terms of criticism of the design. First of all, in his evidence, he referred to or criticized the design and access statement and referred to typologies, urban grain typologies in his proof of evidence, and there's a figure 2. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And his contention is that in relation to some of the separation distances between the windows you're proposing at block C and D, it's contrary to the urban grain typology, although he later then confined that to Perkin Close. Can I ask you, would you agree with Mr. Barker, as I suggested, try and agree the distances of window to window distances in the various locations I suggested? Will you try and do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Can I just elaborate on that?
Yeah, exactly. Please do.
I was going to refer to the urban context and character study produced by the council, which actually captures all the different typologies in the area.
Yeah, which document is it?
This is CD 11.5.2.
Yep.
Document 3. It's actually on page 8. It's quite a helpful diagram, which actually shows that the urban type.
You might just need to make sure everyone's got it up.
The 11.5.2 is split into different parts. Which one
I
is
think
it?
there's one that's got, does it say document 3? So halfway down.
I had it separately. I'm just having a look on the. Which page you on?
I've got it's page 8.
What's the heading on the top?
Hounslow urban types. I've just got a print out, so. So on there, you can see the site in question.
You're looking at page 8 of that, are you?
Yeah. I just think it's important for particularly the inspector when you go and do the site walkarounds that you take or have a look at the comparable context of the entire area as defined by this document. So the urban type 4, the cults and cul-de-sacs, and the urban type 6, which is the light industrial sort of buildings just to the north of the site, are slightly atypical of the entire area when you look at the colours on that map. Urban type 1, the compact grid, is actually
Mr. Manning, I haven't got a
representative.
map on page 8 on my version.
Oh.
So can you just check that we're looking at the same thing?
It's CD 11.5.2, sir. And then in that section, there are a number of documents. It's LB, HC, and C for urban types.
Yep.
And then within that document, section 4, it's the first map, isn't it? Summary of urban types. Is that the one you're looking at? Is that right, Mr. Mannering? I've got it as page.
Just looking for it.
Page 2.
Not very helpfully labelled.
Well, the map is on page 2. Like that. Is that the one?
No, it's not.
Oh,
Not
no.
the correct
Okay,
one.
sorry,
Sorry.
that's not the one.
Sorry.
It's very similar to the one you're looking at. It does look very similar to the one you're looking at. The one
No, so
I've got on page 2 has got urban type 1 compact grid, urban type 2 loose grid. Is that what you're referring to?
No, it's
Sorry.
yeah. So it's
Okay.
in CD 11.5.2. It's the 1, 2, 3. It's the 5th document down. Yeah, Hounslow number 3. And then it's page 8.
Oh, yeah.
Is that okay? Yeah, so you can see on there that the site is actually the sort of the white area in the middle, just coming off Hanworth Road, which is fairly clear. The urban type 4, the cults and cul-de-sacs, and the urban type 6, which is the light industrial units to the north on Thompson Close. They are kind of atypical of the area, and actually urban type 1, the compact grid, is actually much more representative of the surrounding area, predominantly of the surrounding area. So I will agree with Mr. Ubaka after this, a sort of representative spread of dimensions that the inspector can have a look at on site visit.
Thank you. In short, Mr. Mannering, insofar as you can see window separation distances in the general area, is he right if he is suggesting that they're more typically 20 meters?
No, there's some very contextual. If I just get page up. Sorry, just finding it.
Don't take too long because
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Station Road just to the south. We've measured it at 10 meters facing distance of habitable rooms to habitable rooms. Cross Lances Road, so I think it's sort of 9.1 at the pinch point. Albion Road is a typical road. The entire length of it is approximately 9.5 meters facing distances. There's Grove Road to the north, which is 13.1. Facing distances of habitable rooms. So yeah, I think if you look at a sort of slightly broader context, there's much more comparable facing distances to those shown on the scheme as drawn.
second point, he appears to be criticizing the layout of Block C in the northern part of the site, and he refers in his evidence to a different arrangement that was discussed in pre-application meetings in 2020 or even earlier. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you got that in Mr. Ibaka's proof, sir, the image from that. He appears to be suggesting that that's the sort of arrangement he thinks would have been better. First of all, can I just be clear, Mr. Mannering, has the council, and in the course of these 5 years, considered those sorts of arrangements?
Yes, they were actually captured in the pre-app letter 2, where they commented on the general arrangement of that. So in general, the overall master plan is supported. The school addresses Clarence Terrace and is bookended by residential to the north and to the south.
Are you reading something from?
Sorry, I'm reading from the pre-app minute response from the council.
Right, because the C-shaped configuration of the type the inspector sees now,
Yeah.
was that the subject of discussion in those pre-app
It
meetings?
was, yeah, sorry.
Can you just give us a reference to where we can
Yep.
find that?
That's CD 13.2.
Thank you. And yep, thank you. Whereabouts?
On the printed version, it's on page 4, although there's no page numbers. And it's the second paragraph down.
Thank you.
It starts, in general, the overall master plan is supported.
Yes. So this was considering, I think, the form that Mr. Barker was suggesting is now re-suggesting. Is that right?
Yes.
And we see comments that concerns with the form arrangement of the two northern blocks, in particular the block furthest west, which becomes isolated. And the use type arrangement shown in preferred master plan option 5 is preferred as an approach, and consideration should be given to pursuing that typology, providing any overlooking issues are managed. We would encourage you to explore alternatives, such as a C-type arrangement. Did you do that?
Yes, we explored that C-type arrangement, and we actually think that's a better solution for the site.
And just dealing with the notion that Mr. Barker is reverting back to the isolated block arrangement that was under previous consideration. Can you just explain whether it's right that one can approach design on the basis that, well, that has a further setback, therefore it's a better design solution? Do you agree with that in principle?
No, not really. It's you can't just take a design consideration and pluck it out of context, really. It has many more moving parts to it. That particular block configuration was actually closer to Perkin Close. It had a breathing gap that went through the middle and aligned with the car parking to the north. It had increased overlooking issues with the school, for instance. It isolated the amenity space to the west. If you were critiquing that, there's many other aspects which need to be factored in.
Thank you. And then can we just pick up the design diagrams in your proof, paragraph 10.2.2, please, page 33, to deal with this relationship with Perkin Close?
Yes.
Can you just talk us through those, please?
Yeah, so the diagram on page 33 shows the two Perkin Close buildings, 29 to 44, with its primary elevations facing north and south, and then 13 to 28 Perkin Close with its primary elevations facing east and west. Those the apartments in those buildings have their primary outlook looking east and west, and we've designed that C configuration block, which you can see directly below. We positioned the two cores facing the northern elevation, and then minimize the amount of windows that might be facing towards Perkin Close, and where they are, we've tried to align them with direct views through the buildings.
Thank you. And we've had a discussion about the proposal for obscured glass in those locations. We've also looked at the ST15, if you've got that to hand, and we had a discussion about that, and condition 12. I think there's a general criticism being made by Mr. Barker that the use of design which, for example, has obscured glass to cause, so letting light in but without having a privacy issue and matters of that kind, somehow is substandard or represents poor design. Can I just get you to comment, Mr. Mannering, if you agree with that or not?
I disagree. I mean, obscure glass is used in many urban situations. I think, just to be clear, we're not suggesting that all the windows shown in my proof, all the ones highlighted in blue, need to be obscure. We actually think it's an appropriate design response to a lot of them can actually be clear.
Thank you. So it's just that the council then has the ability to reach its own judgment.
Absolutely.
And if those windows are obscured or indeed affected by restricted openings, or as I indicated with Mr. Barker the details of the window, fins or whatever that restrict sideways views. In your view, Mr. Mannering, does that materially affect the quality of the accommodation that's being provided?
No, not at all.
Can we just touch on his concern about the amenity space for Perkin Close? He's concerned about overlooking of the amenity space for Perkin Close. I think that only, as I understand it now, relates to the bedroom window, three bedroom windows for Block D. I might be wrong, but I think that's where we
Yes,
got
so
to.
page 32 in my proof, there's the amenity diagram, which has got the primary amenity space to 29 to 44 to the south, and then the primary amenity space to 13 to 28 to the eastern side. There's actually a small grass area which is associated with the car park, which actually goes halfway down the southern side of 13 to 28 Perkin Close, which is not, in our opinion, considered part of their communal amenity. There is a secondary communal amenity space to the southern side, but it is not their primary amenity space. There's plenty of space, which is completely a nice large open space facing east. The outlook of the 3 bedroom windows go directionally straight through the blocks with good outlook.
Thank you. I think his principal concern was the bedroom window on the left to the 29 to 44. Do you recall that? That's the one on
Yes.
the left. Do you have any concerns about that?
I mean, the amenity space, it's communal amenity space for Perkin Close. So it's not a private space. It's overlooked by all the residents in Perkin Close. And the residents of Block C and Block D will become part of the community. So it's just nice passive surveillance. But the bedroom window, should it be an issue, could actually be addressed with a directional fin or a directional window directing the views further to the west, should it be a concern, and that can be easily resolved through condition 12.
Thank you. Can we then turn to the Gurdwara, the relationship with the Gurdwara on the western boundary? I think it's all agreed now that Block D, the concern that was raised, isn't a concern of the Gurdwara. It's no longer pursued as a concern by the council. But can you just help us with your design approach to the Gurdwara and the concerns being expressed about privacy and of that space and overlooking?
Yeah, so I think a good image to look at is probably in the design and access statement, page 16, which is an aerial image of the site from above. It's helpful to just have as context whilst we're going through it.
Yep.
Everyone there?
CD 1.3.2. Page 16, yep. You ready?
So in the images, particularly one on the top left, you can see the Gurdwara and the car park area. So based on the consultation events and the design team's approach to the site, the research undertaken, we were aware of the events in the Gurdwara courtyard space, which is actually in the middle of the entire building. I think it's probably more easily seen on the image on the top right. You can see the square configuration of the Gurdwara and the courtyard in the center. We were aware of events in that courtyard space. They're not particularly visible or impacted by the appeal site at all. We're aware that the car park is very well used. It's an extremely busy car park. I appreciate that Google image from above doesn't help my case in that point, because there's no cars shown in it. But the line markings are very clear, and every time I visited the site, it was incredibly well used. And I've been to the site sort of approximately 10 times. I've seen events where people turn up, park their car, and then all go into the Gurdwara, and there's a gathering space at the front. So the tarmac area directly in front of the Gurdwara building itself, which includes the sort of ceremonial flagpole, is clearly a consideration in the setting of the main elevation of the Gurdwara. The first sort of 3 or 4 meters, I think you can see from the aerial image. We're aware of the few celebratory events in the car park a year, which include processions around the public streets, including Alice Way. So they're not strictly private events. We are also aware that there'd be clearly more sensitive events and funerals, and these take place at the Gurdwara. People would park their car and then go into the Gurdwara. Funerals don't take place in the car park. The car park is not private in its current form. It can easily be looked into from the public road, from Alice Way. It's got low boundary wall conditions. It's got an open gate railings directly onto the public realm. It can easily be overlooked from the business units from the first floor on Alice Way, and it's, in our opinion, it's not an intrinsically private space. So that was our understanding as a design team in the design stages.
And just please, can you explain how the the plan or the plans work for that? And as part of that, explain the relationship, why Block A is where it is located for the design, and then we'll come on to the question of the concerns about privacy.
Yeah, so if you go to my proof of evidence, page 34, there's probably quite a helpful, quite simple block diagram, really.
Yep. So if you're happy. Yep.
Yeah, so I'll start with the overall master plan concept. It's a perimeter block concept, and that is a good urban design approach to the site, which is what the previous architects in pre-apps 2 and 3 also thought. It would traditionally continue around the entire perimeter of the site in a continuous built form. So you can see the breaks in the school side on the eastern side of the building there. There's a simple break to either side of the school building, and that defines the school and the school site. Then if you then take Block A and Block D and join them up hypothetically, that will be the continuous perimeter block form. The break between Block A and Block D is defined by the Gurdwara building and the setting of that locally listed building. So there's, as you can see, there's a significant amount of open space on 3 sides of the Gurdwara. Obviously, some on our site and some on the adjacent sites, but the overall setting for that is, as we believe, is appropriate. The north elevation of Block A has been set back from the Gurdwara main facade. It's approximately 1/3 of the car park distance up. It's quite hard to explain without actually pointing to these, which respects the kind of gathering space directly in front of the main entrance to the Gurdwara. So none of Block A directly faces over the Gurdwara main entrance or the gathering space, and it's entirely directed west and southwest over the open aspect of the car park, which is used as a car park.
Thank you. Can I just deal, we'll come to the sort of privacy matters in a moment, but just deal with the notion, again, I think by Mr. Barker and others, well, that you should push Block A another 30 meters or some unknown distance to the east, push it all away from that block arrangement. Can I just get your response as to A, whether that was considered, and B, whether it results in good design?
I think all those options were considered in the early design stages, but I don't feel it's an appropriate response to the design given the urban setting of the area. the context that we've outlined.
And what are the issues if you do that in relation to the resulting spaces that are created for Block A, B?
The consequential design effects would be you'd lose a lot of the amenity space. It would be a very enclosed northern courtyard space with poor quality light. It would increase the impacts on the school day-to-day running. It just has a sort of knock-on effect of consequential design iterations.
Thank you. And in relation to the relationship with the Gurdwara, you've explained, and of course the council officers have reached their view about the acceptability of what's proposed. However, you've explained in your proof of evidence, page 36, I think. In light of the continued concerns about the Block A and its relationship with the Gurdwara, that there were some design changes made for additional privacy measures included into the balconies. You just explain those and point those out for the inspector.
Yeah. So on page 36, there's an elevation halfway up, which has got the planning application as submitted, which has got an open railings, balustrade treatment, and then the one below, which is the revised one that we worked up with the officers in the response to the objections made by the Gurdwara, is for a solid balustrade raised from 1.1 to 1.2 meters.
And Mr. Manor, you're obviously experienced in relation to these design and use of these flats. Can you just explain in practical terms what the significance or the practical effect of those sorts of arrangements are for someone using those flats and units?
Yeah, the majority of the time spent in an apartment is from within the actual the rooms themselves, and therefore the windows just frame the views directly in a direct line from perpendicular to the building itself. So the balcony just would avoid the balustrade being solid would mitigate any diagonal downward views from within the actual room itself. And the 1.2 height solid balustrade, if you were sat on the balcony, it's a dining situation. The 1.2 meter height balustrade would restrict any views diagonally down. But to be clear, it wouldn't obstruct all views of the car park. But we don't think that's necessary in the urban environment.
And there's been some discussion at the inquiry. Mr. Adan pointed to, and he's got a plan in his proof about the division of the ceremonial car park area, when those bits which are, you recall as a plan, as you were pointing out, that closer to the Gurdwara, there's that space that seems to be the focus of ceremonial events that he's identified. And whilst the other parts of the car park are also used, he divided up what he called the most sensitive area. And
yeah,
in the discussions with Mr. Ibarco, I understand he is asking for privacy screening of the balcony on their northern elevation and potential for the privacy screening continue to a degree on the western part of the balcony at a higher level. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there any difficulty in principle? I know you don't think it's necessary, but is there any difficulty in principle with the provision of such additional screening to these units?
I don't think so. No, you could easily add a privacy screen to the north and slightly on the western side of the balcony, restricting all views of that more sensitive area directly in front of the Gurdwara building. And it wouldn't impact the quality of the apartments at all because of the southwestern aspect as well. So it could easily be done through the conditions, albeit I don't believe it's necessary.
Thank you. And Mr. Mannering, in terms of the assessment by yourself and the council, I know there's obviously differences of view, but 9.3.2, there was indeed an equality impact assessment attached to the officer's report to committee, considering the effects on places of worship and community spaces. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And just please, having looked at this, having heard all the evidence, having heard all of the concerns being expressed by members of the community of Gurdwara, can I just get you to explain, Mr. Mannering, as a professional architect, whether you consider there is anything inappropriate or disrespectful in the way that Block A interacts with the Gurdwara space?
I don't believe so. There are plenty of examples of religious buildings in close proximity to residential developments in comparable urban settings in London. I've outlined a few in my proof on page 26 and page 27. I don't know whether you want to go through.
Well, I think we can take it as read, and that's
fine.
I mean,
But yeah, I think from our perspective, the Hounslow Zone Equality Impact Assessment was correctly recognised that many sizable places of worship across the borough operate in similar environments in close proximity to schools and housing. It goes on to say that it further recognises that such relationships are almost universal for establishments located in higher density urban environments and are not unique or specific to this development.
thank you, Mr. Mannering. Can we then please turn to amenity and play space? The last matter raised by Mr. Barker. I'm going to suggest that, Mr. Mannering, that one leaves the question of policy and perhaps even the policy approach to the calculation of amenity space to Mr. Tickle, but you can tell me if I'm wrong about that. But just generally speaking, the approach to your calculations of amenity space as shown in the master plan, and so I'm not going to refer to that other drawing, but what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Mannering, is can we try and at least reach agreement on what the areas are in terms? I'll ask you to do that outside the inquiry, with the council, so there's at least a common position on physically how big the areas are. We can then have a debate about how they're classified. But just as a matter of provision, what is the approach, your understanding of the approach of this authority, this local plan authority, and in its approach to engagement with you in the application process as to how one calculates amenity space of the type you're providing?
The amenity space of the communal amenity space.
Communal amenity space, exactly.
Yeah, the community amenity space is all the usable area that can be used for passive interactions between people.
Thank you. Have you included in your assessment for your calculations, I just want to be clear, the new open space that you create along the street frontages at Hanworth Road and also up along Clarence Terrace?
No, they're excluded.
And just for comparison, if you turn to Mr. Tickle's appendices ST9, I just want to see if the council's being consistent in its approach. Page 7 of ST9, have you got that?
Yes.
Is an example of a approved scheme by the council and the amenity space calculations they did for that scheme. You've seen this plan before?
Yes, the courtyard space in the middle, you can clearly see in the sort of peachy colour. It's the entire area that they've allowed for.
Well, they've also allowed for the yellow as well, haven't they?
Yes, yeah, yeah.
And what is the yellow in terms of that scheme that's been included in the calculations?
It's part of the public realm.
Have your scheme sought to also include the public realm that you're creating in your calculations along Clarence Terrace and Hanworth Road?
No, it hasn't been factored into that calculation.
And can you just comment on the nature of the amenity space that is being provided in the scheme here? Mr. Kidd dealt with overshadowing and matters of that kind. We know what the urban design officer was identifying, a lack of the full provision in terms of the quantity of amenity space for all age groups. But can I just get you to comment on the quality of the amenity space that is on offer on the site that you've designed?
Well, I mean, we think it's a really good usable space. It's they're simple in their form, and a good public space is one that encourages people to interact effortlessly. So the sort of large boulevard approaches to the main entrances are actually, it's almost celebrating part of the circulation where you can interact with your neighbor, bump into someone, get chatting. That's the whole point of a good landscape design scheme.
And am I right in thinking that the question of the shortfall in the quantum and access to other open space in the area is a matter that I should take up with Mr. Tickle in more detail?
Yes, I think so.
So as I said, if there are any other drawings you want Mr. Mannering to raise now, we can do that. But otherwise, those were effectively my questions in examination in chief.
Right, okay, thank you. Well, I have a copy of all the plans, so I can look at those at my leisure, but thank you for that. We will take the lunchtime adjournment at this point, and then afterwards come back for cross-examination by the council and the Gurdwara. Okay, anything to raise before we do that? Okay, we'll adjourn until 25 to 2 then, please. Right, okay, let's resume them, please. Before we begin with cross-examination, there's some other dates that I can throw into the mix for people to have a check where I could make myself available. So the 19th to the 28th of September and the 3rd or 4th of October. So even if we could just find one day in there to deal with a day of evidence, then that would be helpful. So if the okay, so we'll come back to that after the adjournment. Right, okay, let's begin then, Ms. Tuffer.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mannering.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Mannering, we're all that stands between everybody here and the weekend. So I'm hoping that we won't delay people unnecessarily. We can work together to try and get through this as fast as we can. Can I just check as a matter of chronology, your team were originally appointed in October 2018, or in 2018, sorry, not October. Is that right?
In May 2021.
Were you not originally appointed in 2018 to help with the feasibility?
Fine, yes, sorry, yes. For Montague Evans, yes, we helped with that feasibility, yes.
Okay, and your role was then to prepare an initial feasibility study?
Yes.
Okay, and did that involve preparing the feasibility study that was presented to the council in September of 2018?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, and then you weren't involved during the pre-app in 2020, but you were reappointed in 2021?
Yes. Yeah.
And your practice produced the design and access statement, which henceforth I'm going to refer to as the DAS?
Yes.
Okay, and were you personally responsible for that document?
Not personally, but I was part of the team and overseeing the design of it.
Sure, so you were involved in it?
Yeah.
Okay, and am I right to understand that the original design brief included a specified quantum of residential units to be accommodated, which was between 115 and 130?
No, we obviously were aware of the site allocation from the council for 90 homes, but the brief was to optimise the site.
So the brief didn't include a specified quantum of 115 to 130
No.
resi units. Okay. So if we look at the design and access statement, PDF page 25 and hard copy page 20. Sorry, zoom in. Oh, sorry, also page 25 in hard copy. Do you have that?
Yes.
Okay, and then there are a number of bullets, and above that it says a number of orientations, layouts, and locations on site were considered. The key development objectives for the schools set by located the DFE were as follows. And the second bullet point, deliver circa 115 to 130 high quality homes.
Yeah, I think it's just a generic terminology to deliver circa that number.
So that was the
but
brief.
in our professional, as an architect, we were asked to optimize it to make best use of a brownfield site. So if we felt we could go over that, it would be entirely down to our means to justify that.
Understood. But the initial brief was to deliver circa 115 to 130 resi units.
It was to optimize it. That was the wording.
Well, why have you used 115 to 130 if that wasn't the brief that you were given?
I think it's just the terminology in the DAS is fairly generic in a lot of points. I think it's just to give guidance to the officers.
This was giving guidance to officers?
Well, it's to give guidance, sorry, to members of the public and anyone reading it, I think.
Right. Isn't this section setting out the objectives that had been set by located and the DFE to you, the designers?
It is, but at the same time, we still have to take our own professional judgment on that.
Of course you do. You're given a brief, and that brief included 115 to 130. And then you've said if you think you can go over, you will.
Fine.
Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Now, officers' report, please, that was prepared by to members. You've relied quite heavily on that in your proof and in your oral evidence, and no criticism of that. But you do understand that the way the planning process is set up is that officers advise, but members decide?
Yes.
And members have local knowledge and experience, and it is they that are tasked with taking decisions on planning matters?
Yes.
And it's perfectly legitimate for members to disagree with their officers?
It is, but they're the professional officers working alongside the consultants signed with a PPA to get to a resolution. And it's their professional recommendation.
Yeah, but it's perfectly legitimate for members to disagree with that recommendation.
It can be, but it should be considered that
course.
they are the officers for each individual discipline, along with the professional team advising them. So they really should go off that advice.
So you think
that's the recommendation?
Sure. You think members should always follow the advice of their officers? Is that what you're saying?
To a large extent.
To a large extent. Okay. Thank you. And it's perfectly possible and indeed unsurprising that professional planners will sometimes take different views on certain matters from other professional planners.
Yes.
Okay. That's because planning involves matters of judgment and the weighing of various considerations on which people's views may legitimately differ.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of what constitutes good design, then, can we agree that your design objectives was to achieve an appropriate balance of development for the site, which optimized development for the greater good of the entire community?
Yes.
Okay. And did that include existing residents at Perkin Close and users of the Gurdwara?
Yes.
And to constitute good design, the scheme should ensure an appropriate relationship with existing neighbours and the protection of existing amenity?
Yeah, and I think we've justified that.
Understood. And again, presumably that includes protecting the amenity of the Gurdwara users and Perkin Close, both internally and externally?
It's what we feel is appropriate.
Yeah, and a good design would be one that ensures an appropriate relationship is achieved with those neighbours and that their amenity, both internally and externally, is appropriately protected.
It needs to be an appropriate response to the context, and I think that's what we set out.
Okay, so are you not willing to accept that good design, to constitute good design, a scheme should protect existing amenity?
Good design doesn't... Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. So to constitute good design, a scheme should ensure an appropriate relationship with existing neighbours and the protection of existing amenity. Can we agree that?
I think what we've set out in terms of an appropriate design to the context does protect their position.
I understand your view on that.
Yeah.
I'm just asking in terms of good design generally.
Yeah.
You think it does do that, but you agree that for something to be a good design, it should ensure an appropriate relationship with existing neighbours and it should protect their existing amenity.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And a scheme that failed to appropriately protect amenity isn't one that you would say was good design?
I think it's a very leading question.
I'm afraid that's what cross-examination is.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But I think a good design can sit alongside the existing amenity, which we outlined quite comfortably.
I understand your position that you have ensured appropriate protection. Yeah, I understand that, and we'll come on to explore that. But at the moment, we're just at the approach stage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can we agree that a scheme that failed to ensure appropriate protection wouldn't be good design?
Yeah, it depends your interpretation of appropriate.
No. Just as a matter of principle. You say it is appropriate. There's some disputes about that. But if it were found that there wasn't appropriate protection, that isn't something you would commend as good design.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And do you agree with Mr. Leach that a good acoustic design process is an implicit part of achieving good design?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to explore one other matter of approach, please. It's fair to say that all parties to the appeal agree that the scheme will deliver a number of benefits. For example, the school. You're aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the council has commended certain aspects of your design. As an architect, you wouldn't design a scheme that caused harm that could be avoided and say, well, it delivers a number of benefits, so that outweighs the harm, would you?
No.
No. Okay. And that's because good design is about achieving benefits and minimizing or avoiding harm where possible.
In principle, yes.
Okay.
Which,
And
which we've shown. Yeah.
Sure. And in some cases, it might not be possible to avoid harm. And so a compromise would have to be accepted if you wanted to get the benefits. But a good design process would be one that showed that the compromises couldn't be avoided.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. So in some cases, you might have a scheme where you say there's a benefit, call it a healthcare centre.
Yeah.
And everyone recognises that that would be a good thing. But it wouldn't be right just to rely on that benefit to justify compromises in other aspects that could have been avoided.
No, sure.
No. Okay. Thank you. Now, design review, there was the encouragement from officers in 2020 to refer the scheme to the design review panel. And I understand you say that's when you weren't involved.
Mhm.
Do you agree that there are benefits to early engagement with design review panels?
I think it's dependent on the officer's view. And when we signed the PPA with the council, I think they had available officers covering all the key disciplines of urban design, transport, etc. And I think they felt that they could provide sufficient feedback. Hence why it wasn't followed up in pre-apps 4, 5, and 6.
I mean, it's pretty standard, isn't it, for councils to have available to them design officers, planning officers, transport officers?
Not at the moment, not in the current climate. I think a lot of councils don't have available officers and they try and outsource to
Right, so they
the
still
design
have
review panel.
That was Mr. Ubarka's evidence. That was one of the reasons for design review panels, that they didn't have that expertise.
Okay.
So I don't know why you're putting it.
Can we agree that the London Plan encourages applicants to make use of design review panels?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it your advice to the appellant that the scheme should not be referred to the design review panel?
No, not at all. It was the council who didn't recommend it, and they thought they had sufficient resources internally to deal with it. So,
okay, I see. Now, the design and access statement, please, core document 1.3.2. PDF, page 32. Are you there, Mr. Mannering?
yes.
Thank you. So the first paragraph on the left there explains that consultation has been an intrinsic part of the design process for the project. Throughout the development of the proposals, the design team has engaged regularly and in detail with many parties, including stakeholders, community members, statutory consultees, to ensure proposals have been developed collaboratively. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't need to turn it up. You refer to it in chief. The statement of community involvement identifies 4 meetings between the appellant and the Gurdwara between October 2020 and August 2021. Yeah?
Yes.
Did you attend any of those meetings?
Not me personally, no.
Okay. Thank you. Did anyone from Architecture Initiative attend the meetings?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you know who that was?
Not the individual, no.
Okay. So prior to producing the DAS, had anyone told you about the events that were held in the Gurdwara's external areas?
Yes, as a team, there would have been, I don't know, 8 to 10 people working on this at times at Architecture Initiative, along with all the other professional consultants, along with Mr. Leach, who recorded some of the events as well. So between myself, who has been to site maybe around 10 times, there's various other members of the Architecture Initiative team that have been there as well. All that's fed into the design approach that we've taken
Sorry, my question was, had anyone told you about the events that were held in the Gurdwara's external areas before you prepared the design and access statement?
Yes, yeah.
They had. Who told you?
Members of the team. So Mr. Leach, we had conversations, obviously members of the architecture initiative team.
Okay. So you understood when you prepared the DAS about those events?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. What was your understanding when you prepared the DAS about the events that were held in the Gurdwara's external areas?
It's as I mentioned in my examination in chief, it was the area is largely used as a car park. There's the small area at the front, at the entrance to the building, with the flagpole, which is used for sort of gathering spaces. Yeah, it's a predominantly kind of public space. It's got low boundary walls.
I'm talking about activities, not the physical layout.
sorry.
Activities that took place in the Gurdwara's external areas. What did you understand about those?
There's a handful of events a year, which are quite big sort of celebratory events, and the majority of the events take place in the courtyard, and people park in the car park and then travel to meet and greet at the entrance, and then go into the Gurdwara.
Right. That was the extent of your understanding when you prepared the design and access statement, was it?
Well, that, and we've seen,
Yes, or anything else?
Yeah.
That was the extent of it.
Well, in short, yes, but I mean, there's been lots of discussions around boundary treatments and landscaping and what species of plants were on site.
Yeah, I'm just asking you about events held in the Gurdwara's external areas. So you've said handful of events a year, couple of big celebrations, majority in the courtyard. Was that the extent of your understanding?
Yes.
It was. Okay. Were you aware about the number and frequency of weddings that were held that used the Gurdwara's external areas?
We were aware of the events, but
why didn't you just mention them when I asked you?
Well, I mean, the other people in the team were aware of them, but we haven't seen any of them actually whilst we've been there on site.
No. Okay. So you weren't aware of them, but you say other people at Architecture Initiative were aware. How do you know that?
Well, just through conversations. I know you're going to say that. I didn't say that a minute ago, but
well, I said, did anyone tell you? And you said
we're aware of the weddings, funerals. Yeah.
Why didn't you say that when I just asked you? Were you aware of the external events?
It's just been cut short. Sorry.
I didn't cut you short. I asked you several times. Was that the extent of it, or were you aware of any others?
Well, we were aware of them, yes. You
were aware. Okay. So how often, insofar as you're aware, do weddings take place at the Gurdwara in the external areas?
We didn't have a frequency of events.
Didn't have frequency. Okay. Do you know what the milni is that takes place in the car park ceremonial area of the Gurdwara?
I don't know.
You don't. Okay. Are you able to help me with the number and frequency of funerals that take place?
I'm not, no.
Okay. You mentioned a couple of big events a year. Those are the ones I think that involve the use of the Nagara.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the extent of other religious celebrations that don't use the Nagara that are held in external areas around the Gurdwara building?
No.
No. Were you aware of the Gatka martial art performances?
I was aware of it from Mr. Leach, yes.
You were aware from Mr. Leach?
Yeah.
Before the design and access statement was written?
No.
Okay. Before the application was submitted?
Possibly. I wouldn't be able to know the exact date.
Okay. But not before the design and access statement was written, you've just said. Yeah?
Probably not.
Okay. Are you aware now of the frequency of those performances?
Only what's been discussed.
So what is that insofar as you understand?
I haven't got that exact figure to hand.
Don't know. Okay. Thank you. Now, in your proof, please, on page 27, paragraph 9.5.1, you say that extensive acoustic survey work was undertaken by Sol Acoustics to provide detailed noise information to understand the acoustic constraints on the appeal site, which subsequently informed the design approach for the development. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. We know from Mr. Leach that Sol Acoustics hadn't undertaken any measurements of any external events at the Gurdwara prior to submission of the application. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
You were aware of that. And neither Mr. Leach nor his team were aware of the use of the Nagara drum, so that didn't inform the design. Is that fair?
That's what we've discussed. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So fair to say your design was not informed by any understanding of the use of the Nagara in external areas?
It was Mr. Leach's professional input was provided in the design approach, along with all the other professional consultants. So we had an understanding of what could happen and how the potential impacts could be, but I don't think there was any technical assessments done.
Mr. Leach didn't know and hadn't measured about the use of the Nagara before the application was submitted.
But he knew there was events. I just don't think he'd measured them.
Right. So you think he knew about the use of the Nagara, do you, in the external areas?
I just don't think he knew. I don't think he'd measured them because I don't think he'd managed to get access to when one was actually happening.
Okay, so just to be clear, is it your understanding from Mr. Leach that he knew about the use of the Nagara? Not whether he'd taken a measurement.
On what Mr. Leach knew and what he didn't.
Okay. What about you? Had you been told? Because you just said Mr. Leach told you. So if Mr. Leach didn't know, it would follow that he couldn't have told you.
I think he was aware that there was gathering events in the courtyard space and there was gathering events around the entrance area to the Gurdwara. And it's just something that we'd need to factor into the design.
Something you'd need to factor into design. Okay. Well, Mr. Leach did measure the Nagara after the application was refused. And there is some acoustic debate about the exact levels. But in his rebuttal proof, Mr. Leach describes the noise from the Nagara drum as significant. And he says it's clearly capable of generating very high sound pressure levels. Now, since he's carried out those measurements, have you ever been asked, please, to look again at the layout or orientation of buildings on the appeal site?
No, but the events were not frequent enough to impact the use of the balcony spaces or the apartments.
Okay.
And that was the advice given by Mr. Leach.
That was the advice. Okay. Understood. So you never looked again at the design when the team became aware of that?
No. My understanding is Mr. Leach provided us with the technical assessment, which validated the design in its current form, which he went through.
Now, in the design and access statement, please, page 118. Sorry, I think that should be 116. Bear with me. No, sorry, quite wrong. It's page 18.
18.
Yeah.
Yes.
Existing site constraints, yeah? And we see that the Gurdwara is identified in blue as a locally listed building, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's no mention of it in the text describing the constraints other than as a locally listed heritage asset, is there?
No, but there's not detailed descriptive notes in there about any of the other surrounding context as well.
Okay. On acoustic matters, the constraints are only identified as airborne noise due to heavy traffic and Heathrow flight path, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we look at PDF page 14, in the penultimate paragraph there, in terms of site context, we see reference to the Gurdwara and the associated surface car parking. Yeah. Penultimate paragraph.
on page 14.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we look at page 103, this is the landscaping master plan.
Yes.
Again, the second paragraph after the numbered points, again, we see reference to the Gurdwara and the car park and its car park. Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Is the Gurdwara's, is that area described as anything other than a car park in the design and access statement?
Not specifically, no.
No,
And
okay.
if you look at it though from Google Maps from above, and when you go there, it is predominantly laid out as a car park. I
Okay.
think to put any kind of symbol of the events, I don't think we knew enough about the full calendar of events to put it in that would be criticised if we did.
Okay.
In a similar way that we don't know the Thompson Road industrial estate, for instance, the frequency of vehicles that access some of those units.
I'm unable to find anywhere in the design and access statement where there's any discussion of the uses that are to which the Gurdwara's external areas are put. Is it mentioned anywhere in the design and access statement?
Not specifically.
No.
The design and access statement is a document that is just describing the entire site constraints.
Of course.
Or sorry, the entire design approach as a generic document.
Is it generic? Is it not specific to this particular scheme and its evolution?
Sorry, it is specific to this scheme and evolution, but it's not.
Okay.
You can't go into a finite amount of detail on every individual building surrounding it.
Sure.
Otherwise, it'd be thousands of pages long.
It would be thousands of pages. So you think that the Gurdwara's, it wasn't necessary to describe any of the events to which the Gurdwara's external areas were put. Is that right?
I think we've. I don't think it's necessary to go into that amount of detail in the design and access statement.
Okay, you didn't treat the Gurdwara's external events or the activities there as a constraint to development at all in your design evolution. Is that fair?
I think we understood it as the frequency of the events weren't significant enough. It was predominantly used as a car park, which is why it's referenced as a car park.
Okay. So, sorry, just right. It's right to say that you didn't treat the events that were held there as a constraint on your design development.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You didn't treat the events that were held in the Gurdwara's external areas or its use of those external areas as a constraint to your design process.
We did, as I outlined. It's just not all design constraints are outlined in the design and access statement.
Well, surely the key ones would be.
Yeah, but I think setting back the building and then overlooking their car park area.
Well, that might be okay if it were just used as a car park, but you've said that you knew it was used for a number of sensitive events.
The sensitive events, people arrive in the car, park, and then walk into the Gurdwara.
Well,
so they use the car park as a car park and they gather at the main entrance.
Well, that's just not right. That's not right, Mr. Mannering. They use it for the Milne, where the families of people who intend to marry meet in the ceremonial area with the other families and they exchange gifts. The funeral cortege comes in there, it waits and is surrounded by people. The body is then removed in that area and taken in and brought out again. Weddings use that area. There's the Gatka that you've just said you weren't aware of.
Well, why wasn't that raised in the public consultations?
It was. This has been explored with Mr. Adan, and he confirmed that he told everybody about that.
It wasn't in the statement of community involvement.
But Mr. Adan it wasn't in the statement of community involvement. No, well, perhaps the appellant.
But the information that you're telling me now wasn't involved in that.
That wasn't involved. Well, that is a concern, isn't it? Because Mr. Adan confirmed in cross-examination that he did tell the appellant's team about that. So you'd expect that to be recorded in the statement of community involvement, wouldn't you?
You would, but it's not in there.
So you think he didn't tell anyone?
Well, I can't speak on his behalf, can I?
No. Okay. Well, he said when he was cross-examined on it that he did tell people. Do you have any reason to doubt that?
I have no reason to doubt him,
No.
but
No.
if the information wasn't collated in the statement of community involvement, then
No. No. And it's the appellant who's responsible for the statement of community involvement, yeah?
well, the online sessions and the consultation events that were held and the flyers that went out, you can only rely on the responses you were given from the
Yeah.
people.
But you have no reason to doubt Mr. Dan when he said he did tell people about these events.
No, but then you could have no reason to doubt a professionally run consultation process.
Yeah. So someone's either not recording something they're being told, or are you suggesting Mr. Dan didn't tell them when he said he did?
I'm not suggesting.
No.
I'm simply suggesting that there's no reason for me to doubt the statement of community involvement.
I see. Was the statement of community involvement then the extent of your understanding of the activities at the Gurdwara?
Not the full extent, no. As we
Right.
talk, so
So you
people
did
might-
know. So you did know, and the appellant team did know about the events because you've just said you knew about them. Someone in your team knew about them and told you about them.
only the events that take place where people travel there by car, use the car park, and then go into the Gurdwara.
That was the extent of your understanding when you prepared the design and access statement, was it?
Those were the events that we got told about.
I see. So that was the extent of your understanding when you
It's-
prepared the DAS.
There are some infrequent celebratory events that we're aware of, but obviously we couldn't view them.
Right. So you had also been told about the celebratory events. You knew that at the time of your DAS?
Yeah, I think we just went through that.
Right. Okay. So if there's no reference to them in the statement of community involvement, that will be a failure of the appellant rather than a failure of the Gurdwara to tell people.
I disagree. It should have come up in the consultation events.
Well, you just said it did because you knew about it.
No, the extent of the car park being used.
No,
that
let's
Mr.
just stick
Adan
with
that
the
you referred
celebration.
to-
Let's stick with the celebratory events. You knew about them, yes, when you prepared your DAS.
Celebratory events, a few infrequent ones a year.
Right. So you knew about them. So someone at the Gurdwara had told someone in the appellant's team.
No, it was done by research from the team on our side, from looking at the event schedule on the Gurdwara website and things like that, and background research.
Right. Okay. Who carried out that research?
Well, it would have been the architecture initiative team,
Right.
just doing general due diligence around the entire site and all on surrounding areas.
Okay. Fine. So if you were aware of those large celebration events, do you not think that would be something worth recording in your design and access statement?
Not really, because they're not intrinsically linked. From what we understood, they're not intrinsically linked to the car park. They're a sort of processional event which takes place around the area. So
Do you understand how many events are held in the Gurdwara's external area, these large events that you've been describing?
not exactly, no.
You don't know. Okay. Is your understanding that there are always processions around the local area?
Not particularly, but I
Right.
understand that they are not intrinsically private events because they're in a sort of semi-public space, which is the car park overlooked.
Right. Okay. Because when I asked you, you said, well, we didn't think they were intrinsically linked because they travel around the entire area. So, but you did understand that not all of them travel around the entire area. Did you understand that?
Possibly, yeah.
Possibly. And just because they travel around, that doesn't mean they're not intrinsically linked with the Gurdwara.
Oh, no, of course not.
They are intrinsically linked, aren't they?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you then need to document that and record it in the DAS.
You don't think it's relevant to note large events like that, which attract hundreds, if not thousands of people as a constraint?
Not if there's a handful of events a year, which is my
Okay.
understanding of it.
Okay.
Again, Mustafa, I understand what the reasons you're asking these questions, but we're spending a lot of time on the process. I'm much more interested in what we know now than what people might have understood 5 years ago or early in the process.
Well, sir, I hear what you're saying, but you, of course, have to determine this application in accordance with the development plan, the policies of which talk about identifying constraints, understanding
I
context.
understand the
Yeah.
questions that you're asking, but I just hope the majority of this cross-examination is not going to be along the same route.
Well, sir, I'm seeking to assist you in discharging your duty, which isn't just related to final outcomes, but process as well. Okay, now, can we agree then? No mention in the design and access statement of the external events or that being a constraint. And that is notwithstanding the fact that it had been raised by officers in pre-application advice that specific consideration should be given to the Gurdwara.
I think the advice was you need to consult with them, at which point those consultation meetings either happened, either through public consultation meetings, the flyers, the online events, which is all set out in the statement of community involvement.
So your understanding is that the advice from the council was just that you should consult with the Gurdwara?
Unless you can take me to a specific pre-app meeting response.
Okay, well, let's look in your design and access statement, please, then, page 26. Do you see the March 2020 pre-app summary?
In a minute. Sorry, I'm there now. Sorry, where are we looking?
The March 2020 pre-app summary in your DAS. The middle column, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, third entry, this was the advice, part of the advice. Southern block massing is acceptable, but privacy and outlook needs more investigation facing Gurdwara. Yes?
Yes, which is what we then went on to do.
Right.
So
Okay.
we
So,
were-
so just pausing for a moment there. I'm happy for you to go on after, but you've said that the advice from the council was just to consult with the Gurdwara. That's not right, is it?
I guess not strictly, no.
Okay.
But
Okay.
can I just elaborate on
Yes,
that?
of course.
During those pre-application meetings, and that particular one, we would have presented elevation treatment, balcony details, amenity areas, landscaping, boundary treatments. All of them would have been presented to the council,
Okay.
which the feedback would have been gathered.
Okay. Can I ask you, please? So you've then, I think, got a summary on page 28 of the design and access statement, a summary of the advice from officers. Do you see that in the left-hand column?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a fair summary of the advice as you understood it from officers? It's in the left-hand column of page 28 of the DAS, the May 2021 summary. Fair summary if you understand. I mean, it is the intention when you prepare a DAS to provide a fair summary of the pre-application responses you've received?
It is, but obviously, to summarize it in 17 points when there's detailed pre-application minutes, which are 7,
Sure.
8, 9 pages long.
Sure. So can you please turn up core document 13.4, which covers that May 2021 advice? And can you turn to PDF page 3?
I think I've got it. I've got a
Okay.
printed copy.
It should have a table towards the bottom, table 1. Do you have that page?
Yes.
Okay, so above affordable housing, the officer's advice was, in line with the agent of change principle in the London plan, any application will need to demonstrate the development is designed to ensure that established noise and other nuisance generating uses remain viable and can continue to grow without unreasonable restrictions. This would include existing uses in the vicinity, such as the Gurdwara and industrial uses. Yeah? So you were specifically advised that the Gurdwara was a potential constraint that needed to be considered. Yes?
Yeah, I don't think I'm disputing that. They
No.
mentioned that in the
Well, it's not in your summary, and you haven't identified the Gurdwara as a constraint in the DAS in spite of that advice. Fair?
It mentions it in the pre-app response on March 2020.
Okay, where does it mention that?
Southern block massing, part 4, part 5 story is acceptable. However, the privacy and outlook needs more investigation facing the Gurdwara.
Are we on 2021?
That's March 2020.
Yeah, but this letter is from June 2021. Yeah, the letter we were just looking at. And it follows the meeting in May 2021. So let's look at the May 2021 summary that you've provided in the DAS. Yeah, no mention of the agent of change principle there, even though you'd been advised to treat that as a matter that required consideration. Is that fair?
It talks, there's reference, I mean, point 7 makes reference to design amendments required to block A and block B, further work required to the footprint mass, block A.
That's nothing to do with the agent of change principle, is it?
No, but there's commentary being provided to review the design of block A.
Were you meaning to incorporate the agent of change principle in that part of the summary?
No, because I don't think we are having an impact on that.
No, but you're summarising here the pre-app advice. It talks about the agent of change. You don't mention it. And you say that you didn't treat the Gurdwara as a constraint because you didn't understand it to be one, but you had been told that it was.
It's not a constraint that we felt that we couldn't overcome.
Do you only identify constraints that you feel you can't overcome in your design and access statement?
No, but the design and access statements are always especially one where it's got so many pre-app minutes, to summarize all of these minutes into those.
Okay, well, you have summarized them all. Okay, let's just have a look at the next pre-application advice then, core document 13.5. Do you see the summary on the first page?
So you were still in the DAS?
No, I'm on the actual pre-application because you don't mention it in the DAS. The pre-application advice core document 13.5.
I've got 13.5.
Do you see the first page summary? Subheading summary?
Yeah.
Do you see it refers to the agent of change principle?
Yeah.
Okay, could you turn to PDF page 6?
There's no page numbers in the
Oh,
printed
sorry.
ones, which is a bit of a pain.
It starts with, hang on. Bear with me. I think it's actually page 8, which is that has a subheading conclusion.
Yes.
Okay. Can you see that again refers to the agent of change principle? Yeah. Do you see that?
It does go on to say the design has evolved since the previous iterations, and we welcome many of the changes.
It does
However,
say that.
further consideration and refinement is required to reflect the comments as set out above to deliver a high quality scheme overall.
Yeah. Okay, that's a separate point, but it mentions the agent of change principle, doesn't it? It directs you towards the agent of change principle. We know that relates to the Gurdwara because we've seen it in the previous pre-app. Yeah.
It does.
Okay, and let's just have a look at the final pre-application advice, which is core document 13.6. Can you see that again mentions on the summary, it mentions the agent of change?
It mentions at the bottom of that page, which is worth clarifying, the agent change principle requires a noise sensitive development to mitigate against noise impacts,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
which we then did.
Okay, well, you didn't know about the noise impacts from the Nagara because they hadn't been assessed at that stage. But here we're just identifying the constraints and the matters that should have been considered in your design. Okay.
But that's because, can I just elaborate on that? It's just because we didn't feel that they were frequent enough or loud enough to impact the design approach, which was subsequently validated in the technical assessment that was done.
Sorry, didn't feel they were loud enough. There'd been no measurement of them from the appellant team. No?
There'd be no measurement.
So you didn't know how loud they were?
No, but
Okay.
it's an external event. We didn't feel it was going to impact the how you would detail an elevational treatment of a building.
It's not just about how you detail the elevational treatment, would it? Is it? It's about how you lay out your design, where you put your buildings, how you orient them.
It's more than that. Yeah, it's the acoustic mitigation measures.
Yeah. Okay. And that involves considerations of layout, orientation.
It does, but
It does.
if you had an event outside, it's very unlikely that it would involve such mitigations which couldn't be dealt with through facade treatments.
Right, but you didn't know. There'd been no measurement. And would I be right to
It'd be
say
highly unprecedented though, if you have to change the orientation of a building to accommodate a specific noise source.
highly unprecedented? Okay. Okay. Is it fair to say that there's no mention of the agent of change principle or any noise generating activities at the Gurdwara in your design and access statement or DAS addendum?
I don't believe so, no, because I think we felt we addressed them.
Okay. Thank you. Just on that then, I know that the Gurdwara have some points on this and I want to avoid repetition, but following the submission of the application, but prior to its determination, a number of changes were made to the scheme and they're set out in the DAS addendum, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and they included changes to the design of balconies facing the Gurdwara. Is that right?
Yes. So yes.
Okay,
yes,
so
sure.
an increase in height from 110 to 120 centimeters. Is that one of the changes?
It is, yeah.
The long edge of the balcony was amended from part railing to a solid panel.
Yes,
Is
that's
that
correct.
right? And the purpose of those changes was to reduce views into the Gurdwara site. Is that right?
It was to provide. It was in response to direct feedback that was received from the Gurdwara.
Yeah.
We also introduced a direct route access through from their car park to the school car park area, so they could use it at their request as well.
Right. Okay. So the purpose of those amendments to the balcony was to reduce views into the Gurdwara site. Is that correct?
It was a direct response of the consultation that took place after the application was submitted.
Mm.
There was
And its
discussions
purpose
with the
was,
officers.
and
So-
its purpose was to reduce views into the Gurdwara site.
It was. We didn't feel it was strictly necessary, but it was additional mitigation measures to restrict the sort of views into the car park area.
To restrict views. Okay. In your proof, you also say that the DAS addendum included a proposal for obscured glazing in the lower sections. Where is that in your DAS addendum? Can you just help me with that?
Sorry, my proof.
Yeah, in your proof. Sorry, it's in your rebuttal, paragraph 3.13.
There we go.
You don't necessarily need to turn up. I'm just really,
fine.
I'm just keen to understand, did the DAS addendum include an additional proposal for obscured glazing?
I don't believe so now. I think that might be either a typo.
Okay, sure. Let's just
That
have a
was a
look.
suggestion as potential further mitigation.
Okay, so it's just
should-
3.13 of your rebuttal. The addendum DAS that is also included further mitigation measures, including the introduction of obscured glazing to the lower section of the bedroom overlooking the car park
Yeah,
occasions.
I think that should refer to the proof.
I see. So that wasn't a change that was proposed then.
It wasn't a change now.
Okay. And is that an additional measure that you are suggesting to reduce views into the Gurdwara's external areas?
It's in my proof on page 37.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't feel it's strictly necessary,
Don't feel it's necessary. Okay. Yeah.
but it's a potential design consideration, which could be considered under condition 12.
Okay. Do you think it's right to take steps to minimise and mitigate impact on the privacy and amenity of the Gurdwara's external areas?
The external area, as we see it, is predominantly used for a car park, and these additional mitigation measures and going through potential changes through condition 12 are fairly common in kind of urban contexts.
I understand that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, do you think it's right to take steps to minimise impacts on the privacy and amenity enjoyed by the Gurdwara external areas?
No, as I say, I don't think
You don't?
I don't think they're necessary. I think the mitigations put in place previously and the design in general is acceptable.
Okay, so just to be clear, you don't think the raising of the balcony balustrades or the obscured glazing or the solid panelling are necessary? You're not suggesting
The design changes that we made in the planning application addendum, which included raising the balconies and the solid balustrade.
We've covered what they included. I'm asking, do you think they're necessary?
I don't think they're strictly necessary, but I understand the considerations and why they were asked to be put in there by the council.
Are you promoting those to the inspector? Are you saying that they're things that you think should be imposed, or aren't you?
They're on the current drawings, so yes, we are very comfortable with them.
Okay, fine. But as I understand it, you don't think it's necessary because.
But the additional ones of the lower portion of the bedroom, lower portion of the glazing to the bedroom windows, I don't believe is strictly necessary, but they can be brought forward should people think they're necessary.
I understand that, but just as a matter of generality, have I correctly recorded your view that you don't think it's necessary to mitigate the impacts on privacy and amenity to the Gurdwara's external areas?
I think we mitigated it.
No, that's not the question. Do you think it's necessary, or do you think it's right to take steps to mitigate and minimise? Do you think it's right? I think you said, no, I don't think they're necessary. Is that fair?
There's always a balanced view on it, and I think we've got that balance right.
I'm asking for your view, whether you think it's right to take steps to mitigate and minimise impacts.
I think the mitigations we put forward
That's not the question.
Are right.
That's not the question. Do you think it's right that steps should be taken to mitigate and minimise impacts on the Gurdwara's external areas?
Not specifically to the car park area.
Not to the car park area. Okay. Thank you. While we're on the DAS, please, can we go back to page 18? One of the residential properties closest to the appeal site is Perkin Close. Do you see that there's a measured distance of 6.3 metres?
Yes.
Okay. Clarence Terrace is tighter. I think it's just 6 metres to the right. But there, the way the master plan... 18. So Clarence Terrace to the right on this plan is, I think, the only closer one. It's 6 metres, isn't it? But there, the master plan deals with that by providing a vehicular entrance in the school facade without windows. Is that right? At that pinch point?
No, at the bottom corner of the site, on the, I guess the bottom corner of Clarence, or the junction of Clarence Terrace and Hanworth Road is residential. It's
okay.
Residential block A.
Okay, and how close does that extend to the properties at Clarence Terrace?
I haven't got the exact dimension to hand, but it's probably around 10.5 meters.
Okay. Fine. Can we agree that the relationship to 13 to 28 Perkin Close is one that would require a sensitive response, given the proximity of the building to the boundary?
Yes, and I think we have.
Understood. In your proof, you discuss privacy and outlook from Perkin Close on page 32.
Yes.
Is there any reason you don't discuss the sensitive relationship between 13 to 28 Perkin Close there?
Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm on
it's
page 32.
Yeah,
looking at the
paragraph
diagram about-
10.21 discusses apartment layouts, blocks, and then 10.2.2 sets out separation distances only to 29 to 44 Perkin Close, and there's no discussion there or following on 13 to 28 Perkin Close, which is the sensitive, particularly sensitive relationship. Is there any reason for that?
It's because the 29 to 44 Perkin Close is their primary aspect is facing south
Okay.
towards our building.
Okay.
The 13 to 28, their secondary window situation on the sides of Perkin Close, because their primary outlook is east and west.
So you don't consider 13 to 28 Perkin Close to require a sensitive design response, is that right? Because they're not primary windows or primary elevation?
It needs a considered response.
Needs a considered response, okay. But you don't assist the inspector in your proof with that?
I think we've shown how we've positioned the cores and the habitable rooms of the bedrooms
Okay.
to have that sensitive response or considered response. Yeah. And the
Okay.
primary outlook of the apartments on the, I guess, the right-hand side as you're looking at, are predominantly looking east.
Can you turn to page 25 of the DAS, which sets out various design iterations? And can you see that the bottom left is the initial feasibility for pre-app November 2018?
Yes.
Now, you were appointed in 2018 to assist with this initial feasibility study, and I think you said that you did prepare the initial feasibility study. Is that the one we see here in the bottom left?
It is, yes.
It is. Okay. So your view then at that stage was that the relationship with 13 to 28 Perkin Close, which you show with an arrow there, was one that justified a setback of what's now block C?
It's not quite as it looks there. You've got a single aspect unit which faces directly onto 13 to 28. And that would have had its primary outlook. So therefore that would have been sort of 14, 15 meters away, habitable room to habitable room, or habitable room to a flank wall situation.
Right.
And also, if you look at the overall consideration of that site, the entire site layout, and I guess the combination of the school and residential percentages was completely incorrect on that. And there's many design considerations here that I appreciate you're concentrating on just that outlook issue, but there's many other considerations, design factors that need to be factored into that.
I understand that. You produced this drawing.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So this was your considered response in preparing an initial feasibility study. Yes.
It is. Yes.
Okay. And it's just right to note that you do draw an arrow from 9 to Perkin Close, and you did set your view was that setback was appropriate.
It's worth noting that had no daylight sunlight technical input at all, and the configuration of the entire site wasn't correct for the client's requirements. If you then carry on to the next pre-app, those two blocks, and this is obviously a different architect, but those two blocks actually get closer to the boundary.
They do.
And then the council then goes on to suggest a C-shaped block with appropriate outlook and privacy mitigation measures.
I mean, when we don't need to go back.
That's the whole design evolution of that. There's many design impacts or design considerations that go into that initial feasibility.
I understand that. Mr. Mannering. We don't have to go through the pre-app unless you want to, but it would be fair to say that in all of the pre-app responses, bar this one, which had that setback, there were concerns raised by the previous case officer, Enquiry Shuttleworth, about distances to to Perkin Close, and requests for further information about privacy impacts. Would that be a fair summary?
It would, but I would also say that the scheme and the amount of information that would have been submitted for that first preamp wouldn't be anywhere near as comprehensive as the second and the third and the fourth. They progressively get more details as the design gets gradually honed in a direction.
I understand that, but even on the second and the third and the fourth, Enquiry Shuttleworth, who was the officer at that stage, was raising concerns and asking for further information on separation distances and impacts on privacy at Perkin Close. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. And that's not reflected in the officer's report. Maybe that the officer didn't share the view of the previous officer. But they were concerns that have been raised through the design process. You accept that relationship.
But these will work through the design process. The final scheme was actually supported by officers.
Well, it was supported by a different officer, yeah. Enquiry Shuttleworth, I think, having left by then. But there were as you said, after your initial design, Block C moved closer to Perkin Close. And on every iteration, there were either concerns or requests for further information about privacy impacts.
Yeah. And gradually that information got provided.
Right. Well, we haven't seen that information being provided.
Well, in terms of it was, I don't think you can see any of they're not one of the core documents, which is all the design information that go in with each of these pre-app.
Right.
Each of these pre-app letters. So it's maybe not that helpful for the inspector, but in terms of design process, but the design will have evolved. So I think there's direct comments made around moving of the stair cores and the circulation, mitigating direct overlooking of bedroom windows. All the core arrangements would have been reconfigured. The building has gradually been moving around depending on. Yeah. Okay. So pre-app 2, they were a lot closer. Pre-app 3, it considers a C shape.
Okay.
And it carries on evolving depending on the technical input. So it's hard to comment on all the design decisions for these individual pre-app minutes because we haven't got all the design information.
Well, we haven't. So let's, okay. Now, in your main proof at page 33, paragraph 10.2.2, it's page 33 of Mr. Mannering's proof, paragraph 10.2.2. You discuss distances between Block D and 2944, and you make the point that they only fall between 1.6 and 1 meters from the SPG's useful yardstick. Now, I know it's not a rigid or mechanistic control, but you don't dispute that those distances do provide a useful yardstick in terms of appropriate separation.
In the right context, and I say that as in the we're in an urban context here, and the Perkin Close, I think, as I set out before, in the urban context and character study set out by the council, I do take that the courts and cul-de-sacs urban type 4 is atypical of the area, and it's more typical of the area to have the urban type 1, just a compact grid.
Understood, but. Understood.
Yeah, so
it's a useful yardstick
in the right context.
Okay.
And in this context, it's in my opinion, an urban context.
Okay. Can you just look at your DAS, please, page 41? Do you see in the first paragraph there you mention where possible and given consideration to how the northern block is designed to ensure where this sits under 20 metres, no habitable rooms faced onto the nearest property. Do you see that?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Sure. In the first paragraph, page 41, you include reference to where distances are less than 20 metres. Yeah, you're discussing separation distances?
Yes.
Okay. And your mention of 20 metres there, is that because you were considering that was a useful rule of thumb for assessing privacy even in this context?
Probably.
Probably. Okay. Thank you. Now, at Appendix ST15, Mr. Tickle has provided a plan which shows windows to circulation areas in Block C and D and living areas, sorry, that are intended to be obscured.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that that wasn't your original design intention to have to obscure those windows?
Which specific windows are you on about?
The ones identified in Mr. Tickle's ST15?
Yeah, no, all of them. Do you mean
Any of them?
any of them?
You didn't intend that any of them should be obscured,
No,
not the circulation ones even.
no.
Okay. And was that because you thought it would be a good thing for residents to be able to enjoy views out of those windows?
It's because it's as I set out in terms of our understanding of the urban context. There are comparable facing distances of habitable rooms to habitable rooms
Understood.
of less than 10 meters. In this particular instance, they're secondary windows to a circulation space,
I understand.
and
all of
therefore
that.
we felt this was acceptable. Yes.
Okay. And you thought it would be of benefit to residents to be able to look out of those windows unobscured, even in the circulation areas. Yeah.
Wouldn't say a benefit.
Okay. But you thought it would be good for them to be able to enjoy views out of those windows
Out of the circulation space.
from the circulation space?
Yes.
Okay, fine. And well, out of all of the windows, you thought it'd be a good thing if people could look out of them and they weren't obscured. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think the circulation space is a transitory space. I think.
So you didn't think it was important that people should have views out of them, or you did?
No, I do think it's a good thing. Yeah.
It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's neighbourly to sort of look out of your window over some of the communal amenity spaces, the car parking space between the two Perkin Close buildings.
okay. So
And it's comparable with the context. Sorry.
So it's a compromise in your view to have them obscured and not have that benefit.
No, I think it's an appropriate design response to the context.
But you just told me you thought it was a good thing and you didn't intend for them to be obscured originally. You
Yeah.
thought they should be open, people should enjoy views. Is that right?
I don't think they need to be obscured. No. So yes,
Okay.
I do think that's a good thing to be clear.
You think it's a good thing they'd be clear and you think it would be a compromise to obscure them because that wouldn't be a good thing, you've just said.
I think it would be a shame, but I don't think it would compromise the overall scheme. You'd still have good qualities of natural light coming into some of the circulation spaces. I'd be highly doubtful if the outcome of this entire process, we need to obscure all of them on there.
Okay. Okay.
Certainly the majority of the ones in the middle, which look towards the car park area, hopefully
Okay.
those don't need to be obscured.
I see. Fine. So the introduction of obscure glazing, just to be clear, it wasn't your idea.
It's there as part of condition 12.
It wasn't your idea.
It's an idea
Was it your
to
idea?
address the potential concerns.
Was it your idea?
What mine personally?
Yeah. You're,
Well, it was
the,
a-
you're the architect.
It was it was a combination of mine and maybe some colleagues looking at the project. Yeah,
So it was your idea,
to obscure them,
even though you think
potentially to obscure them if necessary,
it's... Okay.
if the outcome of this inquiry deems it necessary.
Okay. Is it not something that was forced on you by planning officers who said that a condition would be required to secure that?
No,
No. Okay, so this
the
suggestion...
condition didn't specifically state any windows. The condition is there.
I'm just trying to figure out who the suggestion came from, whether it came from you or whether it came from officers saying, actually, we do have some concerns about this and we think it's necessary to obscure the windows. Can you help me with that? Was it a suggestion that you came up with, or was it something that the council officers suggested was
I
necessary?
think condition 12, I haven't got it in front of me, but I think it relates to the detailing of windows.
That's not the question. The question is
It's a fairly standard condition.
the question is this suggestion that the glazing would need to be obscured. Was that something you suggested, or was it something that officers insisted would be necessary?
I don't think it was something we suggested or I suggested.
You don't think, or you do? Sorry.
Something that I suggested could be done if it was felt necessary
Right.
to restrict.
So it came.
outlet.
So it came from you if it was felt necessary, even though you think it would be a shame and you don't think it is necessary. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. If the windows did have to be obscured, I'm just looking at block C now, the rightmost window, facing Perkin Close. Do you see that shown in yellow as a window to be obscured?
The one to the living dining kitchen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The rightmost window
Yeah.
and to the living dining. Obviously, this is just one floor, but there are 4 floors at this and then a setback 5th floor. So we'll remember that. But
Yeah.
if that has to be obscured because of the separation distance, then effectively the outlook from those flats will become single aspect. They'll just have views onto Thompson Road. Is that right?
Well, they wouldn't be strictly single aspect.
In terms of
you
views.
wouldn't get the outlook. But I also don't think necessarily the condition 12 states that, I mean, we've put obscured in here, but condition 12 actually means you could put a vertical fin, which just directs the views just to the side of, just to the east, shall we say, of 38 to 20 Perkin Close. So it wouldn't necessarily need to be an obscure glass solution. Right. It was just simply one we put in here to alleviate potential concerns that could be done if deemed necessary.
Okay. Can we agree? You've said it would be a shame to have to obscure those windows. Can we agree that that would be it would be a suboptimal solution to have obscured glass and non-openable windows if that could have been avoided?
In terms of revising design?
Yeah.
I think you could probably come up with a better design solution through condition 12, which involves like a directional window or a vertical fin, something of that kind, which could, if your specific concern is regarding that 3 windows on that northeastern corner, then I think that's a fairly simple kind of process to follow.
Okay, but that again would be a compromise, wouldn't it? It wasn't something you proposed. You didn't envisage that people's views should be restricted in that way.
No, I don't see it as a compromise.
You don't see it as a compromise, but the obscured glazing you do see as a compromise? It would be a shame, I think you said.
Yeah, it would be a shame to obscure all of them.
Right.
That's most of my point.
I see.
I think a handful of them, it's fairly normal in an urban situation to expect some obscure glass.
Yeah, it may be normal, and it may be that in some instances it can't be avoided, but the question is whether it's a good thing or it's a suboptimal solution or compromise that you have to make because
I think
you haven't.
If we were reflecting on it now, and I appreciate that, we'd need more design time to come up with a suitable response to condition 12, but that living kitchen dining, I think you could do a directional window,
right?
And I think the 2 bedrooms in the middle could potentially have a vertical fin if deemed necessary, and then you wouldn't need to all the other circulation ones. I don't think you'd need to obscure them.
Okay, can you just have a look at the elevational drawing then, core document 1.2.18?
Yes, I've got it. 1.2.18.
Yeah, and it's the residential block C and D. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's core document 1.2.18. And it's the northern elevation of block C and D. Are you able to assist with the length of that northern elevation?
Not off the top of my head.
No. Okay. Okay, so it's here we see there's a setback 5th floor, isn't there? But there's this uniform 4 floors. With is it 42 windows on that wall? Something like that?
Yeah, I haven't added them all up, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Okay. There were comments from the design officer, from Mr. Barker at certain in his evidence. I mean, it's right to recognise, isn't it, Mr. Mannering, that this wall of windows and massing will have quite an oppressive impact, especially on 13 to 28 Perkin Close, won't it?
No, I disagree, because 13 to 28 Perkin Close, their predominant outlook is an east-west facing. and their communal amenity is to the east.
Well, just on the communal amenity, I mean, there is communal amenity space to the south. You're not suggesting that's somehow unusable, are you?
No, not at all.
No.
It's less usable. Just
Why is it
because
less usable?
Well, if you terms of how people use amenity space, kids playing football or riding bikes, that type of thing.
Right.
It's just more usable space, just one larger space to the east.
Are you suggesting that people don't use the southern amenity space?
No, I'm just saying it's less. As I suspect, it's less used.
You suspect it's less used. Is there any basis for that suspicion in terms of your actual visits to the site or anything like that?
Not specifically. And the primary amenity normally faces the main facade of the architecture, which is
right.
You can see.
Would it be right to say it's roughly 68 meters, that elevation? Does that sound about right to you?
Possibly, yeah. I wouldn't be able to tell.
Okay, so 68 meters at a distance of just a few meters from that amenity space in blocks C and D. You don't think that would have an imposing or oppressive impact on users of those areas? The amenity space to the south of blocks C and D. So south of Perkin Close, both blocks, sorry.
I don't believe so, no.
You don't believe so?
No.
Okay. Do you recall the exchange I had with Mr. Kidd yesterday about daylight and sunlight? And poor Mr. Kidd, he had to be a bit patient with my probably woman's brain, not keeping up with him because I didn't quite follow his logic. Can I just ask for your view, please, because you do touch on this. If there are adverse impacts, daylight and sunlight, on existing properties, is that something that you think is relevant for the inspector to take into account? Is that something that you consider when you're designing a scheme?
There isn't any, according to Mr. Kidd, there isn't any adverse impact when you consider this in an urban situation.
Okay, that's not as I recall his evidence, but okay, that's your understanding. But if there was an adverse impact, what would be your view as to whether that would be a relevant factor to take into account when you're designing a scheme?
I think it would be a consideration when
Okay.
you're designing a scheme, but in this particular instance, I think as Mr. Kidd pointed out, they've had unobstructed views over that area. So any building in this context.
I understand there might be countervailing considerations. I'm just asking because I think you say in your rebuttal proof.
He said it would be in consideration, and he was then going on to explain.
Yeah.
I understand. I was just
So let
asking
him
whether.
finish his
Well, I
answer.
was asking whether it would be relevant. That
He
was all
said
I
it-
wanted to know.
That's what I just said.
It
He
needs
said
to be
it would
taken-
be a consideration.
Yes, which
and
is
then
why.
you cut him off.
Which is why I'm
Or
just
can
going to.
All
Can
right,
you not finish?
Mr. Strawn, thank you. I don't
Which
think
is-
any more interruptions are needed. So finish what you were going to say, and then let's try to move on. We're about 10 minutes off your estimate now.
Yeah.
Are we on track for
Yes.
that? Thank
Yeah.
you.
It would be a potential consideration in a relevant context.
If there is an adverse effect, is it relevant to take it into account, or should the inspector ignore it?
It's relevant if the context.
No, I'm just saying if there's an adverse impact, is that relevant? And he may say it's outweighed by other factors, but should he take it into account in your view if there's an adverse impact?
Potentially, yes.
Well, why might there be a circumstance when
because it may be mitigated against other
that doesn't
other
mean he
issues.
ignores it, does it? He still takes it into account.
Isn't that what you just said?
No, I said, is it relevant to the inspector, or should he ignore it if there's an
I
adverse?
think it is relevant,
Right,
but
okay.
in the grand scheme of all the other.
I was just, thank you,
components.
understood, and fair enough, Mr. Mannering. I was just asking because in your rebuttal at paragraph 2.2, you said daylight and sunlight wasn't a reason for refusal, so you didn't consider it material, but you do accept it is relevant for the inspector.
I don't feel it's a material consideration in this particular instance.
Sorry,
You were
just,
pushing me to say, is
Okay.
it a consideration full stop? But in
Right.
this particular instance, I don't believe it is.
right, because you don't think there's an adverse impact.
I don't think there's an adverse impact to the secondary windows
You
to those
don't.
spaces,
Okay, fine.
which is the advice from Mr. Kidd.
Okay. Okay. Amenity space. Can we agree in general it's a good thing for amenity spaces to be overlooked by the development that they serve?
Yes.
Okay. And can we agree that different considerations arise where a new development would overlook the amenity area of a different development, an existing residential area?
I don't think issues would arise. Was that the question?
I said different considerations would arise when you're considering the impact of new development on the amenity space of an existing residential
Sorry,
area.
like what different considerations?
Okay. Planning policy and guidance indicates that new developments with amenity space, surveillance is a good thing from the residents of those blocks onto the amenity space. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. But planning policy and guidance also indicates that privacy to amenity areas, including communal, is also important.
Yes.
Okay. And so can we agree that while it's a good thing for windows and surveillance of amenity space as part of a development, it's for existing developments, it's important that their privacy should be remained, and it wouldn't be good to have overlooking of those amenity areas from the new development.
I don't completely agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
No.
Okay, so when we looked at that London plan policy, D6 and the table of D3.2, do you want to take that up? It is core document 10.1.11.
And which, sorry, which page?
It's PDF 6.
Which specific bit, sorry, are you referring to?
Yeah, of course.
The
It's
whole page.
it's the third Roman numeral.
Yeah.
Site layout, orientation and design of individual dwellings, and where applicable common spaces should provide privacy, and then it says daylight for residents. So can we agree that it's important in new development here, this is directed to protect privacy of common spaces from people not part of the development, if you see what I mean?
Sorry, I'm not following the question there.
Do you agree that it's important when conceiving a scheme
Yeah.
that the layout, that the common spaces should be provided with privacy?
No, I think there should be a degree of overlooking of them for
So you
natural
don't think
surveillance.
so you don't think this is right, the London plan policy?
I think it needs to be taken into consideration, but I think there's a sort of balanced view that needs to be taken in an urban situation, that it's not always going to be strictly private from new to existing developments.
Understood, but when you're conceiving,
I think we're just going off on I don't want to waste time. This is common spaces within a building. The outside spaces is in Roman numeral 4. I think we're just going off on a tangent, aren't we?
Okay, so
Can we just common spaces, as I understand it, are like common parts in a building.
well, that may be your understanding.
Well, I think it should be
Okay.
everyone. I mean,
Well, you can
Yeah.
pick that up in
Well,
re-examination.
okay.
Mr. Straw.
we're just trying to save time.
Okay.
Understood.
Thanks. Do you agree as a matter of design, Mr. Mannering, when you're conceiving of a new scheme, is it a good thing? Would this be a design intention of yours to orient the building on windows so that they're overlooking other people's existing amenity space? Would that be a design objective of yours?
In an urban context.
No, not where there are compromises. I mean, as a design objective, would that be an objective that you would actively seek?
I don't think it wouldn't be something you actively seek or actively don't seek.
Well, I want to understand that, please.
Well,
If you could
you could-
avoid it, would you?
It's
Or
very difficult to answer that because it's
I don't
all
think
dependent
so.
on, you're talking about a hypothetical site, but you have to take the context
no,
into
Mr. Mannering,
consideration.
I'm asking you as a matter of principle. As a matter of principle, if you were designing a scheme and there's existing residential
Yep.
with amenity spaces, would you deliberately place windows in your new scheme to overlook that amenity space if that could be avoided?
I think in certain instances it could be designed to be a good
Right,
thing with
you
passive
would.
surveillance.
I see. Okay.
But there are instances where it could be a bad thing.
Well, why? I mean,
I
either
think-
it's good or bad to have other people looking at you from a new development in your amenity space, or it's a good thing? I just want to understand your position on that.
I think it's almost impossible to tell without
Okay.
looking at the context.
Okay. In terms of amenity space on site, would it be fair to say that in general, it's preferable to provide communal amenity space and play space on site if that's possible?
For the younger age ranges, I would agree.
What do you mean by younger age ranges?
For the sort of under 5s and 5 to 11, I think the older age range, depending on the size of the development, depending on the child yield, would result to a requirement for, say, 16 to 17
I understand.
It'd be such a small space. I don't think you'd redesign it to be included within site.
Right. So you don't think it's better, as a matter of generality, to provide play space on site?
For the right age ranges, I think it is, yes. But I
Right.
think for certain age ranges, I don't think it's a finite requirement. No.
You don't think it's a finite requirement? If you could accommodate play space on site, would it be better to do that than to provide it off site?
Potentially.
Well, why wouldn't it be? If you could accommodate it on site, why would you say I
depends.
can, but no, I think the best thing is not to do that?
Because if that's restricting, I say, a brownfield development.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
being
if you could.
optimised.
I'm saying if you could provide it on site.
I think,
would that-
but it's a similar question to before. I think you've got to look at the context in which you're designing in.
Okay.
It's a very difficult one to black and white say yes or no to
All right.
without the context.
Can I ask you to turn to core document 10.2.3?
Yes. Well, 10.2.3.
A PDF 72.
Yes.
Paragraph 4.38, the Mayor will expect provision, and this is the play and informal recreation SPG, Mayor will expect provision to be made on site in new development and regeneration schemes wherever possible. Yeah? Do you see that?
I see the beginning of it, yeah.
Okay, so the Mayor's view is that play and informal recreation should be provided on site wherever possible. Yes?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in there it does say take a balanced view
Yeah, sure.
when
sure.
it comes to an urban location,
Okay.
but I can't recite that exactly.
Okay. And was there any consideration in your design process, anything that we see in the design and access statement, to assess whether it would be possible to provide a policy compliant play space on site?
Sorry, say the question again.
Sure. Is there any evidence in the design evolution in the DAS of efforts to accommodate a policy compliant quantum of play space on site?
No, because I think we've always tried to design the right balance
Right.
to the scheme.
And that doesn't involve testing to see if you can provide a policy compliant scheme?
Well, we would have reviewed that in the background, but whether it all gets into the DAS, and I know you're going to question it should have all gone into the DAS, but it's the design evolution will have consisted of thousands of iterations. So, yeah.
Right. Okay. So are you able to recall whether there was a test of whether it be possible to provide policy compliant on site?
In this particular instance, I think it was felt appropriate that the 12 to 15 and the 16 to 17-year-old provisions would be better placed making a contribution to local parks, given the community benefits of the school, like the multi-use games area and the sports hall provision.
Am I right that people would have to pay £20 and £25 per hour to use the hall and the Mooga?
I wouldn't be able to comment on
You weren't
that at all.
able to comment on that. Okay, so I haven't put all my questions, but in the interest of time, and there are some other issues. But I hope no point will be taken against me if I don't discuss, for example, the provision for adult-only communal amenity space, which Mr. Ubaka covered and is in our proof.
Can I just add one point to that? In many other applications which have been, I mean, this is probably more a question for Mr. Tickle on sort of planning policy. However, there's many other examples of planning applications been approved where areas of improved public realm areas on the site have been added into the communal amenity space.
You've made that
calculations.
You've
And in
made
this
that point.
particular instance, we've got approximately 800 square meters
Yeah, we've heard that. Thank you very
of
much.
public, which if you add that in with the total site quantum in terms of, I think the officers picked this up in the committee report, the balance of built form to open space on the whole is considered to be good.
Yes.
You-
Well, I have heard that,
Thank-
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. We'll take a short break now and then come back to hear cross-examination from the Gurdwara. Okay. So we'll adjourn until 3:20. Right, okay, let's resume then, please.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Clatton.
Sir, just before I do, on your housekeeping, I'm afraid your other dates also don't work for me, so I'm very sorry about that, if that scuppers that position too.
Right, okay, thank you. Well, we'll have to have a discussion after we've dealt with Mr. Mannering about how we're going to proceed. I'm quite concerned about whether we're going to have enough time, even if we didn't deal with closing submissions in person. So we're going to have to find some dates somewhere.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Mannering.
Good afternoon.
We really are all that stands between us and the weekend now, so hopefully we can make relatively rapid progress. We heard, I'm going to try not to go obviously over areas that we've already dealt with. We had a number of questions in cross-examination, or we heard from you earlier about the stages at which you've been involved in this project. And just to be clear, you're the lead. You're the lead architect for this project, yes?
I'm a design director overseeing the project.
Okay. And so the buck stops with you in terms of design, does it?
Yes.
Now, in your proof, we didn't find any details of site visits that had been undertaken by you to the appeal site. You mentioned in your earlier evidence 10 such visits. Was that just to the appeal site itself?
It was to the surrounding areas as well.
Okay. And were they all pre-application?
Yes, actually.
Okay. You gave a number of answers that emphasised the importance of context. And we can agree, can't we, that context is king as far as good design is concerned.
Yes. Well, not always, but.
Well, when is it not?
If you've got a redevelopment area, the town centre.
Okay. That's not the sort of situation we're concerned with, though,
No,
is it?
but it was an answer to your question.
Okay.
Sorry.
In this situation, context is king.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, as part of the appraisal of the site context, you indicated that you had a good understanding of the neighbouring development, and obviously that includes the Gurdwara and the uses to which you were responding. And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that it is important for you as the design director to fully appraise yourself of that context?
Yes.
Can you tell me then about the visits that you've made to the Gurdwara itself?
What, every visit?
Any visits to the Gurdwara?
Oh, no, sorry, not inside the Gurdwara itself. No.
Have you been inside the Gurdwara estate?
I've been down Alice Way and just into the top of the car park area, around with the entire surrounding streets, Perkin Close.
Well, I was talking about within the Gurdwara estate, just inside the top of the car park area.
Yes.
Okay. And on how many occasions have you done that?
Probably 5 or 6, every time we visit the site and walk around.
Okay. Now, can you tell me about any contact that you've made yourself with anybody at the Gurdwara?
I haven't. It's all been via the public consultation efforts of the team, which are captured in the Statement of Community Involvement.
Okay. Now, you've discussed with the Council for the Local Planning Authority your understanding of the nature of the uses on site, on the Gurdwara site, and their frequency, and I'm not going to go over that. Just 2 other points that I want to pick up, please. We can note, can't we, that within the Gurdwara's estate, we do have the residential properties at the south of the external area. That's the properties 231 to 235 Hanworth Road.
Yes.
And we can agree, can't we, that there's a need to respond appropriately to those as residential dwelling houses?
Yes, I think we have.
Yes. Yes, I appreciate what you say about what you have, but we can agree that you do need to do that.
It's a response to the context, yeah.
Yeah. And you also referred in your evidence in chief to respecting the location of Block A, respecting what you described as the gathering area. And that's the area immediately in front of the Gurdwara, as I understood your evidence. And can we just agree then, you do agree, or you do think that it's appropriate to respect that area?
I think the setting of the entrance to the Gurdwara and that landscape strip in front of it, I think it is quite important to it, yes.
Well, you said the setting of the entrance. You described it earlier as the gathering area.
Yeah,
On what basis was it that you consider it appropriate to respect it? Is it as respecting it as a gathering area, or is it respecting it as the setting of the entrance?
It's both.
Both. Okay. Now, you've presumably seen Mr. Adan's evidence, have you?
Yes.
And we can agree, can't we? And perhaps we should take it up. He's provided, I think it's at figure 2, might be figure 1. Figure 1, he's provided a plan of the Gurdwara's estate. Should we take that up, please?
Page 5, yes.
Page 5, yes. Now, he's made clear, hasn't he, and it wasn't challenged on this, that the use of the ceremonial area is not just limited to the area immediately in front of the Gurdwara. That's his evidence, isn't it?
That is his evidence, yes.
And his evidence is that in the Sevadar area, we have congregants who are gathering and worshipping in that area. That's also his evidence, isn't it?
It isn't his evidence, but this didn't come alight during the consultation process.
Well, I'm not going to go over that because I think there are clearly recollections may vary, as some would say, on that. And we've heard Mr. Adan's evidence, and again, it wasn't challenged. But we can agree, can't we, that Mr. Adan is right, that this area, the full area, is used by congregants for worship.
In terms of the frequency of how that's used, to me, the predominant use of that space is for a car park.
Well, you gave evidence earlier, Mr. Mannering, on frequency, and you made clear that you didn't have any knowledge as to frequency of things like the religious festivals other than when the Nagara was playing. You had no knowledge as to the frequency of weddings or funerals. So I think when you say that you consider it infrequent, we have to bear in mind that actually you don't know a lot about frequency, do you?
Well, we know enough to inform the acoustic requirements, which Mr. Leach has gone through.
Well, it's not just the acoustic requirements you've got to inform, is it? You've also got to respect your neighbour, your site context.
Yes.
And part of that is understanding how much use is made of this area for uses other than just where the Nagara is played. We can agree that, can't we?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know how much use is made of that area, do you?
I think we had a clear understanding of it, yes, but you're challenging me on that. I appreciate it. So,
well, I'm challenging you on it, and you have said in your earlier answers to cross-examination that you didn't know about the frequency of the religious festivities in that area, other than when the Nagara was playing. You didn't know when weddings were taking place. You didn't know when funerals were taking place. So you don't know a lot about frequency, do you?
As I say, I think we know enough about the frequency of events to inform the technical design.
Now, in terms of the Sevadar area, if we're agreed that the evidence is that the congregants are gathering and worshipping this area, is it your case then that there is no need to respect that?
It's not no need to respect that. I think the design sits in close proximity, but those two things can coexist together.
Well, if you don't know what's going on there, how can you know they coexist together?
We do have a fairly good overview of what happens there.
Okay, but it's not about a fairly good overview, is it, Mr. Mannering? It's about a detailed understanding. You don't have a detailed understanding, do you?
As I said, I think we had a pretty good understanding of that space.
You don't have a detailed understanding of the use of that space?
Of the car park area, we believe that it's predominantly used as a car park space.
Okay, but you've already told me that you don't know about how many weddings take place. You didn't know what a milne was. You don't know about funerals. How can you have had a good understanding of that?
I can't.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want to just talk to you about the relationship between residential development and other places of worship, please. You were here yesterday, weren't you, when Lord Singh gave his evidence to the inquiry?
Yes.
And you heard him talk about the importance of religious literacy then?
Yes.
Yes. And when one is dealing with religion and places of worship, one can't just lump them all together. It's important, isn't it, to understand how the needs of different faiths and different places of worship differ. Can we agree that?
Yes. In
And
principle.
obviously, Sikhism, Christianity, Islam,
Yep.
they're all religions.
Yep. All very different.
They don't all believe the same thing.
No, which is why there was a statement from the equality impact assessment done for Hounslow,
Okay.
which took that independent view.
Well, I'm not asking you about the EQIA now. I'm asking you about your understanding. They don't all believe the same thing. Can you tell me, Mr. Mannering, your understanding of the things that are prohibited in the Sikh religion?
I wouldn't want to speculate on that.
When you wouldn't want to speculate, do you mean you don't know?
If we're referring to the comments with alcohol and tobacco smoking.
Okay. Is that the first time you've heard that at this inquiry?
No, but they are, as we said before, the car park space is inherently, in our opinion, a semi-public space.
I'm not asking you about at the moment. I'm asking about your understanding.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And we know, for example, that whilst those things and also the consumption of meat might be prohibited in Sikhism with some Sikhs, they're not requirements, for example, that are generally required of Christians, are they?
No.
Now, in terms of those religions, obviously they all have places of worship. They have the Gurdwara, the church, and the mosque. And they're not all used in the same way, are they, those places of worship?
No.
No. But do you know what the langar is, Mr. Mannering?
But they do all have weddings and funerals and
Okay, they all have weddings and funerals. That's fine.
and sensitive events and celebratory events.
Okay. Do you know what the langar is?
No.
No. Well, the langar, Mr. Mannering, is the community kitchen that's operated from the Gurdwara. And in this Gurdwara, it's operated 365 days a year. And it serves free meals to any member of the community who wishes to go to it. Now, that is typical of a Gurdwara. It's not typical of a church, is it?
No, but I don't believe we're impacting the day-to-day use of that.
That's not the question. I'm
just
simply,
if you just, I agreed with you,
yeah,
and,
okay.
and I elaborated.
Okay. It would be unusual, wouldn't it, for a church in the UK to hold services which attracted thousands of people in the way that services at the Gurdwara do?
Not specifically. There's different religious events.
Are you aware of churches, for example, take the churches that you've put in your proof of evidence, are you aware of them hosting services that attract thousands of people at a time?
I'm aware of large religious events at some of the mosques, but
No,
I don't
I'm
know
asking you about
specific ones.
churches.
Not specifically at churches, beyond sort of large weddings
Okay.
and funerals.
Okay. And it would be unusual with churches, wouldn't it, for services to be carried on outside? That's also not typical.
No, you meet in the car park, and then you gather at the main entrance. The sort of arrival sequence is very similar.
Well, that's your assumption, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
And you assume that's the same in the way that a Gurdwara operates and in a church, do you?
I'm not saying they're the same. I just think there's a similar arrival sequence.
Okay. Now, it's also fair to say, isn't it, that unfortunately, that places of worship in the UK, particularly for what might be termed minority faiths, do have legitimate security concerns. You're aware of that, presumably.
Yeah.
And that is, for example, reflected in the Mayor's own SPD on planning and equality. Can we just take that up a moment, please?
What's the CD
It's
reference?
sorry, it's CD 10.2.1. And it's page 92. And under the heading Tackling Discrimination and Harassment on Religious Grounds, it talks about Part 2 of the Equality Act. And it notes the... I'm so sorry. (10.2.1), page 92. Do we all have that now? Yes, good. Page 92, PDF 92. Planning for equality. Planning for equality and diversity. It's the Mayor's SPG.
Supplementary planning guidance, planning for equality. And,
That's the one, yes.
Page 92.
Page 92
Mine's begins. Ah, okay. What's the internal page of it?
88.
Okay, sorry. Yep, thank you.
And so halfway down that page, we see tackling discrimination and harassment on religious grounds. And it makes the point that Part 2 of the Equality Act 2006, obviously we now have the 2010 Act, made it illegal to discriminate on the grounds of religion or belief in education, etc. And then it says, however, there are still issues for people of faith groups relating to their personal security in the public realm, and especially in dealing with the negative effects of religious intolerance, for example, Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. And then it sets out some sort of slightly depressing statistics about hate crime in London. And it goes on to say, improving the design of the public realm has a part to play in ensuring the safety of all measures, but wider measures to increase understanding and foster respect are the only ways to eliminate hate crime. So we can see that this position that faiths are, I say so-called minority faiths are placed in, is recognised by the Mayor in his own guidance, isn't it?
Yes.
And if we just also pop back to the PDF page 40 of that.
You have to give me a...
And again, sorry, that's 36 of the... Again, in the middle of the page, we see a section on discrimination and hate crime, and it describes what hate crime is. And then it goes on to note again, whilst hate crime is part of a much wider social issue, which must be tackled through education and legislative measures, spatial planning can make a positive and complementary contribution by ensuring the creation of safe urban environments, including good urban design, natural monitoring, lighting, and use of CCTV, and then saying that those measures will also mean non-discriminatory, that urban realm is non-discriminatory and accessible for all. And so we can agree, can't we, that the planning system does have a role in seeking to address hate crime and the risk of hate crime?
Yes, I mean, it did state before, though, that any of that is illegal.
Yes, but it says nonetheless, spatial planning can make a positive and complementary contribution to avoiding it, can't it?
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
part of a range of measures that are available.
It does, but I don't feel what we've designed is adding to that or affecting it.
Okay.
It does say, including good urban design and natural monitoring through well-used spaces. Yeah. So
We're not talking about the specifics of your scheme here at the moment. What
No,
we
fine.
are talking about is that we can agree that the planning system does have a role in seeking to address hate crime and risk of hate crime. And I think we're agreed on that.
It has a limited impact, doesn't it? Yeah.
Okay, so you regard it as having a limited impact. Okay. Now, we can agree again then, can't we, that when one is considering a design response, which we've already agreed needs to be specific to its context, one of the important things is going to be considering the specific attributes of the place of worship that you are designing in relation to. Yes?
Yes.
Now, in your proof at paragraph 9.3, you have a section that deals with places of worship and our response in urban environments. Can I ask you to take that up, please?
(9.3), yes.
9.3. Now, you make the point in 9.3.1 by reference to Hounslow's EQIA, and I know we're getting an update to that document, that many sizable places of worship operate in a similar environment and in close proximity to schools and housing. This is so you note that that's recognised in the past EQIA. And just to be clear, it's obviously not in dispute that places of worship and residential development can coexist. Now, you then go on in 9.3.2 to say there are many further examples of places of worship in London that are located in residential urban environments. And you say, I believe the following are representative examples. And again, just going back to that point about religious literacy, I presume that you consider that you've provided us with the best and most representative examples that you could find.
Yes, it's likely, yeah. I think there were the relevant ones with relevant. I think they were surrounded by relevant urban contexts.
So you say these are relevant urban, these show relevant urban context?
I think so.
Okay. But we're already agreed that you agreed a moment ago that you do need to consider the specific attributes of the place of worship that you're relating to. So I presume that you also consider that these share relevant characteristics with the Gurdwara.
In terms of the arrival sequence of coming down a public street, getting out of the car, a gathering space at the front of the building, and then entering the building, yes.
Well, I'm sorry.
You can't see that from these. You'd have to go in Street View or actually go there and visit them. But.
Yes, because actually none of them have, I mean, they're all hard up against the boundary of the street, aren't they? None of these have arrival spaces or gathering areas akin to the Gurdwara, do they?
Well, they don't have as large a car parks, no.
Well, have they got any car parks?
Some have some small car parking areas, which...
Right. So how are they the same as the arrival sequences in the Gurdwara? I mean, of course, when I go to a shop, you know, I usually walk, but say I was not in London, you drive to a shop, you park in the car park, you go into the shop. I mean, that's hardly a way to compare places of worship and their specific needs and context, is it? Is that the basis upon which you've sought to compare these? Because a person drives up to them, parks, meets people outside and goes in?
They're equivalent. I think they're representative buildings in context.
Okay, well, let's just look at that representative buildings in context point. In each case, what you've provided us with is a single photograph and a name and location of the church or mosque, yes?
Yes.
Did you visit any of them?
Not specifically myself, no.
Not specifically yourself. Did you ask somebody else to visit them?
No.
No, okay. And what, if any, information have you gained about any external or noise-generating activities at any of these examples?
None.
None, okay. And none of these are Gurdwara, are they?
No, they're not, no.
Okay, and so you can't say that the events held here are the same as at the representative examples?
I think many attributes have comparable. For instance, the buildings, the proximity, and the setting.
No, we're
of the
talking about
building.
events.
Yeah, I appreciate you talking about the
So
events.
talk to me about events. Are you telling me that you're satisfied that these host the same events as the Gurdwara?
For the events where people turn up and then gather at a main entrance and then go into the building, they will probably be similar. But not in terms of events, celebratory events where you take the entire car park space.
Okay, so they're not similar in that sense.
Because they don't benefit from having a car park.
No, and the point is, though, it's those events, things that are held in the external areas of the Gurdwara, about which we're concerned. Yes, you understand that?
Yeah.
So can we agree that none of these are representative examples? You are not able to say, because you have done no research and you do not know, that any of these are representative examples in terms of comparable use of external spaces.
They're not comparable in terms of the use of a car park space, no.
Thank you.
But they are comparable in terms of the building in an urban built environment.
But we're not looking at just whether there's a building in an urban environment,
I agreed with
are
you,
we?
and then I elaborated.
Well, no. Okay. Now, you were taken through a number of points in the DAS with my learned friend, and I'm not going to go over those. There is just one point that I wanted to ask you about the DAS, and it's whether you can help me with anywhere that we find a reference in there to the need to design this development in such a way so as to ensure community cohesion or to minimise the risk of hate crime. Do we see any of those references?
No, because we didn't think it was an issue.
Okay. Now, there are just a few points then, please, on policy and the design guides. They're very short. Obviously, I appreciate that the application of policy and related guidance is principally a matter for Mr. Tickle, but there are just a few points about your understanding of those matters and your designing of a compliance scheme. I presume you agree that although you are an architect rather than a planner, you do need to have an understanding of the requirements of policy and guidance in order to be able to design a compliance scheme. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's a collaborative effort, though.
Yeah. And you would say you had such a working understanding?
We work closely with the planning consultants, yes.
Yeah. Well, do you have a working understanding?
I have a working understanding of the core policies, but in terms of the actual detail, because as you can see in the core documents folder, there's thousands of them. That's their entire profession.
Yes, I'm not diminishing the planning profession at all, but you agree that you have a working understanding?
Reasonable.
Okay, and presumably you also have a working understanding of the guidance that's given in the National Design Guide and in the Mayor's SPGs and London Plan Guidance, do you?
It depends which bits you're going to.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to ask you about the development plan policies, but I am just going to ask you about the National Design Guide and the LPGs, the London Plan Guidance on optimising site capacity. So can we take up, first of all, please, the National Design Guide? And I presume you are familiar with this, given that it's a design-focused document.
Yeah, have you got the CD reference?
CD 9.11. Okay. And do we all have that?
I've got it, yeah.
We'll go to the page in a second. I'll just wait. Has Mr. Strawn got it?
Yeah, I've got it.
You have, good. Okay. We are going to go to page 11. Just noting first, before we do, I think it's Roman 3, page 3 of 66 of the PDF. We can note that the design guides.
Sorry, page 11 or page 3? Which?
Well, we're going to page 11, but I'm just noting on page 3 that there are 10 characteristics of good design that are set out in this design guide. Yes? You aware of that?
Yeah, I'm on page 3.
Yeah. So you can see that this is the contents page, but we can see that part 2 is the 10 characteristics. So if we go to page 11, we see their characteristic C1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this characteristic is understand, and the development should understand and relate well to the site, its local and wider context. And the design guide requires us, and look, this is looking at paragraph 41, first of all, to respond positively to the features of the site itself and the surrounding context, and to enhance positive qualities and improve negative ones. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And part of it is some of the features that have to be responded to include the pattern of uses and activities carried out on the land. That's the final or penultimate bullet within that little part of the section. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And one of the others that we have to respond to under the heading Others are non-physical, aspirations, concerns and perceptions of local communities. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they're matters that it is necessary to understand and consider when effecting a good design, yes?
They need to be taken into a balanced consideration, yes.
Yes. But they do need to be taken into consideration.
Into a balanced consideration given the context, yes. Just
think-
pulling those individual policies out and then applying them is quite.
Well, they're not policies, are they? These are factors which we're told are features that are features of context that need to be taken into account.
Yes.
And I don't think we disagreed about that.
No.
Good. Okay. Then we also have, this is the last one to look at, I1, which is on page 15. And at paragraph 53, it explains that well-designed new development is influenced. This is I1, by the way, is responding to local character and identity. Well-designed new development is influenced by features of the context that are particular to the area. That's the 4th bullet down. Do you see that?
Yes.
And also, unsurprisingly, on the 2nd bullet below, further below that, the height, scale, massing and relationships between buildings, amongst other things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can we then please turn to the London Plan Guidance on optimising site capacity? That's a core document 10.2.17. And if you could go please to page 14. That should be section 7, building height, layout and uses.
Mm-hmm.
And if we look at figure 2.10 of that, see the heading land uses?
Yep.
And it says there, local building height should be used to should be assessed to determine the appropriate height of new development. Height of new development should relate to the width and hierarchy of surrounding streets and public spaces. And then it says particular consideration should be given at a site's edges where it meets existing townscape. Overly abrupt changes in height should be avoided unless justified from a townscape perspective. Do you see that?
Yeah, it also says that as part of this, the impact for potential future building height should be considered on daylight, sunlight, blah, blah, blah. And it goes on to refer to a few other points. So this, again, it needs to be taken into consideration. Yes, I agree.
But it does say that the guidance, the mayor's guidance, is that particular consideration has to be given at a site's edges where it meets existing townscape, and that overly abrupt changes in height should be avoided unless they're justified.
Yes.
Yes. And then if we look, please, at page 16. This is stage 2 design vision. And I'm just looking at 3.2 public engagement and consultation. Tell me when you've got there.
Yes.
And consultation's a matter I'll come back to generally with Mr. Tickle. But 3.2.2 notes engagement should be inclusive with the participation of all parts of the community and their views taken account of, providing engagement online and in person, etc., etc. Involve gathering of a local insight and knowledge as well as communities' preferences on design, massing and land use. And then it says the community's perception of safety can also be gathered at this stage, as this will be an important consideration in the design of streets and the new development. Do we agree that?
Yes, and that engagement took place, but
yes. We'll say that's a matter I'm going to come back with, but we can agree that the community's perception of safety is an important consideration in the design of a new development as a matter of principle.
in principle, yeah.
Good. And then lastly on this, please, page 25. And this is a section headed building line and height. Again, tell me when you have that, please, Mr. Mannering.
Yeah, I'm there.
Good, okay. We're looking at paragraph 4.5.2. It talks about the need to determine a site's height and building line parameters, specifying maximum heights that are based on a site's design vision and influenced by street types hierarchy and any planning constraints such as protected views or nearby heritage assets. Heights particularly significant for sites that are in close proximity to different areas of character and identity. And then it says it's important to avoid a cliff edge in height or massing where one boundary meets another, as illustrated in figure 4.12 below. Do we see that?
Yes.
So again, we can see that the mayor's guidance is that it is important to avoid a cliff edge in height or massing. Yes?
It needs to be taken in context. This is... again, this policy is here, but it needs to be taken into consideration of the entire site, the urban context.
Of course, but the mayor's guidance is that it is important to avoid a cliff edge. Yes, that is his guidance.
Yeah, in principle.
Yes, okay. And that's consistent with what we saw in the National Design Guide as well, isn't it? About avoiding overly abrupt changes unless justified from a townscape perspective.
Yeah, but what we're proposing are not unreasonable steps in height,
Well,
which is as referenced by the officers.
We're going to come on to
comments.
we're going to come on to look at that.
Yeah.
Okay. But we can agree that that is what the mayor requires and he thinks it's important.
In principle,
In
but it
principle.
needs to be taken into consideration of other policies as well.
Yeah, of course. Good. Now, just in relation to all of the guidance that we've looked at, presumably we can agree that those matters are actually merely reflective of established principles of good design, which I think you've already said you consider that you followed.
Yes.
Good. Okay. Let's come on then to look at height, please. And obviously, we've already established your view that this was predominantly a car park, and that's the way you've approached this. The height of Block A, please, now adjacent to the Gurdwara ceremonial area, car park in your view, is 5 stories. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And in your proof at paragraph 9.2.5, we don't need to take it up because we're going to be going to the DAS, but you describe that scale as being in keeping with the prevailing height in the area.
When you look at the urban context and character study of
Yeah.
the surrounding area, yes.
Yes. Yes, I'm just merely reporting what you'd said in your proof at this stage. We're going to look at the DAS and what's said about that there, okay? Now, can we take up the DAS, please? The Design and Access Statement, CD 1.3.2, and we're going to go to page 22, please.
Page,
Yes.
page, sorry.
Sorry, I'm just still getting to it. Page 22. Sorry, I'm not quite there yet. Good, okay, and we have...
Historic dye works? Have I gone the wrong page?
Yes, wider context, yeah.
Oh, okay, next page. Yep.
You there now? Yep. Good. Okay. So we've got this page, wider context, and we can see, can't we, that there's a key at the left-hand bottom. Yep.
Yeah, which shows the buildings up to 5 stories.
Absolutely. Now, the only building up to 5 stories identified in the area is the Gurdwara, isn't it?
In that particular element.
Well, where else even on this wider context plan is there another 5-story one?
Well, looking at the entire urban area, which is this document.
Sorry, no, let's look at this. This is the wider context shown in your design and access statement. It's got AI at the top of it.
Yep.
Within this wider context that you've identified, which includes many surrounding streets, the only building that's identified as being 5-story is the Gurdwara, isn't it?
Yes, on that bit.
Yes. Now, can I go, please, to the north site elevations? That's CD 1.2.14. So it's proposed elevations north and south.
Yes.
Thank you. And we can see, can't we? This is in the north site context elevation at the top. We can see the Gurdwara building on the right, yes?
Yes.
And as I understand it, that 4-story block in the centre is block D, yes?
Yeah, at the end, yeah.
Yeah. And if we look at the Gurdwara, the main mass of the Gurdwara, just below, and I'm not sure whether you as an architect would call it a parapet or a cornice level. You might have a different name for it. Perhaps you could tell me the correct term so that I get it right.
It is just the decorative parapet.
The decorative parapet. So the main mass of the Gurdwara, just below the decorative parapet level, is approximately the same level as the level of the base of the windows in this 4-story building, yes?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. And in fact, this 4-story building of block D is itself higher than the decorative parapet of the Gurdwara, yes?
It is, but just to elaborate on that, the
Yes.
heights of this were developed with the officers and, obviously clearly considered to be acceptable.
Yes.
The height of the Gurdwara in this particular view can't be seen from the public realm. So it's not an inherently sort of facing a public street.
Well, from the other side, from the other side, the decorative parapet is exactly the same height, and that is visible, isn't it?
You can see it down at a very acute angle from Hanworth Road down Alice Way.
Okay. Well,
You-
the inspector can look at that on the site. We can agree, can't we, that the main mass, and I'm just leaving this as a position of fact at the moment, the main mass of the Gurdwara building is not 5 stories. Can we agree that? As a matter of fact.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. It's
Well, it either is or it isn't.
yeah, it was just shown graphically as a kind of
Yep.
the height of a 5-story building, even though it's not got that number of stories.
Well, it's only the height of a 5-story building if you go to the tip of the dome, isn't it?
Yeah, I take your point.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Now, going back then, please, to your proof at paragraph 8.4.5. You talk about blocks A and B here, and I know what officers say about A and B. We're all familiar with that, so I'm just dealing with what you've said in your proof here. You say that block A, you say you agree with officers' analysis. Individual blocks are taller than buildings to the south and east, which are mainly 2 stories, but designed to have comfortable mass for the context. And you say they reflect and mediate the height of the Gurdwara to the west and Perkin Close to the north. And you say the blocks gradually step up in height and reduce the perception of mass by breaking into smaller elements, yes?
Yes.
We can agree, though, can't we, that in terms of what it is reflecting, it's reflecting the height of the very highest point of the Gurdwara, i.e. its golden dome.
In the total height, yes, but in terms of the way it sits within the context, offset from the main elevation, it doesn't impede on the main route coming in down from Alice Way. If you provide even just 2 stories along the Hanworth Road southern elevation of the site, you wouldn't get any views of the Gurdwara from Hanworth Road itself. It is inherently on a backlands site that can't be seen from the public realm. So therefore the developments sat away, we feel, are sat quite comfortably with the mass of the Gurdwara building itself.
From the public realm.
From the public realm and the entrance sequence, and not affecting the main front elevation of the building.
Well, well, I said we are looking at that, but just in terms, again, point of fact, it's reflecting the very highest point of the Gurdwara, the height of block A, isn't it?
In terms of height, yes.
Yes. And we can agree, because we looked a moment ago at block D, that in fact the main mass of the Gurdwara is materially lower than the than the height of the Golden Dome. It's nearly 2 stories, we saw, because it's at approximately the same level as the base of the windows of the 4-story building.
It's not 2 stories lower, no, than the main dome.
It's nearly 2 stories, isn't it?
No, I'd say it's more like a story.
Well, we looked a moment ago. I hope you still got it open. CD 1.2.14.
Yeah, the height of the dome to the decorative parapet is not 2 stories.
Right, it's more than 1 story though, isn't it? Because we've got block D shown in this image, which is 4 stories. The main mass of the Gurdwara building is at the base of the window level of that, i.e. Looks like pretty much close to finished floor level or something like that. And then the height of the Golden Dome of the Gurdwara is, again, higher than the top of the 4th story. So it's definitely more than 1 story, isn't it? But less than 2.
It's maybe marginally over 1 story, but it's definitely not 2.
It's more than 1 story and less than 2.
Marginally.
Yeah, marginally over 1 story.
Take down the different
answers. So we can agree, can't we, that the scale of the building adjacent to the boundary within the Gurdwara site, placing ourselves in the ceremonial area, will be greater than the main mass of the Gurdwara building itself?
Marginally, yeah.
Well, by more than a story.
It's also worth noting.
Sorry, by more than a story. Then you can say it's also worth noting.
It's about half a story higher than the decorative parapet.
Right. And we were talking about the main mass, which we'd already agreed is...
The decorative parapet is at the top of the main mass.
Okay. And we know that the Gurdwara is the only building shown as being 5 stories, and so it isn't really, but it's the only building that's shown as 5 stories in the whole area. Yes?
Not in the whole area, just on that plan.
Okay. In the area that you chose to show as the wider context of the site,
On that plan, yes.
which is what you chose to show as the wider context of the site. It's your DAS. It's got AI on it.
Yeah, in that
Yes.
specific
Okay.
specific plan, yes.
Now we don't then, in the case of the western boundary of Block A, so I'm talking about the western elevation, see any transition or stepping down in height before the Gurdwara's boundary, do we?
No.
It
This-
presents a sheer face to the boundary of the Gurdwara, viewed from the ceremonial area.
It does, but can I also elaborate on that?
Okay.
This is the Mr. Udan in his examination in chief. He said that the planning application that the Gurdwara submitted was respectful of the Gurdwara and the way it functions.
Right.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yes.
But the planning application, if we could load that up, the CD 13.8B.
Well, but pause it here. We can, but I'm not asking about the Gurdwara's planning application. I'm asking about your design.
No, well, I think my design, or our design, is perfectly acceptable in relation to the Gurdwara, its setting of the grounds and the building itself, which is as recognised by the council and their officers.
Yeah.
What I'm just wanted to point out
Yeah.
is that the Gurdwara appointed some architects who also came up with the same indication of mass and proximity of the building to the main facade of the Gurdwara as us. And Mr. Udan said that they appointed them and were happy with that design. So they made the same design decisions as us.
Okay. Well,
So if we
Mr.
could look at that, it'd be really
Okay.
helpful, I think.
Go on then. Well, you show the inspector.
It's CD 13.8B.
We're talking about the Gurdwara's planning application.
Yes.
Yes, I can recall that.
Yeah. But there's a few points just to specifically
Okay.
make on that.
What page are we going to, Mr. Mannering?
Page 33.
Where proposed ground floor plan?
Yeah. So just starting with the ground floor plan, if you look at the entrance to the Gurdwara and where they've chose to position the core arrangement, the ground floor lobby, lift and riser, that is positioned exactly and the same facing distance away as we positioned Block A. So their architects, who they've said they were happy with the design
But
when
this-
it was submitted, they've made the same decision as us in terms of the proximity of the face in plan. And then if you carry on down to
Sorry, can I
page-
just pause? Because I just want to make sure I'm understanding the point you're making, because this is obviously within the Gurdwara's own boundary.
Absolutely.
Are you saying, oh, they've put 5 stories on their site and that would reflect on ours? Is that, and that's acceptable? Is that the point that you're getting at?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what
I'm
is
saying
it? I don't need what your view is, Mr. Strawn, and
no,
what he's saying. I want to understand what he's saying.
Yeah, in terms of the where you would position a building in the
Yeah.
proximity to a locally listed building, the
Right.
main facade, the decorative parapets and the dome and the entrance sequence, they've positioned that building in plan exactly the same facing distance away as that we positioned ours. It just happens that ours is slightly further to the east. Do you follow me?
I don't follow you, I'm afraid, no.
The northern elevation of Block A,
Yes.
if you carry that line across, which you can see just on
Yeah.
the corner of that, the architects of the Gurdwara, which Mr. Udan said they appointed and they were happy with the design of, they've come to the same conclusion that we did. And we've got to assume that they've taken into consideration all the attributes of the Gurdwara and how they function in this design. They've positioned the core, the ground floor lobby, the lift and the riser,
Yeah.
the same distance away in plan from the main entrance, which breaks up the entire space of the car park. Obviously, there's an undercroft area, which I've got a question mark on whether that's a usable celebratory
So
space.
This is completely different to the point I'm making. We're talking about
You're talking
having
about height.
Yeah, well,
Yes,
yeah,
so I'll
we're
come on
talking.
to that.
So,
So the next page, page 40,
right.
has got the height of the building. And it's shown representatively in page 40 as an elevation, but actually our building is shown with one floor too many on it. So actually ours is the same height as what the planning application as submitted for the Gurdwara. So again, they've made the same decision that we have in terms of that's appropriate height in relation to the Gurdwara.
Yeah.
And Mr. Udan said that this was acceptable and they've agreed that with their architects. in
mean-
his evidence in chief.
I mean, just looking at this, block A does appear to be larger, looking at this.
No, yeah, but that's drawn with one floor too many. It's not actually the correct number of floors on it.
And I mean, in any event, this was refused, wasn't it? Because it was regarded as being unacceptable.
It was unacceptable on the grounds that
Right.
the proximity of the boundary to block A.
Yeah, was unacceptable. This scheme that you're trying to reflect on your own scheme was regarded as unacceptable.
It was not it was unacceptable for different matters than the facing of the distance of the building.
Well,
not
I'm
to mention, it was agreed with the Gurdwara. They were happy with this.
But I'm not talking. I'm not talking.
I understand the point that's
Yeah.
being made,
Fine.
and if
Yes.
it's not helpful to you, Ms. Clutton, let's move on.
Well,
Because,
it isn't, because it's not the point that I'm making.
exactly. Let's move on then.
Yeah, we're dealing here with a situation where the ceremonial area is remaining open. It's in use frequently for religious events. I know that that's not something you understand, but that is the position that we'll be setting out. We have professional planning evidence being given by, obviously, Mr. Robinson, who's presented his own view. And what I'm trying to seek to establish is that we have got a position where, as against that open ceremonial area, we've got a building that is in your block A that is higher than any building in the area shown on your own wider contact plan. You've agreed that it presents a sheer face to the Gurdwara's boundary. And the point that I was going to make is that that is exactly the sort of cliff edge that the London Plan Guidance says it's important to avoid, isn't it?
So why wasn't that raised by the officers during the pre-application meetings and the committee report?
I don't know, but I'm dealing
I
with
don't know. We were
I'm dealing
working
with the
with,
position now.
but we were working with a full team of professional consultants. We were working with the officers with a signed PPA over a considerable amount of time. We did extensive amounts of consultation. Why has this only come into light now that it's an issue?
Right. Well, because we aren't, I mean, the Gurdwara aren't part of the council. They're not part of the LPA. They've taken their own
They were
advice.
part of the consultation.
And I'm now asking you, yeah, and we've always thought that the building was unacceptable for many reasons. I'm now asking you that in circumstances where you've got a building that is presenting, as we're agreed, a sheer face to the boundary of the ceremonial area, that is at the height of the highest, or taller than anything in the area in terms of the actual mass, that is exactly the sort of cliff edge that the LPG says it's important to avoid, or it's the same sort of, I forget the language in the National Design Guide. That is,
I
it's
disagree.
exactly what's being looked to avoid, isn't
I
it?
disagree. I think it's making a positive contribution that is making the best use of a brownfield site to deliver much needed homes and affordable homes.
But how is a sheer face at a highest height without any transition or stepping down not a cliff edge? Can you explain that to me, please?
5 stories is not a sheer face. 5 stepping down.
You've already
to some of the
agreed that it's a
contextual-
sheer face, so you can't go back on that.
I haven't agreed it's a sheer face.
Yes, you did. I asked you the question. I said it presents a sheer face to the boundary of the Gurdwara, and you said, yes, it does. I've got a clear note of that, and the inspector will have too.
Well,
I'm just trying to
disagree with that.
understand, Mr. Mannering, how a building that is that much higher than, of that height, that has a sheer face without any transition down to the ceremonial area is not a cliff edge. Now, you may say it is a, wait, I haven't finished. You may say it is a cliff edge, but I think it's acceptable. But it is a cliff edge, isn't it?
I disagree. A 5-story building with the heights of the surrounding buildings of 2, 3, and 4 stories around, I think it's not considered to be a cliff edge. If it was 10 stories, I would say it's a cliff edge.
Okay. All right. Well, we can set out our respective positions on that.
Ms. Clutton, we're at the hour point now. Are we nearing the end?
Well, yeah, we're not too far off, sir. Obviously, that has taken longer than I thought it might do, but I'm just going to carry on. So we can agree, can't we, that the impact of the height of a building upon a neighbour is influenced by its positioning relative to the boundary of that neighbour.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. The impact of the height of a building upon a neighbouring site is influenced by the position of that building relative to the boundary?
I'm not sure I'm following that.
Well, if you've got a boundary
Yeah.
and then you put a building,
Yeah.
the height is going to be experienced differently depending on whether that building is closer to the neighbour's boundary or further away.
It will be, yes.
Yes, good. And we've obviously heard a lot about separation distances at the inquiry. And one thing that I hope that we can agree is that the separation of new built form from either existing built form or site boundaries is something that can be used to avoid adverse neighbour impacts, such as overlooking and dominance, as a matter of principle.
It can be, but there's other means as well, which just using solid balustrades like we have done. The design of it in terms of not making it, and then it was referenced in one of the earlier pre-apps that was done by the previous architects, but they had lots of curtain walling, lots of glass, so we obviously mitigated that by reducing the window sizes. So there's other mitigating measures that can be done, not just by moving the entire building, which will have consequential impacts on other elements of the design, like amenity space, quality of that amenity space, the impacts on the school, servicing of the building.
I mean, I heard you give evidence about that earlier, and it was put to you that there was a suggestion. It certainly wasn't from Mr. Duncan, which I think was the way, but it was put that the building could be moved 30 metres. I think that might have been a suggestion from Mr. Scrivener. But I just want to ask you about that. Can you show me where, in any of the application documentation, we see your consideration of alternatives in terms of moving any blocks away from the boundary of the Gurdwara?
There isn't any, and we haven't got any setting out the building. If we set it in 18 metres from all the boundary conditions, you simply wouldn't be able to achieve the council's own allocation for the site.
Well, there's no evidence of that, is there? Because you haven't got that information.
No, but we haven't got the design and access statement is to show a logical progression of the scheme, which we have done considering the design that we'd taken over from pre-apps 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
We weren't going to go back to first principles when we've had such good feedback from the local authority on the approach taken. We wouldn't then put in 50 alterations or 50 design iterations in the DAS just for the purposes of a potential meeting like this.
So you, just to confirm, you weren't going to go back to first principles after having good feedback from
we
the
professionally
local planning
reviewed the
authority.
scheme, and we agreed with many of the decisions made, and then we evolved that scheme from that point with the technical advice of the appointed consultants and the officers by the PPA.
And that is exactly consistent with what the Gurdwara have said about what happened at the consultation, that they were told that there just weren't going to be changes made. That's right, isn't it? You weren't going to go back to first principles.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think we were genuinely seeking to get advice from the community on all aspects, not just the Gurdwara, all the surrounding areas, the way that the Perkin Close operates, the way that the
But what's the
industrial
point in
estates
getting
work.
that if you weren't prepared to go back on the earlier design approach?
We would be, if the feedback came in that there was strongly felt that we need to address that, we would have addressed that. Yes, of course we would have done.
Okay. Now, you'll notice that we haven't yet gone to a plan or a visualization to try and understand the relationship between the Gurdwara's ceremonial space and Block A. Can you just take me to one, please?
There's a convenient sort of axonometric view from above in my proof on page
Well, no,
13.
I want to see one from ground level where people will actually experience it, because we're not birds.
We typically only take CGIs across sort of the public realm looking at the building.
Okay, well, I mean, just so
If the council wanted to have a TVIA view,
yeah. So there are no visualizations. What about just a plan that shows that relationship from inside the Gurdwara's boundary? Any
the
kind of
on all the plans.
any kind of drawing?
The Gurdwara is on the site plans. It's on the landscape plans.
Yes.
It's on.
Yes. So, well, they're all in plan form, aren't they?
Yeah. Then we've got all the elevations, the building elevations.
Okay, but none of those elevations show, do they, the relationship between Block A and the Gurdwara's ceremonial grounds? I mean, tell me if I'm wrong.
Or the car park, as was.
Yes, because you think it's a car park.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why you haven't done one, isn't it?
It's not because we haven't done one. We've done the appropriate drawings that we're
Okay.
requested.
Can we just
from the
agree then
council.
there are no drawings before the inspector that show the relationship between Block A and the Gurdwara?
There's a whole raft of
Right.
sections and
I know
elevations.
there are lots of
which,
sections and elevations. I've been through all of them.
If the council had asked for a
Mr.
specific one,
Mannering,
And they just don't cut him off, please. He's answering.
he isn't answering my question.
What plan are you looking for?
I'm asking him. We've heard what
He
plan
said
I'm looking
lots
for.
of plans.
I'm sorry, it's shown in all the plans.
No, I've asked you for a plan. I know that the Gurdwara is shown in plans, but what I'm
Yeah.
asking is for any drawing that can assist this inspector with visualising the relationship between Block A and the Gurdwara ceremonial area. I just want to know. I think the answer is that there isn't a plan that shows that, but I'm just asking if there is.
I mean, without going through all of it's in all of them. It's in the elevations. It's in all the plans. It's in the 3D views. It's in the design and access statements.
Okay, take me
There
to
isn't an actual CGI.
Take
But,
me to the 3D views where it is then.
well, I put one in my proof to be convenient, but
Okay, take me to it. Because I can see one at 11.1.4, which shows that's the North Common.
Page
Limited
13
Space.
of the
13.
proof
Page
shows it very
13.
well.
it's got a very clear overview of the entire buildings, the school, and all the context.
Right, but how? I mean, that isn't showing, is it? How this is going to be experienced from within within the Gurdwara's area? This is from above.
So, are you asking? Did we produce a CGI from the car park? Is that
No, I'm asking if you produced anything from ground level in relation to this.
not from within the car park? No,
Good. Okay, thank
but
you.
we wouldn't typically produce anything within private boundaries on either side of the site.
Even though you know it's a big issue, there's concern about the relationship between the two.
It's not a big. We consider it to be an appropriate design response and not a big issue based on the consultation feedback.
Well, goodness knows why we're all here at this inquiry then, Mr. Mannering. Okay, let's move on. I'm going to leave questions about boundary treatment, so I'm just going to turn straight to overlooking. And so, again, as Ms. Tafur said, there are going to be 1 or 2 points that I don't put in the interest of time. In terms of overlooking into the site, I'm just going to deal with you, with Mr. Mannering, with factual matters about the extent to which the design creates the potential for overlooking. The acceptability, relevance, implications in policy terms of that are all going to be matters that I deal with Mr. Tickle. So, at Windows, please, can I ask you to take up CD 1.2.16? I'm afraid my computer's just frozen again, so we're back. So we have here Block A west elevation. It's the bottom drawing. We can agree, can't we, that there are 44 windows above ground level in that block?
Yes.
Every single one of those will have an outlook onto either the ceremonial area or the priest's accommodation at 231 to 235 Hanworth Road.
No, the priest accommodation, it looks into a flanking wall condition, which is, I think, 16 metres from.
Well, there's also an amenity space to the rear of 231. It looks into that, doesn't it?
No, they look at the side elevation. It's sort of twisted away from it. So
Okay, well,
you wouldn't get an angle across the back of the building to look into the garden. It just looks at the side wall of the priest houses, and then the views would go directionally across the car park.
We can agree then that so they would still have a view into the ceremonial area.
The car park, but all these windows, generally the use of the space is when you're within the body of the apartments. and you're looking directly out. It frames the view out, like I'm sat here looking directly out. It frames the view in one direction.
Yeah, and that direction, on the whole, for the vast majority of these windows, is going to be out onto the ceremonial area.
It's going to be across the open aspect, across the top of the car park. Yes.
And that's going to be, those windows are in an elevation which is approximately 5 meters from the boundary of the ceremonial area.
5 meters, yes.
Yes.
Which is
And-
why the raised balconies have been introduced and made solid. So when you're sat down within the body of the apartment, you wouldn't get those directional views diagonally down. You
Yes.
just get the directional views across.
But if you're stood up within the body of the apartment, you are going to be able to see into the ceremonial area, aren't you?
Only when you get very, very close to it. So
Or when you stand at a window.
when you stand very close to the window, you may get a view down from certain apartments, but not the majority of the upper floor ones. You'd simply just get a view directly across, and the diagonal view down you might get would be all the way across the business parks the other side.
Okay, even if you didn't get it from the top floor, and the inspector can take his own view about that, you are going to get it from floors from basically 1st to 4th, aren't you? The next 3 down. You are going to get a view into the car park from those windows.
Some of those windows absolutely inherently will have views
Yes.
into the car park.
Okay.
That's because we took the view that the car park is inherently a kind of semi-public space.
Yes. And so it will be the case that when there are religious activities going on in that forecourt area, residents of those apartments will be able to see what's happening.
Potentially.
Yes. And in terms of balconies, we've got obviously a number of balconies, and I think we've got 20 that are above ground floor level, yes?
Yes.
They represent the only private amenity space serving those flats.
Yes.
They're designed to be enjoyed for that purpose, aren't they? For sitting out, for relaxation.
They are, yes.
Okay, they're large enough to place a table and chairs on.
Yeah, which is why we raised the balustrade to 1.2 meters,
Yes.
so that when you're sat at a table and chairs, like if I sat here now, for instance, it would be approximately at kind of head height. So
Yes.
you wouldn't get a natural view angled down.
No.
Again, you just get a view of the horizon line to the southwest aspect.
Yes, and we'll come to that point in a second. They are, the balconies are cantilever structures that project out from the facade of Block A, aren't they?
They are, yes.
And the edge of those balconies is 3.65 meters from the edge of the Gurdwara ceremonial area.
Yes, to the
Yes.
car park.
And I'm just going to indicate to you now, this morning, sir, so that you can see, we measured out from the edge of this to that edge of the far edge of that piece of tape there. That is approximately 3.65 meters, just for context. So imagine I am sat on the balcony. We can agree, can't we, that the proximity of these balconies, so taking the edge of it to be here, to the edge of that tape, that is in very close proximity, isn't it?
It's appropriate given the context.
It is very close proximity. You may say it's appropriate, but it is very close proximity.
There's also trees and planting at that level as well, at ground floor level.
Well, yes, but that's not going to help with the balcony views, is it?
It will help with the first and say second floor, and then the floors higher up would get views across the top of the trees. So once those trees are mature enough, you wouldn't even get a view at all for the car park, I don't believe.
Okay, do we have any visualizations to assist with that?
There's no CGIs
No.
from above, no.
Okay. Going back to my question, the balconies, the edge of the balconies is in very close proximity, isn't it, to the edge of the ceremonial area?
It's an appropriate distance.
I know you say it's appropriate, but it is in very close proximity.
That's your words. I think it's an appropriate distance.
Okay. Now, as with the windows, the majority of those balconies are going to have direct views onto and over the ceremonial area.
The balconies themselves, I mean, how people use balconies, they very rarely go and stand on a balcony and look acutely kind of 90 degrees to the left or 90 degrees to the right.
Well, they don't need to here, do they? They can just go and stand on the edge of their balcony, and they're going to be that far away from what's going on in the ceremonial area. That's not an acute angle. I'm looking straight at it.
Yeah, but in
Yes.
terms of how people use their balconies, it's they don't go and stand at the edge of the balcony looking over the side. But I appreciate they could do.
They can, yes. Yes.
The chuckling isn't helpful, thank you. And Ms. Clutton, I can go on site,
You
look at the
can.
plans and make
You
my own
can.
judgment about the view that will be had. Thank you.
Yes, you can. There's a last point then that I just want to make on this, because my learned friend's already picked up about the mitigation. But given the direct facing nature of the balconies and what I would describe as the very close proximity, when people are out on the balconies, they will be able to see and watch the activities that are being carried out in the ceremonial area, won't they?
Potentially, which is why we've suggested that maybe, and that's why condition 12 is there, where you can potentially provide an additional screen to the northern edge of the
Right.
western balconies.
That would make absolutely zero difference to me standing at the main part of my balcony and looking straight out over the site, would it? None at all.
Looking over the car park area straight ahead or directly over
Yeah.
that, then yes.
Which is-
but in
which
terms
is-
of looking right 90 degrees and then looking at the main entrance and gathering space into the Gurdwara, potentially there could be a screen on that corner which could restrict those views of that, should it be deemed necessary.
Well, the inspector can take a view, but I think our position is that even if you stand in the centre of the balcony, you are going to be able to see both the stage area of the ceremonial area and the Sevadar area of the ceremonial area. It's also, isn't it, a distance. Look at where I am. I'm going to move my microphone away for a moment. If I wanted to shout something offensive at you, you could hear me from this distance, couldn't you?
I don't think shouting offensive words or it's, you know, I mean, that's illegal, as you pointed out in the document we went through. So these things, I mean, I don't want to speculate on people breaking the law.
Okay, but we've already looked at the mayor's own guidance, which recognises that there is religious intolerance. We've heard from a number of people who've attended. The thing is,
I appreciate
wait,
that,
Mr.
but it is
Mannering,
illegal.
the thing is, you and I don't, we can't understand this. Nobody sat around these tables here is subject to racial discrimination. We've heard from many people in the audience who have explained that they do suffer from that and that they're concerned about it. And we have to have regard to those concerns, don't we?
We do.
Okay. And one of their concerns, based on their own experiences, is that there may be occasions where people are shouting at them. And what I'm saying is that given the distance of the balconies from the ceremonial area, that is entirely possible for that to happen, isn't it?
I think it's highly unlikely.
That's based on your own experience, isn't it?
It's against the law.
Okay. It's also, we've obviously heard concerns about throwing, whether of bottles or other detritus. It would also be within throwing distance. I think I'm terrible at sport, but even I could throw something that far.
But in all the years of designing buildings, no one's thrown bottles from a balcony at people. I mean, it's against the law. They get prosecuted. You know, they would be kicked out of their apartment, to be against their lease.
Have you ever designed a building next to a Gurdwara or, say, a mosque before?
But you're referencing throwing a bottle off a balcony. That could be facing anything. It could be into a park area. It could be onto a street. It could be onto anything.
I understand,
no one does that.
I understand, Mr. Mannering, that you and I don't think like that this happens in the same way, but we've heard people, we don't have that experience. We've heard from people here who do have that experience and who are concerned
thrown a bottle
about
off a building at you?
No,
No.
because I'm not subject to racial discrimination, Mr. Mannering. That's the whole point.
I appreciate that, but no one throws bottles off buildings. It's against the law.
Right.
I just disagree with that.
All right. If they were to do so, the balconies are at such a distance that would be possible, aren't they?
As are any of the balconies around here.
All right. Good. Just one very final question. It's hopefully not controversial, but in terms of the amenity space that's to the east of Block A, so you know the area inside that, is that available for all residents or just those of Block A?
I'm not entirely sure of that, to be honest with you.
Well,
It's under my understanding that they're available to all residents, but
Yes, I think that's what you set out in your proof, isn't it?
I think so. That's my understanding.
Good. Okay. Again, sir, obviously I haven't put all the questions I'd like to have put, but I assume that no point will be taken.
Right, thank you. Mr. Strawn, re-examination.
From me. I won't be long, Mr. Mannering. Sorry. Can we just go back? I'll just do it. There are only a few questions. Just go back in time, please, to when you're being asked questions by Ms. Tafur. She asked you about the council commending certain aspects of the scheme, and then about harms or impacts which could otherwise be avoided. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Having heard all of the points that have been raised and considered, indeed, the last set of questioning about concerns about harms, do you, Mr. Mannering, consider that there are any harms or impacts which need to be avoided or addressed in your scheme that you haven't already addressed?
I don't believe so, no.
You were then asked about sorry, just looking at my notes. Sorry. Yes, you were then there are a series of questions, and again recently about the design and access statement. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And where the agent of change principle was addressed. Do you recall that?
Mhm.
Do you know where the agent of change principle is expressed?
Not off the top of my head, no.
No. Well, I tell you, it's in the planning policy framework, national planning policy framework, and the London plan. So that it's planning policy. Can you just turn up the documents CD 1.3.1 and just tell me if you know what that is? 1.3.1.
The planning statement.
Yes. Do you know what that document is?
Yes.
When was that provided to the council?
When the planning application was submitted.
And when was the design and access statement provided to the council?
When the planning application was
Right.
submitted.
And if you turn in that document, you'll see a section dealing with the agent of change principle, although you weren't taken to it or asked any questions about it. But there is a section 7.3 on page 38. You remember that you were taken to lots of pre-app documents saying the applicant should address the agent of change principle. Do you recall that?
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
Have you?
7.3 is on 38.
Oh, sorry. That maybe that. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the internal paginations. So it's. Oh, in fact, page 42.
7.3,
I'm
yeah,
told.
42.
Sorry.
Yep,
it's just my
7.3.
fault. Sorry. There's a section on the agent of change principle. Do you see that?
Yes.
And addressing the Gurdwara 7.3.3, 7.3.2, and a discussion. Can I just get you to explain, Mr. Mannering, should these documents that were submitted as part of the application, do they form part of the application that, or if you weren't responsible for them, that's fine, but do they form part of the application that was provided to the council?
Sorry, I'm not following you there.
The
I'm
planning
still reading
state, sorry, you got to the section?
I've got to 7.3.2.
Yeah, there's a section called Agent of Change Principle, and there's a
Yes.
discussion of the Development Plan Policy D13,
Yes.
and then there's a consideration External Noise Survey 7.3.2, 7.3.3. The application scheme has been designed to protect future occupants from any potential noise disturbance from existing use in order to ensure that the Gurdwara and surrounding industrial uses can continue to operate successfully and to continue to grow.
Yes.
So my simple question to you is, at the time the application was submitted, I think the criticism is not in the design and access statement, but was the agent of change principle addressed in the planning application submitted to the local planning authority?
Yeah, it was. It was very clear in the planning statement.
Thank you. And can you go up to the design and access statement itself, please? You were then asked some questions about windows, directly facing windows, CD 1.3.2.
Mhm.
You were taken to the reference at paragraph 4.4, I think it is.
What page is that?
I'll tell you. All right. I'll tell you immediately. Page 41. Proposed master plan, privacy and outlook.
Yes.
You were taken to the reference there. With this in mind, our proposals have increased these facing distance where possible and given careful consideration to how the northern block is designed to ensure that where this sits under 20 meters, no habitable room faces onto the nearest neighboring property.
Yes.
Do any of the windows in block C face directly into habitable rooms of the neighboring property? You can look at the alignments.
No, they're all into secondary windows or non-habitable rooms.
Thank you. And then yes, I interrupted during the questioning, but I'll go back to it. The London plan, please. Policy D3, document CD 10 point 1.8. You had it open. There was a table there you were taken to.
So what was the CD reference again?
CD 10.1.8.
Optimizing site capacity through design-led approach. Is that the one?
Yes, it's London plan.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I've got that. It's my fault. It's the, I've taken down the wrong reference. It's the table that you were taken to on, hold on. It's policy D6, apologies, not D3. Page 7 of the PDF. Same CD, so the London plan, chapter 3 design, so it's CD 10.1.11. Oh, sorry, 10.1.11. I did. D6, not D3. Sorry, finding the reference. You were taken to this policy, do you recall that?
Yes.
And it was put to you that the table, or Roman numeral 3, and the advice there about common spaces being private was applicable to outside amenity spaces. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you just look at the next heading on the following page, what it says?
Outside spaces.
Which part of this policy is providing guidance on outside spaces?
The next point down.
And what is the guidance of the mayor as to how one should plan for outside spaces in that policy, little 4?
Well, it provides sufficient space to meet the requirements of the number of residents, to be designed easily and accessible, more related dwellings, to be located, to be appreciated from the inside, to be positioned to allow overlooking.
So just stop there. Is the guidance, I think it was being suggested to you, the guidance or the mayor's policy is to limit overlooking from new buildings. Is that part of this policy?
Yes.
To limit overlooking?
No, sorry, not to limit it.
Is the arrangement you have with Block D over the community space of Perkin Close, insofar as it actually allows any overlooking, inconsistent with this guidance policy?
I think it is consistent, yeah.
Thank you. And finally, I think in relation to Ms. Clutton's questions. Could you please just turn up CD 10.2.17, which is the Mayor's SPG on housing,
Yes.
optimizing housing capacity? Can you just look at paragraph 4.5.3 and the approach that the Mayor suggests in relation to urban design planning for sites in London? What does it advise? PDF page 26 of 52, sir, sorry.
Having a defined site layout, street type and building type, boroughs, neighbourhoods, planning groups and applicants are encouraged to consider the use of perimeter blocks where appropriate. Perimeter blocks characterise much of historic London, forming strong street frontages and clear backs.
There's a long discussion, obviously, in the pre-application meetings and your own design and act statement about perimeter blocks, but can you just explain whether you consider perimeter blocks as such as the type used for Block A to be an appropriate or inappropriate use of a site of this kind?
I think it's appropriate. The perimeter block concept is what it's based on.
And then you were taken, I think this is my final question from Ms. Clutton's material, the Mayor's supplementary planning guidance on equality issues, which was CD 10.2.1. Can you just go back to page 36 and then page 40, two references about planning safe urban environments? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Page 36, what is the advice on planning safe urban environments to discourage, for example, racial abuse?
I'm not sure where you are on there, sorry.
Page, I might have got the internal references. Let me just show you. There were two references you were taken to. Discrimination, hate crime, page 36 of the document, 40 of PDF. Have you got that?
Yeah.
You were taken to the text about discouraging hate crime. Yes?
Yes.
Look at SPG implementation, point 3H, creating safe and inclusive urban environments. What's the advice given about inclusive and safe urban environments in SPG implementation point 3H?
I don't know whether I've got the wrong document, but I can't.
It's which document are you in?
32.
Sorry?
10.2.1.
Yeah, it's PDF page 40.
Page 40, sorry. I'm on 36.
PDF page 40, internal pagination page 36 for those who are using it.
Information creating safe urban environments.
You were taken to the paragraph, not
Yeah.
the implementation document. You were taken to the paragraphs above discrimination and hate crime. Do you see that?
Yeah. So ensuring that whatever.
What's it explains about hate crime, and then it has SPG implementation point 3H, creating safe and inclusive urban environments. What's the advice of the Mayor as to how to create safe and inclusive urban environments?
Ensuring that wherever possible, urban environments are overlooked and well used with direct routes and safe streetscaping, good lighting.
So
will help all people.
Insofar as the concern is that there would be some capacity to overlook the urban environment here, including the Goodwarra car park ceremonial space, is that inconsistent or consistent with the implementation point about creating safe and inclusive urban environments?
It's consistent. It's what we've done.
Thank you very much. No further questions, sir.
Right, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mannering.
Thanks.
Right, so that brings us to the end of what we can deal with in this section of the inquiry. We're due to resume on the 14th of November. That was one of the days that we already had put aside, and the 15th of November.
I've got a slight update. So,
Right, okay.
I still can't say categorically, but I'm told there's a sort of in the 90% chance of it being made available on the 16th. And I was going to suggest on that basis, if you're happy to proceed, that we allocate it, and I will endeavour to let you know through the usual channels if I'm not available I may have difficulty doing earlier than by the first week in September, which would be 2 or 3 weeks from now. But on the strength of not a guarantee, but at least a very high probability of being available, I hope that would be acceptable.
Thank you. Yes, and the other parties have already indicated you're available.
It's in our diaries already.
Yes, thank you. Right, so we'll work on that basis that we'll use the 16th of November as well, subject to final confirmation. So we'll deal with all of the planning witnesses when we come back on the in November, and there'll be 3 days available to us. We should be able to complete everything in those 3 days that we need to include in the closing submissions. Yes, and then the site visit can move back to the 17th of November, the Friday. I'm not expecting advocates to be there for that.
No, so I just thought that Miss Clutton was perhaps going to investigate the date of an event.
Yes,
But
I don't yet have an update on that, but if there are any, I think if we put the Friday in provisionally, and then obviously if it turns out that one of the major events is on during the days we're otherwise sitting, then I think we'll see if we can try and make some arrangements that you can at least see that, whether that's on an accompanied or unaccompanied basis, but we'll confirm that in due course.
Yes, fair enough. Good, so that will allow us to complete all matters in that week in November. Thank you for that. So I will update the programme and circulate that to everybody so that we know what we're doing in November.
I know I've caveated it. Can I just make that caveat clear? Because I haven't got 100% guarantee. So I appreciate you've already made that point. If there is a difficulty, I'll let you know, and perhaps we can then pick up the correspondence as to what we would then do. But I very much hope it won't arise.
Yes, if you're not able to be there on the 16th, then we'll have to come to some alternative arrangements. But we're going to work on the basis that you'll be there. Right, good. Thank you. So there's a few documents that we've discussed. Mr. Furr, you were going to update me about the equality note and the heritage note.
yes, sir. I'm sorry, that has slipped my mind. Let me just check and take instructions.
Thank you.
In the meantime, sir, we were preparing a written document on transport matters in light of some comments that were made by way of third-party representations.
Right.
So it's just going to be a short document responding, I think, to some, or drawing our attention to the transportation material in response. But we'll ensure you've got that well before we come back.
Right. Okay. Well, let's set a deadline for the submission of all of the documents.
Thank you, sir. Could I suggest for the heritage and equality impact assessment next Friday?
Yes. Is that going to be long enough? If we're not back till November, it could be slightly longer.
Okay, so well, I'm definitely not going to turn down that opportunity.
Should we say a couple of weeks?
Let's say a couple of weeks, sir.
So for the equality statement, heritage, and the transport note.
And so obviously there is a draft in circulation updating the position in relation to the Gurdwara's financial status.
Yes.
If I can submit that at the same time too, that'd be grateful.
Okay, and if all parties can just make sure that everybody's copied in so that everyone's got an opportunity to see them. Yes.
It might be sensible to include the note with the distances just because when it's fresh in our mind, it's worth doing it.
Well, there are two notes I've got on my list. One was agreeing those distances between streets on the plan.
Yeah.
And the other is the number of
The play and
main
provision.
windows in
In
for
relation to the
daylight and
daylight
sunlight
sunlight.
versus secondary
Okay.
windows.
I think there might be a third, isn't there? Then to agree the amenity space calculations on site, what's included, what's excluded.
That's yes. There is that third one. 3 documents.
This should keep you busy till November. All of this. Right. So if all of those documents can be submitted within 2 weeks, the only other thing that I've got on my list is the site visit itinerary. I don't necessarily need that in the next 2 weeks, but just as long as it's in hand and the parties are going to put something together.
Do you want, just on that, do you want, because clearly some of it you could do unaccompanied, such as some of those, observing those streets. We're happy to do it on all together if you want. Do you want to separate out those things which should be
You
accompanied?
mean
and
looking at the wider areas?
Exactly. So once we've agreed those areas on the plan, they're not very far away, but you may not need to do it
Yes.
in procession, if you sort of mean.
If the parties are all in agreement that there's some aspects of the site visit I could do unaccompanied, such as going off and looking at surrounding streets, then I'm happy for you to agree that. Obviously, put the draft together and I'll make any changes that I need to once I've seen it.
That's fine.
So 2 things. One, I wonder if I might actually crave your further indulgence, because I am myself actually away in the last week of August, and I just wonder if, given that we do have some time, we might push it back to 3 weeks, so Friday the 8th of September for those documents.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And one final thing, when I've just got the microphone on, so I wonder if everybody might please hand their security badges back to Mr. Ringer before they leave the building. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sure everybody's heard that. Right, good. So I think that's everything we need to deal with for now. Any other matters that anyone wants to raise? Right, okay. Well, thank you very much. It's been quite an intense few days. So you'll deserve a break, I think. So thank you very much. We'll adjourn until the time for starting on the 14th of November is 9:30. Acceptable to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. So we'll adjourn until 9:30 on the 14th of November.